And we are live. Forever I am fading to black. Hello. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Oh. Oh, we're doing some reorganizing. Whoa. Oh, really? Why are those in there? Why am I the organized one in this game? People just fucking put shit anywhere. Oi!
I'm not.
I don't know, up to you. I know, but usually I'm not the organized one. Usually I just yell at Chancer and he does it. But he's been doing a very bad job.
I know, I'm sorry.
Like, our goal is to just get... to make it a little bit easier for us to dump shit. So we need to start putting more of these things into the same containers. Do we really need 4 anvils? I'm breaking them down. 20 metal! I make more noise than heavy metal. That's way too much work. So we just turned a lot of resources into these. For Chancer. He likes the gun. Right now, we're looking for a way to spend some metal. We've got an abundance of metal. We can also consolidate a lot of these. By doing this. And you know what? Let's just make this full set, I guess. The problem with wearing this full set is it really weighs me down. It's actually why I've been not, like, wearing armor. But holy, man. We're just gonna put the set away. Because it weighs too much. Make sure that these binoculars aren't, like, used for anything. Okay, just shitty. Okay. Now that's an idea. There's something to this, but for right now, we're just gonna... But again, we're looking to get rid of some metal, really. This is a super good way of getting rid of it. Where are all the screws at? It can't be all of them. Maybe it is, actually. No! Hello, strength farming. Oh shit, I gotta water each of these plants. Alright, should be good. Alright. This is our next task, is get rid of this filing cabinet.
Where's the bathroom?
We should go check to make sure that these things underneath are in range, though. We need to find something that needs coils. You. 29. Okay, yeah, they're in range. Which makes sense since, you know, the filing cabinet next to it is, but you can never be too careful. Wouldn't want to do, like, all this work.
Ah.
Alright, where were we on this list, though? Let's get back to the main task. We need to use some metal. Things that let us use metal and metal alone are pretty nice right now. I do really like the idea of just making a fuck ton of screws.
This may get awkward.
Now let's run over here to the train real quick. Or the tram, I should say, not the train. And now, let's go ahead and see if we can bridge the gap. No. Alright, maybe. Put these screws away. Seeming like 32 is gonna be the max stack size for the screws. I didn't mean to do that. But it's fine. Why can't I make more? Oh, I was canceling it. Alright. So then, we come back down here. We find some homes for these things that we've just made. We also would very much like to find something to turn wood into. That makes sense. Obviously, we can just find any old thing for a lot of these, but like, there are certain things where it's just kind of nice to have like a lot of them, right? I need like a temporary me chest. Where I can just dump all of my stuff. Right? And let's take out some of the trash from here too. So let's also clean out my inventory a little bit. Stuff I'm not really gonna like need. Alright. Now we've taken care of my chest. Let's get back to the real task at hand. Making a new chest. So, get rid of this filing cabinet. Where is bioscrap? Where are we storing that currently? Nowhere? We're just not? We don't need this many of these things. There you are. I mean, that does make sense, but honestly, we're gonna start putting bioscrap in there. Also, we're going to go deconstruct, like, all these things. Alright, so we just turned those 4 or 5 inventory slots into 2. And we're probably going to take it even further and make some more screws, right? So then we're going to turn that 2 into 2, I think. Ooh, it goes more, so 2 into 1. Damn. Alright, I gotta rotate all these crates then. Depends on which sandwich, Utsumi. Where is it? Oh, it's on the top, isn't it? Well, I really like stacking the crates like this, because you can get more crates in, right? But if we do it this way, we get the nice label. Uh, Ugh. This one doesn't write it anywhere on it. Okay. Then we're definitely switching over to, like, mostly these crates. Alright, this is enough for now, I think. Oh, no, we need to put the arm. Oh, fuck! That's a lot.
これ私の。
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, assuming that's too much.
You said so.
Yeah. Itadakimasu. I have to reorganize the whole base because you and Chance are fucking savages.
What do you mean? Nani?
It's not gonna work, I don't think. Yeah, they don't want me making it over a pit, I don't think. Let's see if I break my legs doing this. Okay, that's kind of nice. Weird little bitch. Didn't drop what I needed.
Target! Ugh.
Really, bro? Oh, fuck me. I forgot my briefcase. I don't even know where I put it. Oh, we gotta go back.
Ah.
I'd take my medicine here in a second. I'll just do it while I sleep, I guess. Medicine. It's really just I'm taking a lot of vitamins. Alright. Told you so, Sama. Taking my vitamins. We're good to go. Now, where did my briefcase go? Did I lose it? Like, it's gotta be around here somewhere. Bro, I actually, like, lost it. Yeah, we gotta get this shit. Super annoying. Need a fiber optic cable. No, it's right fucking here. You're holding it, dude. Oh my god. Didn't need to come back here at all. I shit myself! Woo! Alright. We're almost there. For now, we're just gonna put all this stuff in here.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Alright, let's go. Should repair.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Yeah, we'll be out of here in just a second.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic. I am just about boiling up.
Timmy, look on the bed. Your vitamins.
Oh, I took it.
Oh.
Last night.
Oh. Will it ever let me go forever? Huh? Oh, I'm stinky still. That guy forgot about me really quick. He's gonna smell me.
Threat in sight. Receptus! Returning. I must wait. Admotio! Nothing here. Find cover! Receptus! Receiving.
Heals so fast.
Recire! Nova arma! I must reload. You to cover!
Yes!
You brought enough for both of us, right?
Target!
Wow!
Receding! Find cover! Adversa!
He's got a shoulder light. Did not get. Rain. We're almost at the next headlamp. Nothing is sacred with this kid. There's no rhyme or reason to anything that he fucking does. He just shoves shit in places. Like me in 80% of the games we play. I'm strong now, so I can shake them. And sometimes I'll... Sometimes I'll get free soda and stuff.
waiting for it.
Honey.
道がある。Loud. What's that loud?
This? I made it so that I could run from there to here. No more breaking my legs. You died!
Where is she?
This was the lady underneath the... underneath there, I think.
The nearby population? Oh.
Parma. Add Motil and protect. Reloading. Seek shelter. Receding. Forgive.
Woo!
Yeah.
Tigres. Vides octopus. And...
Oh my god. Who? Where did... Oh!
No.
And
Ah,
For you. Threat in sight.
I won. Vocal. Body. Charge is so fast. They gotta make stuff charge slower, I think. Cause like, look at this. I put it on there, it was at 0, and it's already full. I do love all this stuff in the game.
Oh, danger.
Huh? Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't want to carry it. We have too many of them.
Reimpendo. Your signs. Proceeding. Plus minus. Reloading.
Yes! Reload. He fucking dodged.
Jagd is grenades. Replenishing. Nothing here. There's no one here. Yeah. Good deal. Nova armor. Seek shelter. Seek shelter. Receive.
We're good. We're done. We're out of here. That's too much. They tell you something?
Bye bye.
Fly. I'm also rich. Chancellor has a whole nother row.
Oh.
Row.
Oh.
Stand clear.
Forgot to have this on.
Did you take care of?
I did a little. Harvested most of them.
Good.
Step 1. Go repair your shit. Step 2. Deconstruct their shit. We've got enough copies of a lot of these, right? Then, repair your shit some more. I need a little bit more actually, shove that in there. Is that in range? No. No, it is not. Cool. That will go in the Tsumi chest. I mean, that will go into the Tsumi fridge.
Ese no, algo buka.
Alright, now that all my shit's repaired, charge it.
No toque nada.
I'm good.
Joder es. Invitant Diabali. Adversary. Ignis Pillar. River Temani. Breathing clear. Parma. What's this? Ignis Van! Connects to camp. Reporting no target. Sentina.
You want
Just a little cold. You don't have to put too much ice in.
baby
Huh?
overnight?
V. V. Something that you can do for me, Utsumi, if you can try to catch a lot of fairies or spirits or whatever they are, I would appreciate that. Don't worry about that. I've got plans going on, but I want like a lot of them, so go make like a ton of tubes. Forever running.
Unknown facility access detected. Caution advised. All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
Huh? Fuck.
トータルって本当はディスペンサーは
The safety rating of this tunnel is 4. Please exit this sector.
Receiving. Protect you.
Main station tunnel.
I must reload.
Have a safe and successful day.
جلب يا ميرس. Find cover. Hostile. And protect you. There's no one here.
Funny, funny.
Oh, you need to go in through the other way.
Unknown.
Oh my god, did it lock? I'm on my way back. Oh, you made it in.
Funny, but
Vidal. Reverses. Where is it? To cover. Receding. Receding. Office auxilium. Nova arma. And protect you. Reload. Receptus! I will bring death. There's no one here.
Stop!
Replay. Breathing clear.
I didn't get any fucking flashlights in that run. Yeah, hello. Nice to see you too. She just shit as soon as I got here.
This heat, I'm distinctly deliquescent. Too hot.
Lucky water product.
Hostile. Ready. There's no one. Ready. Lunatic. Breathing clear. Threat in sight. Oh!
Flash light!
Regio baguette. Target! Parma! There's no one here. Good. Vidal. Reversos. I must.
I just need one more fucking flashlight.
Yes.
Buggies! Find cover! Orbis Auxilium! Orbis Auxilium!
A sip of water would suffice.
Replay! Reside! You are a danger to Earth. What was that?
I perceive a distinct lack of snacks.
Where Enemy sighted. Threat in sight. There they are. What's this? Breathing clear. Nihilic. Nihil Remina. There they are. I must reload. Hostile fallen. Locust in an
I'm feeling distinctly anhydrous. Oh.
Alright, I'm on my way back. I got my fucking fourth flashlight. I almost died like 3 times.
Vamos, mate.
Oh. You motherfucker. This guy, he ran up to the fucking lift. He almost just hit me off. He almost knocked me off the ledge. I don't know what would happen to all my shit.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful
Go through the checklist, Itsumi. You start by going to deconstruct all the shit. Then you repair your stuff. If you can. I can't. It's fine, you just pop down, you get some tech. Then you charge you make Chancer's headlamp. What are you doing over there, Itsumi?
Man, filing all those reports really worked up my appetite. Man, filing all those reports really worked up my appetite.
I'm experiencing an insufficiency of food.
Oh, I need to fucking eat. Holy, I was so hungry, Itsumi. I ate the whole damn thing.
Oh, that really.
I ate a whole soup. You got the name? You should really feed him the soda. I think. Never mind. Just keep doing what
Oh,
you're doing.
my favorite flavor. How'd you know? Wow, you're sure burning the candle at both ends, aren't you?
Whew.
Where's the bathroom?
Oh.
Nature calls.
Okay. Here's the next question. Do we have any more silver scrap?
Oh, two.
Can you look around in all these crates to see if we have any silver scrap, the silverware from the train?
Oh, I can feel my proteins denaturing.
Oh, we do. It was in this filing cabinet. That's where it was, but I've taken all of them.
Silver tin.
I can't contain this much longer.
Get myself soon. What do you mean? Why can't I? Me pooping in the kitchen. It's not my fault.
You should play.
Well, like, kind of. Oh, you have to have plastic. I think your plants are growing. Alright, let me look again and see what do we fucking want. You have any fairies? Yeah, it's fine. They're not gonna run out. I'm gonna go turn them in right now. This
This heat.
wine.
I'm distinctly deliquescent.
Did you want a lantern? You want one.
It's not that
Alright, then you just have to give me more. Oh, let me give you back your fucking frying pans. The deal, I will make it for you, but you gotta give me more fairies. Fairies are how we're making those crates. Like the big storage. Don't fuck with my shelf. Okay, you made your own shelf. That's acceptable. I'm gonna die. Because this guy just made me bleed. Oh, I have a bandage. I stored in the tram. I'm saved. I'm saved. I'm saved. You know what? I am gonna go home. I'm gonna go poop. In real. Look at me on the bed. Damn. Doesn't work. Does it work when I sit? Perfect.
can feel my proteins denaturing.
So, we forgot some groceries somewhere. There was a gallon of milk outside. Surprise. So, I am going to ask for a return. Some of that. Alright. When you get the chance, open that up carefully and go put it in the dryer for 20 minutes. Oh. You're not using your lights? I set up these nice lights for you. You're just sitting in here in the dark.
It's absolutely Siberian.
Forever right. Fading to black. Forever right.
Rainput ka rainput?
Hmm?
Rainput ka.
Yeah. Oh, there's no soldiers. Yeah. Except I'm looking for them to kill them.
Adversary. Ah. Yeah. Yeah. Riempendo. Yeah. Reside. Yeah. I must reload. Admotio.
The safety
Ignis
rating
Vans.
of this sector is now -4. Sector via the main surface tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
Reverses. Locus inanis est.
When you get time, you should go get me some ice cream. I'm eating too much ice cream now. Probably getting fat. Honey.
What do you want me?
Yeah, for sure.
This place is done for. I don't know why you're sticking around.
Oh, it's another shortcut.
Janet, you always say my science is out of control. This project is different. I feel more in control than I've ever been.
I'm almost level 10 sprinting, Utsumi. And once I hit that, you motherfuckers are never catching me again. I'm gonna be running so fast.
I explained, but I'm not doing a lot. Like, I'm a month
I can't do that.
and now.
Then no?
I can't help you getting fat. I'm healthy.
Alright, I'm just gonna go lay down in the bed. More!
And I'm gonna let you.
Hey?
Put you right on bed.
Oh, nachos.
Enemy!
Not to you anymore.
You shall endure! I shall heal you! Threat in sight.
There's so many people!
Scorpio! Revelio! Ignis Pillar. Receding. Jagd des Grenades.
Fuck, I accidentally stored my ammo.
Reloading.
There's gotta be a charging station. Really? Wow.
Can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost
Even on the
you need
floor?
to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting
doing?
back to your ideal physical condition.
Are you sucking my dick?
Rest is vital to being a productive
It's
and
so me.
valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade
It's so me.
Research Facility.
Why are you fucking hovering around me? I did. Yeah.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the
I did it. I'm training that stat for making stuff. Alright, there you go.
Life at Gage can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to get condition. Getting adequate rest is vital.
Alright, I'm going. You go to the tram. I mean, you can if you want. Doesn't matter. The tram!
I want that poster.
Just press both. If it doesn't move us, then press the other one.
The auto system should have been failsafe. They said it was immune. We must fix it. We must fix it, but keep it going. We must fix it, but keep it going. It must not stop. It must persist at all costs. The Dark Lens. They removed it, but did not comprehend the effects. Coal. That's what I must do. Furnace. Fuel this machine so that it continues on forever.
Oh, that's me.
A sip of water would suffice.
Uh-huh. Is this music? Oh, it's up.
What's this? Yeah. Officer Helium. No.
If you want any of these, you should tell me to break them. Because I have a 30 or 40% chance to not break them. Which is gonna be way higher than yours, because I have a really high level of that stat. Inventory is full. You got wood? So bright for you.
Returning. Ah.
Oh.
Ah.
What the name there? You want this chest? Well, didn't get it.
The Symperium. Ah. 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 Ah.
Okay, for 86.1.
Huh?
Returning.
No, you don't.
Asta, do you see anything?
You want the chair?
I want it.
Hey, sì. Lo cover! Per resire!
Did you pick up silverware?
Target sight! There's no one! Nihil!
There you go, Timmy.
No one here.
I'm getting a whole lot of the lights on this run. Oh my god. And my skill leveled up. Silver? Oh, yes, you're right. Yo, he dropped a grenade? Well, there's a whole lot of stuff for you to pick up here. Me, I'm kind of full. I can pick up the grenade. Whoa!
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility. Though I struggle to accept the implications, the data gives me no choice. The train's momentum is tied inextricably to the atomic attractions of the region it appears to be passing through, indefinitely. If it were to stop, the limit of the ensuing chaos is at best uncertain, at worst, immense. I'll be drafting up containment procedures in the morning.
Really?
I will bring
Damn. Yes! Hey, I already have a stack. Oh, I maxed out my stack. You can take it. I forgot that this guy. Utsumi! Oh, okay. I thought you were underneath me. I'm on the roof. Goodbye. I'm on the tram. What the fuck? You changed your appearance again. Take off the hazmat suit. Oh. Why are you still using Golmi backpack?
Using Millennium Falcon.
Oh.
Machine!
The portal world's just reset.
Way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable
Semi.
team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Yeah. It's already got one. I don't know where it... Oh, it's right here.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote or a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical.
I've been putting them in this filing cabinet right here.
To being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
What, the filing cabinet right here. We have guests. I'm looking for ghosts. Oh, my ghost.
Creme de la creme. Oh, that really hits the spot.
Oh, that really hits the spot.
Wow, you're really raising the bar.
Phew!
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility. Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research.
I mean, how do you prefer I lay out the chests? Do you like them like this? Or do you like them like this? Where I can do like a lot of them, right, in a small space? Or do you like being able to read them more? That one? Okay. Good. I like that one more as well.
We don't care. We just play a game. Like, this one needs to say.
Yeah.
Life at Gate can be demanding,
Alright.
so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need.
Alright, do you know how to make silver?
While resting in any form helps to...
Okay, so what you do is you put water, pot, then you put metal scrap, and then you put this silver scrap. Okay? And then you cook it. Right?
The pot is reusable?
Yeah. So I need you to do that for me. Let's see. What else have we gained?
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor,
Even
will
on the
give you
floor?
the energy boost you need to get through your day.
Alright, it needs power.
While
I
resting
may
in any
soon
form
need
helps
the
to promote
facilities.
healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to
Huh?
being a productive
I put it in
and
the chest
valuable
next to your
member of
cooking.
the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Oh, music. Does Alex even power anything, or do you just have him trapped forever?
Yes. I will do it after.
You put your cage away. How did the organization go? Oh, it's looking a lot better in here. You talking to me?
Ah.
Damn, you should be able to sleep on these, I think. Oh, I gotta find something else to sleep on. I think there's a couch over here. More importantly, Wolf, all my farming went well. I made all the stuff that I wanted to get made before Chancer got on. Chancer's online on Discord, so it will be Dota time soon. And I'm hoping that after Dota, there'll be a little extra time where he can hop on here. We can do a little exploring so that I have more stuff to farm.
Oh dear. I really must use the restroom.
Yeah, I mostly turned them into screws. But I think we are having an excess metal situation again.
And the thing better about it?
So then, no. Once it's done, you just take out your hands and then pick it up. I will make an announcement. Thank you for being one of the few Survival Craft viewers, Wolf. Should have brought a chest with me. Where's my solder at? Where's my solder at? Where'd you put the metal? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any form helps to promote healing. Lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition.
You shouldn't really be making a resume, you should just be updating it.
To being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
I don't have any plastic.
Plastic glove.
Plastic's all over the place.
Yeah, but I got some tips. Easy.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to
We still need a couple more chests.
Simply take
Why
a
didn't you
moment
find a
to sit
toilet?
down, even on the
We
floor.
need shit. Shit is fertilizer. It's how we like make more
While
farms,
resting in any
right?
form helps to promote healing.
And if you poop in a toilet,
The optimal
then
way to
you
getting
don't
back
get the poop. It is a thing that I think they're going to fix, because it kind of feels stupid that we just like shit ourselves. I think what's going to happen is they're gonna make it so that the makeshift toilet, we can make a toilet, is gonna let us collect our poop. Oh. I'm gonna hit Molotov sprinting, I think, before Dota, which is sick. Really, what we should have done was we should have found a way to put the crafting bench in here, right? Because we have all these lockers. We could have put one thing in each locker, right? And then, if like we really wanted more storage, I bet we could have put some stuff on top. Let me see if I can start setting
Life
that up.
at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap.
No,
is
I
the
am not
optimal
interested
way
at
to
all,
get
but thanks
back
for the
to
follow.
ideal physical
And thanks for the
condition.
unfollow.
Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Oh. I don't think so. I think we probably just misplaced them. Alright, make me another chest. Also, make me 10 reinforced wooden planks. Yeah, I think that's what we should have done.
Let's explain since the
Member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
then what is this?
It's not nighttime.
We can't change daytime, nighttime.
Probably not. That's how most of the games work. Hold on, though.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will
Even
give
on
you
the
energy
floor.
boost you need to get through the day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility. Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key. Lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal.
You still need meat? Like, how's your meat supply doing? Do you know? Because I have not been bringing you meat for a long time, right? Oh.
Just need all
Oven?
pizza.
Oh, oven.
Yeah.
It is indeed Chancer.
Hello.
Hello. We beat the game.
Which game?
Aviotic Factor.
What the hell?
We did. But I did farm for, I've fucking organized, like, the whole goddamn base. Again. I went and farmed military guys for, like, an hour or maybe 2. All of us have headlamps now.
Let's go.
It's actually
Love
so...
the farm in the game.
It's so obnoxious.
What, just to get those?
Yes.
And I feel like you probably didn't need to do that. Like, I imagine, like, when we get to this next area, we're probably gonna find a replacement.
I don't think we're gonna replace the headlamp. I think we're gonna reach the end of the content before that. I get the feeling we're, like, around the corner of finishing the game.
I mean, the labs area is the last area, I think, for now. Till, like, a couple months from now.
Alright, it's Sammy.
Helldivers 2 has reached a 60% review score. It is crazy.
Life at Gage can be demanding, so it's important.
Yeah, like their community manager and their Discord was like, if it's too much to ask for you to take 2 minutes to make the account and then never have to think about it again, go leave a negative review.
They listened.
And so people were like, yeah, I think people listened, brother.
I don't know. I have this theory that, like, what if the community managers are, like, intentionally acting ridiculous so that they can Sony listen by making the community angrier? It's like, how do you say that and not just be like, yeah, that's just gonna make people mad?
Yeah, a lot of people think that he's basically analytics farming to go back to Sony and be like, look at what you've done.
I kind of hope it works, but I kind of doubt it's going to.
I think that Sony are gonna be like, okay, what did that do to the sales?
I mean, I assume a lot less people are gonna buy the War Bond.
Alright, it's me. I have to go play Dota.
I'm just showing
I'm hoping that after this game of Dota, Chancer has a little bit of time. We go explore the new sector a little bit, and I find new shit to farm.
He loves farming.
Well, it helps that, like, the stuff that they give me to farm is, like, useful.
It's kind of nice.
Right, it's not like in a lot of games where I go farm stuff and I'm like, this was a fucking... basically a waste of my time. Because I got, like, my reward from it all was, you know, like, +2 damage.
This game you get, like, you know, like a headlamp that actually does stuff. Or just, you know, resources to use later, I guess.
Now Utsumi. You give me some ice cream. Instead of worrying about me eating so much ice cream, what we need to do is we need to start fucking exercising better. I gotta start up exercising.
You can also eat less ice cream. It's a little hard to work off like ice cream. You know, it takes a lot of exercise.
Hey, Jansen, shut up.
Okay.
You're right, but
You're
you're also
supposed to do like both. Like you're supposed to eat less ice cream, but also
I
do
know, but I've been fiending lately.
Fucking fiend.
Bro, is my ass about to pick Spearbreaker for like the 3rd game in a row? I need escape and running.
I don't know who escape and running is. I guess Night Stalker's got running. I don't know about escape. Probably one
Slark,
runner.
do we have a 1? We have a 1. What position's
You're
open?
at the 4.
I'm the 4, he says. I'm picking Bounty.
Has he got running? That's pretty sick.
No, he's got escape. Because he can go invisible, I think.
That would do it. Good sign, the enemy team has a Luna.
Oh, you didn't.
Possible that we can just win, because their carry will suck. I will be right back.
Nani? 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 Persona?
What? Don't sex on stream.
You're the one who's sexing on stream.
You mean she's sexing on stream?
Don't worry about it.
That's something to worry about. What do you mean she's sexing on stream? No, I'm gonna have sex on stream before you guys do.
Whoa! That's how he
Sex
hits.
on stream any percent.
Let's go!
Sex on stream pizza percent.
I should have sent you NL's take on the Boeing thing. Where he's like, it just must suck to be Boeing. Where you want all this stuff to come out in a place, you know, the right place, the court of law, and the people right
The
before...
whistleblowers just keep dying!
And they just keep dying!
I can honestly imagine if they, like, actually didn't, like, assassinate those people. They just accidentally died. And then it's like Boeing is like, well, fuck. I think we killed the people. I don't know, it must suck to be like the PR team. It's like, alright, well, everybody thinks that we are just killing now. Let's just de-order this one.
This way. Repositioning.
30 seconds to battle.
Separate.
On the move.
We're getting it.
Oh no!
Fire ruined it, man. Nice fucking blood grenade, idiot.
You got one.
Waste of gold.
I thought she saw him.
She was fucking piecing out of there. I don't think that was your fault.
Let's get moving.
I think the problem was they have a ward right in the river, so they saw their other hero.
Too big. No fee is too big.
Like, it definitely looked like she was running away.
Over there.
I think she was.
On the hunt.
Razor, huh?
5 enemies in. My blades will
I used like 3 tangos to fix her.
Yes.
I think Spectre may have eaten like 4 now.
I
Or she only bought 3.
about the same amount.
Lane is gonna suck.
Thank you, Simon.
My blades will do the talking. Dead or alive. Feed my blade.
That's it.
I'm under attack.
Turn that off.
Prince. Repositioning.
And the keepers of the night.
Yes.
The level 1 ice path again.
Over there.
It's creeps under the tower. There's no pulling him.
It's just if Dune comes over there, like a little bit earlier there.
The fucking kobold camp, man. I see him.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
I'm dead because I came over here. Thanks for the help, Spectre.
First blood.
This is why I fucking hate listening to my carry sometimes. They'll tell me to do something and I'll, like, die as soon as I even fucking attempt it. Pretty surprised I died in that situation, though.
On the hunt. The chase is on. On the move. Is that a broken... This way. Dead or alive, you're a lead. I follow the trail. I'll find them. My blades will do the talking. I fade from sight. I'll find them. Is that a broken twig I spot? I gamble and lost. Precious bounty.
Well, I guess I'm just done top.
My blades will answer.
You're else kind of low down here.
Can't fight what you can't see.
Check it with like throw daggers or something so I could give her mana and to reduce her cooldown.
This way. I'm under attack. I'm seen.
Oh, nice block.
Yes.
A nice little kill.
Footprints. I fade from sight. Over there.
Yeah, you can see me here. Definitely can't if he's getting hit by that.
On the hunt.
Hector, do not come fucking right-click the easy camp, you fucking piece of shit! God damn it, you're ruining everything. Oh, I hate when they do that, man.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
Ruined everything.
On the move. Let me introduce you to my blade. I follow the trail.
You just shoot daggers, man. You got a coddle in your lane.
Unseen.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Precious bounty.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You can't fight what you can't see.
Amazing what you'll find laying on.
Oh, like, your hero is next to our tower. Just hit him with a dagger.
Footprints.
Boost the cooldown of it. You get, like, the movement speed, like, almost all the time.
Those things are cheap.
I miss the wisdom room.
It's very annoying. I'm reporting him.
Listen.
Instant break on me.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Why is this happening?
The chase is on. A lead.
Your bottom
Does
tower
not
is
care if he
under
just
attack.
tanks a fucking illuminate.
Yes.
Radiant structures have been snow fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fade my blade.
Your middle tower is under attack. I don't think you want that to happen.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower is gone. I tried to warn you.
I'll find them.
Man's got a ward up here, I think. Dead, I guess.
Okay.
He opened for that, apparently.
Radiant's courier has been killed. I understand.
Why is she so afraid to just dag people?
You know, when I think about the high priority target, I don't think about the doomed guy.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top
Waste.
tower is fallen.
I can't believe nobody is going to die here. Can't believe I am going to. That is absolute bullshit that I am dead in this situation. I cannot believe that. That is just nonsense. I guess we just like lose already.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Me missing that wisdom rune was pretty bad.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I thought we were on minute 6.
Minute or 1 hour. I don't know. I think we lost our lane bottom because Spectre just for some reason wouldn't just spam her spells with a coddle in her lane. I'm like fucked, and so is she.
Stalking.
I'm just insanely fucked.
So he probably could have chosen a better Doom target than fucking DK.
Yes.
Level 4, so this doesn't do that much damage. Of course, it's gonna be the fucking stupid fringe pushing DK shit. Oh, we saw this guy coming. I don't know, I going in on that. Just chasing him.
Killing spree. Double kill.
What is going on with Dragon Tail? Why does it feel like it's got a billion more range than normal?
Your middle tower is under attack.
I guess we're just gonna lose.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Bounty Hunter Doom is not a weak lane.
Middle tower
It is when you don't take Infernal Blade.
Just let them.
But Dooms don't know how to play their hero.
Over there. I'll find them.
Going in on this.
My blade will do the talking.
Maybe we can at least kill Wisp
No,
when he comes
no. I think we should just leave. This Dragon Knight's just sitting over there, so he's just gonna
I don't
tether.
think he has Dragon. I have a lot for you here.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
Dominating.
Oh,
We got 2 kills. That was pretty great, to be honest. I don't think we can kill him. I guess maybe if we do him, we could have a chance at it. Because I'm not level 6, so I can't do the slow that we need to kill him, I don't think.
I've never lost a mark. I'm not going to start now. This way.
Picking up this goddamn bounty. This wisdom run, dude.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
it would be so different if I just had Mr. Wizard Room.
Thanks, Dad, I think. Now we get the girl. I am level 6 now.
The chase is on. Unseen.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On the hunt.
Doom to mid. We don't, oh.
Killing spree.
Repositioning. Meet your maker. Over there. Is that a broken twig I spy?
Time to cut you off.
I follow the trail. Blending in. Stalking. Bountiful. My blade.
Killing our triangle, killing our Doom. I don't think there's anything to be done about it, really. Well, I guess we'll kill Wisp, though. He will also live. This is pretty scary. I don't know if I want to run through that. I'm doing it. Doing it for the Drag Gold.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
My blades will do the talking.
You really should look at your bottom tower. bottom tower is under attack.
My blades grow thirsty. Over there. I'm under attack.
It's out.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
Well.
Look at that. Radiant's courier.
Oh my Darius.
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
That sucked for couriers.
I'll find them.
Very risky.
A lead. Five enemies. You can't fight what you can't see. This way.
Their top tower is under attack.
It's really hard for me to not just go Octarine first item with how many chakras I wish I could cast.
I often do that. Because as I've mentioned before, I think he's a 0 item hero.
Yeah, but it's really nice to have like a Glimmer Cape or a Force Staff. It's like a laser.
Nah.
Will do the talking.
Eh?
Just wards. Wards Octarian.
Why is this man not devouring? He was just in a creep wave and Devour is off cooldown. There's like no consequence to doing it, right? Like, why wouldn't he just do it all the time? I clicked on him, I was like, oh, this would be sick. I could reduce the cooldown of Devour or something.
Five enemies, five.
Isn't a hero up here? Are you fine? We're taking him? I had a lot of... That was up.
Oh.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Let's heal.
Fuck this fucking Pang, by the way.
What'd you say?
I don't like our Pang earlier. He tipped me earlier because I wasn't at a fight because I TP'd, but it got canceled. So instead of running across the map, I just like tried to slow down Luna pushing the bottom tower.
Spectre has recovered because her ultimate is so broken, I think, so. We have track.
My blades grow thirsty.
Yeah, all 3 of those are tracked. That was pretty big.
Repositioning.
I feel like Pangolier players are just more toxic than the rest of players somehow. The toxic people are just drawn to the hero.
Quinn.
Yes.
Please give me a Philosopher's Stone. Oh, I didn't get one. Let's get it up.
My blades grow thirsty. Five enemies, five bounties. On the move.
Is that a relocate, or were they just both there?
They were just both there. I was dumb. But got another dust out of them.
It's true.
It's
Yeah,
a second dust in a row that's resulted in no deaths.
I follow the trail.
And it feels good because you know it's a little mental drain on the supports, right?
I know. I happen to play support sometimes, I'm aware.
I hate that I can't spam capture on my own outputs anymore.
Hank would maybe let me get like a little bit of money.
Bro, they are spamming these fucking sentries.
Wisdom Red and Doom, are you really gonna pick that up? You pick it up? Okay, you got it, let's go.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
I'm pretty upset if he got it, because he's like 3 levels ahead of me.
I'll find them.
Losing... We're not losing anything bottom, we don't even have a tier 2 there anymore. Lost so many of our buildings early.
Do the talking.
Staying in here.
Unstoppable!
Nice, good kill steal.
I follow the trail.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know who it is. It's annoying. I couldn't look at the map at the time.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. This way.
Just asking you to be a human being.
Fully on the range creep I was trying to deny.
I want this creep wave away from our tier 3!
Footprints.
Nonsense.
I'm not letting Luna get near my buildings!
That's fucking dumb idea. Whatever about that.
I know that, like, somewhere in this Pang's mind, he's like, these fucking supports are always pushing these lanes out, stealing this farm.
Like, I need this damn farm. It's good for me to get farm right now. It would really help our team.
Find them. Dead or alive, you're coming with me.
I mean, like, our team has, like, actual space to farm for some... Teammates are, like, fighting top, but I don't think we can help. Who's dead? You think? No, you're fine.
Bakiro and Luna are still bottom.
She's going
and
kinda,
with
she about to crit first.
Can't hide. My blades will do the talking.
What did he say?
I follow the trail. A lead.
Well, what did he say? Jesus.
Repeated your voice in an annoying way.
This way. Let me introduce you to my blade.
I don't know, man. The thing he just did there is like the actions of a 5-year-old.
Actually, what I can't handle is you throwing this whole fucking game and feeding.
Ownage.
Over there.
Ass.
My blades grow thirsty.
Real.
Precious blade. I'll find them. The chase is on. Is that a broken twig? But you can't see.
I think Luna just TP out.
Double kill.
I don't know, 2 track kills, I think.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Closing in.
I can't believe I didn't get that fucking creep.
Yes.
top tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand for
Let
this.
me introduce you to my blade.
If you can just avoid death for like a little bit, I'm coming through the. Never mind. Are we going? We can do it. Yeah, I honestly think I can end busy. Start channeling it.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, I don't know if I can really
No?
get up there. I'm far away from the way. On top of the push out.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
Wakanda now.
This winding road.
It looks like Dire fortified their structures.
That's her first recorded song in decades.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's middle
Because there's
tower
something fucky going on with the rights to her work. So she's just been in like this awful limbo for over a decade where she can't like release music. But I guess like Alan Wake is like some sort of loophole.
Love to see it.
Or something like along those lines.
Just gonna keep trying to make our building here. I might have like a vision here or something.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Like unkillable. To keep saving this fucking guy, dude. We managed to keep our racks somehow. A little surprised.
And it lives forever this road.
They kept going on Pang when they should have gone in on me, I think.
Killing spree.
I'm dead, I guess. Yules?
I should have started running towards you a little bit earlier. I could have saved you.
At least I don't think we're gonna lose a building for it. We do have buyback. I do. Okay, we are gonna lose a building for it
You really
because
need to do
it was
something
annoying.
about your middle barracks. Radiant have fortified
Is anyone
their
gonna go
structures.
stop that? Was I wrong for not just buying back one hero hitting our building? I hate carries, man.
Okay, maybe they were right.
Risk.
My blades will do the talking. My blades grow thirsty.
We got him off of our base. We killed Luna and like not just
Alright,
Aegis.
so everyone knows, when I make you invis, if you attack out of it, you stun. And also in one level, you're gonna take 30% less damage. So just try to keep that in mind, but it's also like a lot to keep track of in a fight. So.
Sekiro alone? Oh, 2 of them are dead. We should have just rolled Spectre ult with that nerd. What would he do?
Yes. A lead. VE. On the hunt. Dead or alive, you're coming.
Light is a poisonous dart.
What?
One of the lyrics in the song.
You can't fight what you can't see.
Hooray.
Are we gonna take a tier 1 tower?
I think that there's a lot of them down here, so be careful.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
And some say that it loops forever.
Positioning.
Gotta get the fucking chakra magic cooldown talent now.
I'll find them.
Someone's gotta deal with mid.
I can go do it, but
On the hunt.
just got it. I can refresh both at the same time.
Over there.
Oh, fuck.
A lead.
You leaving?
Not yet. I follow the trail.
Feeling this?
You're invis.
Real? That was a pretty big win, I think.
Do you see my sick fucking... I'm so good at this hero.
Well, I refreshed your cooldowns during that fight, and it was kind of crazy, I think.
It's so cool slinging out invises, man. It's like it's a different glimmer.
Bashman Glimmer Cape. Oh, this item sucks. I hate having to buy it all again. Bash on Bounty Hunter with his Glimmer. I love this shit. I love it. I live for it.
It's cool! You think it's cool too, shut up.
It is cool, but it's just a little funny when we just compare the two. It's place Glimmer Cape, place Bounty Hunter.
They wouldn't dare.
Place Japan image. I don't think he's living, boys. You are living a long time. So Jakiro has eggs.
I didn't think that Tang was gonna come in. I thought I was just gonna die and that was gonna be that, right?
I'm gonna run away.
I would have run up. I would have run up. You're running into another hero.
But they go into this fucking hole here, but my buttons went wrong. They don't know I'm here. No, I'm here. You can fly. Got back too because our fucking Spectre got caught that one time. Listen, Spectre, you say we need to fight together, but you're the one that wasn't there, I don't think. Well, I think we just lose now, actually. 'Cause she's just gonna kill our Ancient. There's like nothing we can do about it. Very lame. I wish heroes at 35 minutes were not so capable of taking Ancient. Also, I'm pretty upset that I died there, because if I had run into the spot that I clicked and TP'd like I wanted to, I would not have died. I'd be able to
We actually
delay
just
here.
lost to a Luna.
Yeah. I don't know, I think Doom players are just the worst at playing Doom.
I think that these two definitely lost us the game. They played like such babies.
I pretty much like carried this Tang, and then he just him going in there and dying. Like he could have left. He could have TP'd out. Would have been so easy for him to do it. Reporting quits.
Is Pang still typing?
I don't know. I muted him after he was extra friend.
Bro, I got the one token I wasn't going for.
I don't know. I've played like 3 games of Coddle, but I just keep losing, even though I feel like I'm playing well. I never get the teleporting token that I need. And like a nuker token 3 times in a row. I don't know. Doom players are so bad at laning. Let's go Devour and Blade.
Alright, do you have any time?
No.
Alright.
Why?
I just wanted to go into the next sector a little bit.
No, it's not
So
happening.
Utsumi and I had stuff to grind. I want us to make a survival craft. Obviously, not first. You know, obviously we should maybe get the first game done before talking about like the 6th game. But
Okay.
I'll get back. I'm gonna go check on Utsumi because I think that she went downstairs because it's hot instead of just asking me to make it less hot, like I've told her to do. This me making a playlist entirely comprised of songs about roads.
Is it 7 versions of the Winding Road?
No. Also features this train.
Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
So I've been trying to find some uses for like some of the resources because
Life at
we've
Gage
got like an
is
abundance
so
of
it's
some of them,
important
right?
to remember that resting is key to staying
I made
in
you a
good
lot
health.
of grinder discs.
Simply taking
Let's
a
go.
moment to sit down, even
I made you a.
will give you the energy
I
to
made
You get like
you.
10 like per rebar.
No, you don't.
resting in any form helps
Oh, you
to
do.
promote
It's something
healing.
like that.
Lying down
Every time you craft one, you get 10.
optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition.
I scrapped my lead vest!
Is vital to an effective and valuable member of the team at the Gage Cascade Research
Bro,
Facility.
tell me we've got a spare.
Sure, we probably do. There might be one in the cabinet next to the repair bench or
I
something.
do,
that's
I
pretty
do.
broken.
We had a spare. I think those are actually like limited.
I'm pretty sure I saw some spawn in the area with the train, but I'm not sure.
The lead vest?
I thought so. I swear
No,
I've seen those somewhere.
Definitely not the train.
spawns.
Sitsumi and I
There might be
just.
one in the whatever it's called, the place with the big guys.
Sitsumi and I just cleared the train, so it's definitely not there.
Just missed him.
I mean, what if we just took a little dip into the new area? I said,
Yeah,
Itsumi,
if
what
you
if we just took a little dip into the new area?
And I'm honestly probably gonna like play the game again. So if I miss stuff, like I don't mind.
Are you gonna play it alone?
I've heard that it's like a completely different game if you play it alone, and it's kind of like a survival horror game if you play alone. So I'm kind of interested if that's like true.
That is not what I've heard.
What have you heard?
I've heard that you have to do some serious editing of the world to make it playable.
Really?
Yes.
Is it just because there's like too many enemies to deal with, or what?
It's like it's a lot of things. Like you only have one inventory.
This is true. You only have one inventory, unless I mean you get a cart.
Well, yeah, but like there's a lot of times where the cart's not very good.
Dude, they need to let you hire scientists to help you.
Utsumi! My briefcase is gone. Because we saved and quit, and I think it despawned. Also, enemies just take way too long to kill in single player.
I do think that should maybe like scale a little or something. Like I don't know, like you know, like maybe the enemies are too weak if there's 6 of you, but if there's 1 of you, it's like really hard to kill them sometimes. I think it's like fine for like the dogs and the head crab replacement, but the marines, they got too much health, I feel like.
Sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any way helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal.
And then, really, enemies and some of that other stuff are like pretty big ones that I've seen several people kind of being like, it's miserable to play solo.
Miserable? I don't know, the opposite, but...
It's harder to think about now because we have actual backpacks.
This is true. Probably a struggle without the backpack.
Right? But think
Hopefully
about
it's
like
slower
back when we had like the makeshift or the normal backpack, right? And think
Right,
about
like to get like the military backpack or the rat pack, you just need to like go finish that like first portal world, right? Then that guy will start spawning, won't he?
yeah, but think about how it's hard for me to
Biggest
kill them.
roadblock there is you have to kill robots to get to that guy.
And also, then you have to kill the guys reliably.
Yeah, but you know like exactly where he spawns, and we could just put shock traps like literally there.
He's treating him like a goddamn animal.
He's an animal. He's a rat. I think you can game. I think honestly you just abuse the shock traps a lot. Like, think about it. They don't, like, despawn or anything. They recharge by themselves. What's stopping you from just putting them, like, literally all over the map? Other than, like, resources.
Resources.
If you can get into that first, like, area, that's renewable computers there, and I think they only take computer parts. I think there's gaming potential there.
Are we sure that shock traps do damage?
I don't know. I don't have any way to tell either. If they don't do damage, they should do damage.
One of the, like, the big pluses I've seen people say about Solo is that, like, water and food are a lot easier.
This is true. But if I play solo, I won't have an Itsumi to make all the food for me.
That is part of the downside. Also, I think skills are a nightmare in Solo.
I think if you just go the crafting thing, kind of.
Yeah, but then your ass is not getting soup. I believe that soup is like a cooking higher up.
I mean, you do have to cook something, so eventually you'll get soup.
Yeah, but I think that there's like a big XP generation mismatch on a lot of... Like every time you pick up a plant, you get 100 XP.
That's a little insane. I think there was a bug early on where you could fail to pick up a plant and it would still give you XP.
That thing that they fixed literally last night.
Saw that and I was like, that's pretty crazy. You could probably just sit there and spam E. Max out your level.
Yeah, you'd only have to press E 200 times.
It's not really like nothing.
Yeah, I know.
Any form helps to promote
So easy.
physical condition. Getting adequate rest.
Me having to fucking remake my briefcase because it's like the only thing.
At the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
I need solder for this?
Does that mean you have to go to the blacksmith?
No, we make solder.
Oh.
Nature calls.
Construction is like the worst one, but I mean honestly, with the knowledge that you can use these crates and like they're not garbage, I think that eases some of the construction. Right, because like those first crates you can make are just horrendous. They're just so fucking
But I mean, I
bad.
guess if you just like run around and deconstruct everything, you'll probably get like some file cabinets out of it.
I don't think
you don't have to worry about like, oh no, I don't have enough file cabinets, because you know eventually you will get to craft good storage.
Yes, but also the deconstruction rate is super bad for a lot of the early levels. I'm at a point now where I get them 40% of the time, I think. And that's, like, acceptable, I guess, but it's still pretty bad.
If you take the construction perk, you get, like, a little bit of a head start, at least. The construction perk is also the crafting perk.
No, it's not. Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is now. It didn't used to be.
No, Itsumi.
Do we have military meal?
Military?
Meal?
Oh, I don't think we have any military FREs. MREs.
Yeah, I usually just kind of eat those to heal because I'm usually fighting
They don't
military
heal.
dudes when I find them.
They don't heal you though.
They heal you a little, I think.
No, they don't.
I'm pretty sure drinking water and eating food starts you to heal a little. Whenever I do it,
Oh,
I
right
look
here,
at my
it's
health bar and I see it go, it gives me a green arrow.
You just have a green arrow as long as you have, like, a modicum of food
I don't
and
always have a
water.
green arrow.
Well, that's just because you don't take care of yourself.
If I don't go
What the
soon,
fuck?
horrible things will happen.
Helps to promote healing. Lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
I also don't know what the updated screwdriver does differently at all.
But assume it's faster, but like I don't really know why you care about that. My assumption is that eventually there's gonna be things you can place that need like a stronger screwdriver, but I don't know. I kind of wish there was more of a use for screwdrivers because they don't decay and we have 500 of them.
So it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need.
I'm hoping that they add, like, a lot more levels to all the stats, because, like, I don't know, this doesn't really feel correct for a full game, like, where things are. But I don't just want them to be like, alright, we'll just make it take longer to get XP.
No, I think they just need to add more skills and more levels. Maybe, like, just add, like, more little passive effects in between the other ones.
Out of bad sustenance soup.
Sus?
What is sustenance soup? Whoa!
Life at Gate can be
You gain accuracy and reloading XP more quickly.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be able to fucking shoot real guns. Really what I need is a fucking skill that your legs don't break all the time. There is. It's called Fortify. Fortitude. But I mean, you gotta hit level 10 of it. And
A lot of damage you have to take.
Yeah, I'm 1/6 of the way there.
I mean, I guess you could just, you know, set up the Tesla trap, put your healing briefcase under yourself. Or zapping.
the gun. Reporting no target.
This guy, when somebody else got shot, ah, sorry, I couldn't find the target. Me when I shoot him, what the fuck, there he is! Oh, how funny how it's different when it's you, when you're the one getting shot, huh? Gotta be careful with the fucking briefcase, though, by the way, because, heals them.
Heals enemies, too. That's pretty funny.
Stop teleporting. Buff the forklift. Also, that person who was sitting underneath the forklift room, they're dead.
When that guy is just dead?
Yeah.
I don't know, I wish we could, like, save the scientist.
Oh. Ah!
Reloading. Find cover.
The drop rate on fucking the flashlights though, too fucking low. If the drop rate's gonna be that low, they need to buff the fucking flashlight. Like the headlamp, I mean.
Look, what's this? Here we go. Receding.
Hello, Edginston.
Receding. Regio, again. Reloading. And protect you.
Why do you need the MREs, dude, Simi?
Because the concept.
Oh. No, I did not. Like, basically, I said goodnight, and then Itsumi and I passed out. Do you have a crazy run?
Adversary. Your time will...
See, that's one of the nice things about Slice and Dice, is I feel like, you know, I've done a number of runs. I still feel like I get runs where I'm like, I gotta tell somebody.
Replenishing. Ignis pillar. Vamos, buddy.
What were you telling me about virtual yesterday, Jensen? Were you talking about him starting Dip Dive? I don't remember the name of the map. Deep Dip, yeah. I was watching the video, you know, that he put out a couple of days ago. Which is why I didn't really understand what you were fucking talking about at the time. But now I do. What a cool map. Yeah, they released a third map. The first one took him 3 hours, the second one took him, what was it, like 80? And then the third map just came out, I thought. Oh. Take off the suit. Take off your helmet. Okay. Your face actually... Oh, you changed it again. Cringe.
What? No one cares. Because you don't even look at my face.
What the fuck? What are you saying over there? Do I need to turn off the stream? We need to have a talk?
Demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying.
Look, I even made the thing so you can change your face. Up here. She doesn't get why it's funny, man. It just look like your character, yeah, big peepee head energy.
On peepee head energy.
Like let me change my face to it, Utsumi, and then look into my fucking eyes. Just look at me. Doesn't he look so sad? It's so funny. What were the tiny gears and shit used for? Tiny gears, silver chain.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health.
The silver chain's gotta be for like
Taking a
the
moment to sit down, even on the floor,
trinkets
will give you the
that we can
energy
make
boost
now.
you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
What are tiny gears for?
Maybe it's a thing we haven't discovered yet.
I don't like that.
Life at Gate can
Don't give me a material and then nothing to make it with.
Like, probably like right about to go into an area that gives us
taking a
more shit.
moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy
No!
boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Really wish we could get more of these gaseous vent things. Gaseous nest.
You mean the jumpers?
Yeah.
I don't know how we get those.
We don't, I don't think. It wasn't in a world.
Oh, I missed that. I'm wearing a helmet, but I'm wearing a glove.
Yeah.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting.
Sprinting level 10! Now I just move faster.
Will give you the energy boost.
Yo, I'm zooming.
While resting in any form helps. Getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
You can't eat me. Alright, Chancey, you're not allowed to eat the MREs anymore.
Why not?
Because Utsumi uses them for cooking.
What do they turn into?
Better food. Better soup that makes us reload and accuracy learn better.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that.
It's like, fine, I guess.
I shoved some more MREs into my
No.
My.
Don't snake post.
I'm eating MREs. I got a snake post.
Ooh my.
Lying down.
What does he say when he wants another one, Utsumi? Snake.
Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive.
He's like, he shouts something when he's like, "Give me another."
Oh, I'm staying right here. Anything else is crazy. If the portal system is malfunctioned, there's no telling what could have found its way into the facility.
Oh.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team.
I now understand why you would want to craft paper.
Life at Gate can be...
Oh my god, I didn't lose my briefcase. It was just in my inventory.
Oh.
But its symbol doesn't look like a briefcase, okay?
What does it look like?
It looks like a fucking computer.
Oh.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful
Adversa. Find cover. Seek shelter.
There's just like this room that whenever I go into it, like a million military guys come out.
Admobile.
Oh, the military guys will fight the robot.
Yeah. Be careful not to get too close, or the robot will suddenly decide it doesn't give a shit that it's getting shot at, and it'll just kind of follow you around.
So true.
Robot does win that fight.
Admobile. Replenishing. Reloading. Jagd Grenade.
Gonna make sure you look for the ghosts. Bro, there's so much chaos.
I'm happy there's infighting in the game, like in Half-Life. They, wanted to make the game a little bit like Half-Life. I can't believe it.
You know the medics will actually heal the other guys?
Kinda nice. Put a little opposing force in your game.
Whoa! Thank you.
Parma, there's no one here.
Warning. The safety rating of this sector is now 4. Please exit this sector. Main surface.
Man, he fucked these military dudes up.
The robot?
Yeah.
They should make it so we can, like, mind control the robot for, like, a little bit. Like a device, you throw it on him and he follows you for a while.
I'd have to make him weaker or something.
I like it like a timed thing.
Bro.
You know, like make it
he
cost,
just
like,
killed like 6 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair.
At once.
It's just letting balance get in the way of fun.
Listen, there are some things that you kind of like. If you saw what I just saw, where if you heard their screams, man.
So those guys are trying to kill me. They deserve to scream.
Yikes. You know what? That group of people is trying to take over the world. We should put them in.
Alright, hold on.
Oh, all of a sudden, what Chance has said doesn't seem morally justified.
I'm gonna make some food.
Threat in sight. Target. Zulu's hick.
Are you gonna go to the train? Simi, what is this posture? Relax, girl.
Energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
We going new area?
Yeah, I think we'll go check out the new area a little bit.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Yes, you can. Well, then bring the briefcase in. I just used it as some time to just bring some of that stuff back right now. Since you're coming back to base anyway, right?
Saturday.
I wish there was a better way to get over to that one. I wanted to make like a bridge so that we could just walk between the two trams, but it seems that they don't want us to do that.
I may soon need the facilities.
I may soon need the facilities.
No, you don't.
I say to Chancer, leaning in really close.
I don't like that.
Alright, I cleared them all out for you. There's a ton of loot over here. So, leaving a lot of that to you. Time long.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility. Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
The train must roll on, yes.
Oh, Jesus.
No matter what, I cannot rest.
I hear him all the way over
stop.
here.
Oh, we know what will happen.
You hear what?
What we feared for so
Oh,
long.
it's him. He
all
talked
these
to the
years.
guy on the
We
train.
cannot stop. Must keep going.
Hearing him from another damn dimension.
For the furniture, if you want it, I'll come and get it.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Happened, and because it was so overwhelmingly good, the only way to compete became using pre-existing brands like Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. We're going to use the campaign as a framework to look at everything about this game, its story, systems, mechanics, quirks, and design decisions that made it stand out as one of the most impactful strategy games ever released. And there's no requirement to know any Warcraft lore. I will make sure to give a brief overview when anything from a previous game in the series pops up. And yeah, we'll talk about Reforged. Let's begin. The campaign opens with a raven flying towards the throne room of the Kingdom of Lordaeron, where King Tyrannus Menethil is meeting with his advisors. The orcs have escaped from their internment camps and are amassing, while the Northlands are beset by a plague. As the advisors argue about which is more important, the raven lands, morphing into a man who gives a warning. Humanity is in peril, the world is on the brink of war, and the only salvation is to go west to the continent Parliament of Kalimdor. The king fairly reasonably has the rambling prophet removed from his court, but only after he issues a warning. If the king isn't willing to deal with this crisis, someone else will be found to do it. The scene then shifts to a small human encampment where Uther the Lightbringer, a legendary hero from Warcraft 2, greets the newly arriving paladin and main character of this campaign, Prince Arthas
Uther is
Menethil.
in Warcraft 2?
Uther is in Warcraft 2.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility. Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor.
Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor.
While resting in any form
Repeat the
helps to
TV.
promote healing.
What? What's up? What's wrong?
Coming abiotic propaganda.
Getting adequate rest is vital.
It's not propaganda, they're just looking out for you!
Member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research.
They're looking out for me. They wouldn't have let these aliens out. They definitely did that on purpose.
You can't prove that in a court of law.
Can't, because I'm trapped in a facility.
I kill Chancer.
What the fuck? He just kills me?
I'm Boeing posting.
Oh, Boeing post. Can't believe a second one, man. That's so fucking
I think a third one may have, by the way.
What? There's no way.
I'm on my way, it's in me.
No, it says there was a second one recently. There can't be a third one.
Can't?
They can't do it three. They can't murder 3 people, 2 of them in like the same week.
Can't?
Can't. If they do that, we need to send the... I don't know, somebody needs to be sent to prison for a very, very long time.
What?
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, who's doing it? Is it like the entire company?
There's no way it's the actions of one person.
I don't know. It's like, why isn't the government doing anything about this?
Because, like, I think the biggest problem is what do they do? Do they go to the person that supplies them with, like, the largest number? It's not even just planes. Boeing is, like, one of
them, like, literally just get away with murder. That's
Can't?
too far, even for our government that loves its corporation. That's too far.
I don't think I'm gonna make it. I think I'm just barely. Maybe I can make it. What do you think happens if you jump off on the tram? Damn, I didn't make it. Means I came all this way for fucking nothing.
Arthas was deployed to help Uther deal with the orc threat, and immediately the game does a great job at building a rapport between these two.
Father still hopes your patience and experience might rub off on me.
It is a father's right to dream, isn't it?
Arthas reports a nearby orc encampment, and the experienced Uther
It is a
to
father's
attack
right to dream, isn't it?
Just like listening to Warcraft 3?
If I were, that would be based.
What are you doing?
I'm watching some guy's 4.5-hour video essay about Warcraft 3. Campaign a masterpiece or overrated? Because they start with the video with like, you know, like RTSs were coming out pretty crazy back then. And then they got real quiet after this one dropped.
Did get real quiet.
And it's like, yeah, it's because they, like, honestly, I think a lot of people were like, how do we compete with that?
Yeah.
Why are you question marking me, Jensen?
Lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team.
Leaving the town defense up to the prince. And with that said, we get into play.
But can ads on Twitch just like not have music in them?
But for now, I'm going to ignore all of them and gush about how
I feel like most of the time they choose
I always look at tutorials to understand
not
exactly how a game is expecting a player to interact with it. Warcraft 3 hits all of the core strategy ideas, but adds an immense focus on exploration. Right as I start following the road, a pair of children just happen to be running around, the first NPC movement we've seen in the game, so it's natural to follow. Doing so leads to some villagers with giant exclamation points over their head. The leftmost guy gives a voice line about joining us, and the woman on the right starts a side quest about gnolls in the forest who've kidnapped little Timmy. So we begin our first side quest. It's important to note that this isn't normal in real-time strategy. In almost every previous game, maps were not lovingly handcrafted aspects of the experience, but utilitarian. The objective would be eliminate enemies or get from point A to point B, and that would be it. You're not intended to explore.
That's not
in its earliest
true.
moments, Warcraft 3 establishes that, yeah, you have to go to the town of Strombrad, but then it very clearly uses the tone of the dialogue to show some pals laughing together, implying that this goal is important but not urgent. With that tension diffused, a simple patrol path pulls you into the side objectives, teaches you how they work, and doesn't need a tutorial voiceover explaining how bonus objectives are good. It's all so natural. After rescuing Timmy and being rewarded an item for Arthas, we continue down the road, and in case the player missed the first queue, another event happens. Some bandits steal this farmer's ledger and asks us to retrieve it. After slaying the bandits and returning the ledger, Arthas is rewarded again, and we head to town. And maybe rushing would have been in Arthas's best interests because it's already under attack. The sacking of Strombrad is where the tension of the mission rises. We now have to defeat the raiding orcs, but the game does another clever thing here. The town is not linear, but instead is built out of a few branching paths to explore. There are 3 allied footmen pinned down by some orcs to the left, and to the north are some enemies and a box that contains a potion reward for clearing the area. The game has taken that initial teaching of exploration being the goal and expanded on it, showing the player that it is important not only during downtime, but during combat too. As we approach the orcish slave master, he carts off his prisoners and we move in to engage. The fight here is very simplistic. The slave master has decent statistics but doesn't do anything special, and after he falls, the remaining residents thank Prince Arthas and he's called off to Uther's camp to take the fight to the orcs. As Arthas meets up with Uther, 2 of the paladin's best knights return from the orcish encampment. It did not go well for them, and Arthas is pissed.
Then let's get in there and destroy the beasts.
Remember, Arthas, we are paladins.
But Uther talks him down, reminds him that paladins are not tools of vengeance, but does allow him to lead the assault against the orcs. Before we can attack, we need to build up a base. Warcraft 3 has a pretty simple resource system. Workers can mine gold and chop trees for lumber. Gold mines can only have a certain number of workers on them, while any number can harvest lumber. Our first objective is to build 2 farms and increase our supply, build a barracks to train units, and then make 6 footmen. The mission is very focused about what it wants to teach the player. In this case, basic production. The enemy orcs do attack, but the mission starts the player with 2 pairs of scout towers that can be upgraded to powerful defensive guard towers, and an AI-controlled Uther who is immensely powerful, outclassing anything that the orcs can send. It does a great job at making the mission feel alive,
I remember
but
when
at the
I
same
was
time,
young,
you aren't scared of dying as you learn the ropes.
One of those guard towers actually fucking died in the second mission, man. And looking back on it now, I'm like, how the fuck did I let how did one of the towers die? How does that happen?
Don't they?
Yeah, but like, you've got 2 towers against 2 grunts and a headhunter, and in Uther, level 10 paladin will go over 2.
Yeah, but sometimes Uther's a little slow to react.
Oh, it's in me! It's in me! Kinda neat. Simi and I were on the 2 separate trams, but we came back at the same time, so we saw each other for a bit. I love that Itsumi holds out the SMG like she can use it.
Life at Gage can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Alrighty, Timmy. I want to go do a little bit of the new area. So let me know when you're ready. I said a little. We're just going to try to take a peek inside.
Once I have a few footmen, this feeling of safety helps empower me to go explore. I head out, find some gnolls, and the orcs end up counterattacking me right as I leave. But the towers combined with Uther means it's okay. The player isn't punished for going out and doing things. As I continue exploring and find a few murlocs, my 6th footman finishes and we get a cutscene. The orcish leader comes to taunt Uther. Soon demons will rain from the sky once again, and to appease them, the Blade Master starts sacrificing captives from the previous mission. The orcs have to be stopped. At this point, I've explored the north and I have a few footmen, but if I want to fight the Blade Master, I'm gonna need some more firepower. To the right of my base is an armory hosting Farinor Steeltoe, a dwarf who invites us to join the hunt against a drake named Cyranox in exchange for some fiery enchantments. He also gives us some riflemen to help out in the quest. Both footmen and riflemen are very simple. The armored guy with a shield is pretty bulky, and the guy with a gun does a lot of damage at a range. They make a great team, and we easily punch through Cyranox's forces. But uh-oh, a pretty big orc raid hit me while I was away.
Oh, never mind. I understand how I lost towers. They said fucking raiders!
This heat, I'm distinctly deliquescent.
Yours is in one of the filing cabinets.
But it's fine. Uther's AI is actually pretty good, and not only does he slap enemies around, but he'll heal my forces as well. He's a really great addition to the mission. Once we return to the dwarves with the Drake's Heart, we get an orb of fire, allowing Arthas to do a bit of area damage with his attacks, and now it's time to push the Blade Master. The path to him is actually fairly clear and avoids the orc base completely. He doesn't have any allies mucking up the fight and instead acts as a tutorial on heroes. Specifically, how you really need to respect enemy heroes. He uses mirror image to create fake copies of himself, critical strike to deal massive bursts of damage, and the ultimate Blade Storm that deals ridiculous area damage over a few seconds. The fight is
I've got different difficulties. He might be a different level.
Makes things easier, and if you're
on hard, I've definitely seen him use Blade Storm. It's a real run away and wait for it to end kind of situation.
That's crazy. She gets lost.
You didn't say where we going.
I said we're going to the new area.
Yeah,
You know, all you have to do is follow. Alright, let's go. Actually, let's go this way. You really need to find a toilet.
But do you?
As Candy said, the ground is just another toilet.
Is that what he says?
Are you sure about this, Abe?
Of course I'm sure, Janet.
Do you remember the pocket dimension? I remember the pocket dimension.
This is completely different. We're fighting fire with fire. Mance never let me try this, but if I can just bootstrap the neural array, I should be able to... Aha! Oh no. Janet!
Oh my god, it's loose.
Run, Janet.
Unbelievable.
I don't have plastic.
This is Dr. Mance. If you had asked me 5 years ago what our chances of using the perforation system as a stable travel network were, I would have assumed I was talking to an imbecile. Today, such a network seems within our grasp. The T3 unit, or the Dark Lens, they're calling it, has proven exceptionally successful. There are few places on Earth we cannot access under stable conditions. And finally, we can create those stable conditions. In theory. I would say our ambitions have extended far beyond their
Scratching my back?
Far beyond.
Oh, okay. So apparently we're gonna strap teleporters to the tiny enemies.
Interesting.
Head crab things?
Yeah.
Sounds like an interesting choice.
What? What? What are you talking about? No. Sumi's going crazy.
Oh.
IS-091 is the most intense AV candidate we've ever encountered. Despite its appearance, it's a transcorporeal entity of some kind, invulnerable to any of the physical deterrents we've tested so far. Walls, doors, shielding, they do nothing to impede it. Intriguingly, it only appears to a single viewer at one time. Dr. Stern has that dubious honor. He identified it in the field and then followed him back here. Began materializing in the facility, looking for him like a lost puppy.
Nature calls.
I'm not going through that.
Oh, that's chicken.
Where are you going? Yeah, I see you. But where are you going? Oh. Oh, this is backwards. Oh, you're looking for my poop? Then you're right, it is back here. Let's see. Oh, that's you. I was like, wait, there's a person here! I have been told that I've lost my goddamn mind for being like, yeah, I think we're probably done with Helldivers, but I won't refund it.
I mean, you can't refund it. It was gifted to you.
Well, that's true. I wouldn't refund it if I bought it over this.
Well, who said you lost your mind?
Someone in NL's Discord.
Oh. Was it because you're not refunding it, or because we're done with it?
Because we're done with it over giving them an email.
Yeah. I'm not exactly done with it until like they actually force me to do it. Maybe I'll play like a little more before, because you know we got like a month until they actually start enforcing that. I don't know. The developers are not very good at making their game that is hugely successful, like, you know, not...
Also, I'm going backwards, I'm going back home. We got a couple of things to craft, but I don't want to do too much of that, Chancellor.
It really just... the developers are not so good at, like, giving me faith that they're gonna make their game better. Like, really bad at that.
Say,
I don't know why.
I am feeling a bit under the weather.
I don't know, a lot of the discourse I've seen for, like, you know, like, Sony is kind of, like, taking the blame for, like, a lot of this, as they should, but, like, it also kind of seems like the developers are not exactly innocent in that. Because it seems like they might have been too lazy to make a system that just uses Steam IDs to ban people, too. Somehow they need the PSN thing. I guess making it a banning system is simply too difficult.
I recommend not going further. You are... I'm sorry, you're so bad with directions. How do you, like, literally not realize that you've never seen what you're seeing? Left. Right.
I definitely wouldn't, like, feel the same way I did about the PSN stuff if I liked the game more, I think.
Yes.
Because I do like the game.
But I don't,
it's just
like,
they keep
love it.
fucking it up. I don't know, like... I feel like the game is not getting better, it's getting worse.
That shit gave me some mad radiation poisoning.
Oh.
Ooh!
Life at
Come out,
Gage
come out.
can be demanding,
Look at me.
It's important to remember that
Look at the-
resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility. Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Oof, I can feel my proteins denaturing.
Oh, this person, I was like, you know, it's like, I think it's fine to have, like, opinions either way about it, just, like, don't be, like, an asshole to other people, right? And this person was like, you know what, you're right, I'm sorry. And I'm like, I didn't mean you! You've been insanely, like, reasonable in the whole conversation where you're like, oh, you know, I don't really know the whole situation, but here's how it makes me feel. Correct me if I'm wrong, like, you know, maybe I have some of the information wrong. And then they're like, I'm sorry, I was an asshole. It's like, no, you actually have, like, the most reasonable and well-balanced take in a lot of the conversation. And they're like, yeah, I know.
Be sorry.
They're like, but I still gotta apologize. I'm like, for what? What did you do? What did you do? I'm taking your apology back.
Unapologizing for him.
People are like starting to turn this into like an anti-PC gamer thing, and it's like, I think it's really based that PC gamers will push back on a lot of this shit, because I think that too often people just roll over and then like we slowly, you know, not to make it like
Not only are
grand.
they rolling over, they're like calling us like the worst just for like not rolling over.
I mean, they're just
So
fucking,
weird.
they're bootlickers right now.
They really are.
It's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health.
So, I don't know, it's such a weird thing to just defend like Sony over this.
Will give you the energy boost.
Like, even if like, oh, it's so easy, yeah, it's like, but it's like completely unnecessary.
The game has been
There's no
functioning.
reason for this to happen.
The games online and all that has been functioning perfectly fine for the past like 2
I was
months.
gonna say perfectly fine.
Is vital to being a productive productive
Without any fucking problems we have, but I don't think the PSN is gonna fix that.
Right, so it's like, what benefit does this offer us? None. Alright, then why do I want to do it? Ludwig just put out a video about this, and he basically talks about that, where he's like, the game, you know, is broken, but, like, they turned this off to help the situation. So now we're turning it back on for what? And he goes, it's for money. It's someone somewhere is getting a bag, and it doesn't impact. It only impacts us as a consumer as an inconvenience. So why should we?
I feel my proteins.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just right. Like we gain nothing. They lied. They tried to like pass it off like, oh, this will help security. It's like, oh,
life at Gage can be demanding.
Why the fuck do I have the kernel level anti-cheat if you need the PSN to ban people?
Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing,
but I didn't realize how heated this whole fucking conversation gets people, man. It's crazy.
I don't know. Like I don't really get why like there's so many Sony defenders. Like,
I think it's less Sony defenders and more Helldiver defenders. Also, Kiki Hime just put out a music video.
Who's Kiki? Is that Kiara?
Yes, that is the Phoenix.
What? Is she just releasing music? He did indeed do that.
She's so tall.
It's a little funny because her model is like one of the taller ones in HoloLive.
I'm not.
What if like Gura has like the smallest VTuber model, but she's actually just like 6 feet tall?
No, she's
I want
actually.
that to happen.
She's actually tiny.
She's actually tiny.
If it gets any colder, I may.
That is the case for one of them. I can't remember who.
Taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you
I mean, Noelle's tits are larger than her models.
While resting
okay,
that's healing, lying down for a short nap.
Too strong.
Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
I just realized that all those crafting recipes we just unlocked, Itsumi, they all require some crafting recipe we didn't unlock. No!
Your army dies, he won't regenerate very much.
I don't know. Like a lot of the people that like defend this thing or like, you know, complain about the complainers, they kind of like just make like bad arguments. They're like, oh, well, when you install the Master Chief Collection, like you make a Microsoft account, and it's like, well, yeah, but they didn't wait 3 months to make me do that. Also, like, I also don't like to do it there.
Yeah, like.
If I had my way, I would not have to do that.
It's different when Microsoft made the damn game.
This is true as well.
I don't look at it and go like, oh, like this is 343's game that Microsoft let them make. No, Microsoft owns their asses.
This is true. No, apparently Sony does own the Helldivers IP for some reason. They don't own Arrowhead Studios, which is really weird to me because I thought they also made the first game.
They did also make the first game. Did they
just get like hired to make this thing that they don't own, or what's even going on?
Also, Itsumi, the train has respawned. As of all of the worlds betwixt
Heroes
Also,
are
like,
a very
honestly,
important
it's
aspect.
hard for like Microsoft to look like good, but they look better than Sony a lot of the time.
Like almost always.
It's kind of ridiculous. Like, how are you letting Microsoft like be better than you?
Like, you realize you're losing to the company that constantly tells me like, hey, you need to upgrade to our new OS. And I'm like, fuck off. Although I do need to do that because end of life.
Dude, 11 sounds like I've heard nothing good about Windows 11.
Taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you.
I have heard anyone say
and
anything
much
good about
more
it.
than just powerful units. Once the Blade Master is felled, Uther reassures Prince Arthas that the demon talk is just hokey old religion for orcs, a threat that was defeated long ago. Unfortunately for everyone involved, this game is called Warcraft 3 Reign of Chaos, so it's not exactly hiding from the player the fact that, yeah, demons are gonna be falling from the sky.
Unfortunately, this game is titled Warcraft 3 The Reign of Chaos, so Uther's reassurance is that it's just old kooky orc religion is lost on the player. Actually, what the Blade Master says is wrong. He is just wrong. That is just stupid orc religion of the old ways.
Sacrificing people to the demons.
Yeah. That has, like, nothing to do with what happens.
Yeah.
This motherfucker's just wrong. That's not how it works.
It's a little funny. Like, it's just like a coincidence that like the demons come back after he does that. I don't know. Like, what if he actually did affect the demons?
Apparently, Kendrick and fucking Drake are having like a war right now.
I saw that going on Twitter, and I just kind of was like, I don't know anything about these two people.
I can't fucking escape it. Apparently.
What do you mean?
People just keep talking about it everywhere I fucking go.
I don't really listen to the rap, so I just like don't hear it anywhere.
I did the thing, everybody. I broke both my fucking legs.
He's always breaking his legs, dude.
If Chancer needs what?
One time.
Chancer's not gonna be on for like many hours. You mean like real life food?
Probably because if you said I'm gonna make good and you said we waiting chances.
Oh no, Chancer has shit to do today. It's not a Chancer.
For another like 2 or 3 hours.
Alright. Fuck, I don't have any of my shit that I need to fix my legs on this tram, only on the other tram.
The Prophet pleads with Archmage Antonidas. Maybe he will take the humans east to Kalimdor. But the Sorcerer is not buying it, and the Prophet departs before Jaina Proudmoore reveals
Antonidas
herself
is
to
also
the
in Warcraft 2, I
The Wizards then discuss the Northland Plague and how
Basically, a lot of Warcraft 3 is like, the old guard are too set in their ways.
It's kind of true.
Except for, you know, obviously, Orc Jesus! Orc Jesus! No, because Grom!
Yeah, Grom changes, though. He was set in his old ways, but he, you know, lived long enough to realize that was wrong.
Warcraft 3 is so beautiful, man.
Kinda is.
I really wish that we had continued along, like, its story, instead of,
Oh,
wow.
You mean you wish they didn't just, like, make another, like, MMO and then just kind of kill all the characters for no reason?
Yeah, and then also just, like
Karen
ignore...
Bonov just dying suddenly, because I guess he gets assassinated in a duel or something for some reason.
I would have also taken, like... I wish that there was... I don't think there's, like, a real reason why the Alliance between all of them falls apart.
Well, Thrall was an ally between all the humans. It was just Jaina, and for a while they were like a neutral party in World of Warcraft. But then, you know, we decided that Jaina needs to be a completely different person, so we made her a completely different person. It was just like, actually, I hate the orcs now. I mean, it also doesn't really make a lot of sense to me why the Horde would like ally with the undead. Maybe they explained that.
Yeah, I mean, you've always heard me
you're
rant
usually,
and
about the Taurens, but like just with like the orcs, it's kind of just like, what are they? Why would they?
Well, I think that you could convince me that, you know, Orc Jesus is like, these people don't have a place to go. We were once like that.
Yeah, but they like do have a place to go. They have a city.
Yeah, I think that didn't Orc Jesus give them that?
No, that city is the one Sylvanas takes from Arthas in the Frozen Throne campaign. Remember when he's like getting chased out of the city?
Well, yeah, but I think that what I'm more about, they don't have a place to go is that they don't have allies in this world.
Makes sense.
They're kind of like a forest that, I mean, isn't like actively hurting us, right?
I mean, that's probably because they're on another goddamn continent.
Yeah, but, you know, be that as it may.
You know, it kind of makes sense that the Blood Elves and you know, the Undead would ally, because, you know, Sylvanas is there, and for some reason the Night Elves are like, I don't know, they don't like the Blood Elves for some reason. I remember that being a plot point. Elf drama.
Fucking nightmares.
But, like, I don't know, it kind of seems like they just, like, they needed to have, like, 4 races on each side or whatever. But I don't know if it really worked out so well. You know, like the trolls and the Tauren, like we already know they're like in the Horde.
The implication that Archimonde counts as a summoned unit because he was summoned through the Demon Gate, thus meaning that Wisp detonations damage him, is a hilarious interpretation of the Reign of Chaos ending.
I really like that interpretation.
But instead magical in origin. Antonidas sends Jaina to investigate.
Max population of Wisp his ass.
Archimonde gets to the Orc encampment. Relax, I'll handle it. Fucking 40 shamans go over. Purge.
He's getting purged!
I'm feeling distinctly anhydrous.
Life at Gage can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health.
I don't know, like, I'm not gonna say, like, Warcraft 3's story was perfect, you know, it's, like, a little silly, it's, like, a little cheesy, but, like, I don't know, World of Warcraft really did not do anything good for the setting,
I think that the list of things to criticize is much shorter than the list of things to praise, and I don't even think it's, like, close, is the thing.
Yeah.
There are some things that, like, you could definitely criticize about it. For fucking sure.
Yeah.
That's Itsumi. I thought that was a fucking enemy.
We're criticizing Itsumi now.
Thank you, Itsumi.
But I don't know, like... Another problem with World of Warcraft is just that it's not, like, very good at telling its story, just because of, like, the way the game is. Like, it's just kind of, like, not the best, like, storytelling thing.
Yeah, you are repeating a part of the rant here.
It's just, I don't know why they, like, never found a way to improve that.
And I don't want that to be confused.
Diablo 4, where I'm like, this just feels like I'm playing World of Warcraft the way that things are interacting with me and the story, and it sucks, because it's not a very good, like,
yeah, there are things that are good in WoW's, like, storytelling, but the problem is that all of, like, the main story stuff blows.
Yeah.
Because it's never actually, like, interacting with you.
Yeah. I mean, I think 14, the Final Fantasy 14 at least kind of makes the story, like, a bit more about you.
Itsumi? Oh!
I don't know.
Oh, no. Alright, I'm understanding.
It seems like they should have just, like...
Kill it!
Not... almost would have been better off like just using different characters in like making like a different like a Warcraft setting instead of just reusing Warcraft 3 stuff.
No, beat the flying thing's ass, Utsumi.
I want to wait this. Let's interesting for you. Oh.
Oh, yeah, but I don't think I can see it. So fight it. Where did he go? Alright, well,
Man, like, why did Blizzard have to become a bad company instead of remaining a good company? Couldn't they have just stayed good at making video games and not had things like the breast milk incident? Like, I don't know, it's so easy to not steal the breast milk.
You don't understand, he was dying of thirst.
I'm sure there was water fountains in the building. Oh no, help me, I'm so thirsty, but I can only drink breast milk. You gotta save me. I'm gonna die. I don't think he was doing that. I think
and as soon as the two get talking, it becomes pretty clear that the two know each other.
Looks like you haven't lost your touch. It's good to see you, Jaina.
You too, Marthas. It's been a while since a prince escorted me anywhere.
The initial goal in the mission is to find the source of the plague, but the bridge is out, so we have to take an excursion through the wetlands. This is another no-build mission, where we work with what we have instead of building more stuff, so let's take the time to talk about these heroes. The hero system is the core of Warcraft 3 units. While previous RTS had many elite named units, the game takes this idea and builds its identity around it. Heroes start at level 1 and gain experience for slaying foes. They level up and they can hold up to 6 items. Each hero has 3 main abilities, as well as an ultimate that can be learned at level 6. To say that this is a popular system would be a bit of an understatement, given that it spawned the entire MOBA genre. In Warcraft 3, each faction has 4 heroes, and we're going to be able to play with almost all of them.
Is going to play the Bunny Garden game. I don't know, why is everybody playing?
Who? Who's playing it?
Pippa.
Yeah, but like seeing girls' underwear isn't like as big of a deal here.
I don't even know if like, I don't know. I mean, we don't have like that kind of club, do we, in America? Not like, we don't have like,
not really.
I don't think so. What are they called?
Hostess clubs?
Yeah. We don't have those here. It's not to my knowledge. I mean, I'm sure we have like some, but they're probably like in Vegas or something like that.
I mean, the real comparison that we have are strip clubs.
Yeah, but those are like a little more extreme. Probably a little bit less refined. I guess I don't really know what the hostess clubs are actually like. I've only seen like in video games. Maybe they're actually not good.
So I realize now, I think we actually destroyed a lot of the security bot places.
It can be destroyed?
Yeah, I just got a thing that showed me their durability.
Huh. So are we not supposed to stab the robots while they're in there?
I guess. That would explain why. Okay, yeah.
Well, I guess in the future we will not stab those then.
Defecate.
Should let us make new ones.
They should let us repair them.
That do.
Which you might be like, maybe we can. Nah, I'm checking that right now.
I wonder if the game's gonna have like mods.
We talked about this like literally yesterday, but I think it will because I mean, like a big part of Half-Life was, you know, that gold source was super moddable.
It'd be pretty cool if that was also the case here. I don't know like what kind of mods I'd want, but you know, like, it'd be nice. Maybe people could just make new content for the game.
I think that like basically all survival crafts should be moddable, and if yours is not, you should change that.
While
Raft.
acting in any form helps to promote.
So we can't keep thinking about Raft, because Raft is just too many failures. They just couldn't. They had such a good thing going, but they just couldn't, like, I don't know, put any resources into it for some reason. It's ridiculous. The amount of time it took Raft to get, like, its, like, updates and, like, I don't know, man. That game probably, like, printed money. I feel like two active developers on that game could have outdone whatever the hell they had going on. It's, like, ridiculous. Like, they kind of tried to, like, throw a story in there, and it's kind of just, like, fell flat. Like, I don't know, I just didn't care about anything that was happening. Like, I'm supposed to care about these random people that I only know from text logs? I thought they'd all be dead or something. It's so weird that they're just alive people. I guess video games have just trained me that if I read, like, a piece of paper from, like, somebody, they're dead.
Wait, sorry, what are you saying?
I don't know, Raft's story. I'm just talking about, like, how Raft's story ended. Like, how it's, like, we find all the people that left, like, all the audio logs, and then they... and it's just like, I thought all these guys would be dead, or something. Like, usually in a video game, when you read, like, a text or an audio log, those people aren't alive anymore.
Do not get it twisted. You will never find them again.
Yeah, and, like,
you're going to find their corpse.
That way for some reason.
Okay, well that's because you're like a sick fuck.
No, it's just like, it's just weird. Like, I don't want these people to be real.
Okay, listen, you're revealing a lot more about yourself here than...
No, you just don't get it. I'm fine with there being real people. It's just different. It's like you're meeting your heroes, except they aren't your heroes, they're just random nobodies. It gave you lore. So when you would just, like, find people, like, that would... Then you could change your model to them. That's so weird. I don't know, Raft almost kind of feels like a game where, like, you should never have been able to find another person.
Yes. Agreed. But I'm glad that we did.
You're glad we found people?
Yeah.
I don't know, they didn't really do anything for us.
I'm not a sick fuck who thinks that other people have to do things for me.
Let's shoot Bash. I'm throwing him off the raft. Shoot him with the harpoon gun.
Simi, I'm scared. There's nobody here.
I'm scared.
Why?
I'm gonna cook meal and eat. But we just spawn here. I like it.
You have full health.
But I'll be like that alone.
I'm leaving.
Oh, you're cooking real life. Okay, have fun, gamer.
Let her cook.
You gotta be more specific sometimes, dude, Simi. How am I supposed to know that you mean you're gonna go cook real life food? There I go again. Breaking my leg.
we have Arthas as the Paladin and Jaina as the Archmage. The Paladin is a melee healer and buffer. Holy Light can keep my forces alive or damage undead, while Devotion Aura gives a passive armor bonus to all my nearby allies. Jaina, on the other hand, is an Archmage, a ranged summoner and spellcaster who can conjure water elementals with a timed duration, as well as having a passive aura that increases the team's mana regeneration rate. Whenever a hero levels up, they can either select a new ability or increase the ranks in their current ones, making them stronger. These two heroes work very well together. Arthas can heal the bulky footman in the front line, while Jaina's water elementals deal damage from behind. The mana regeneration that she provides to the whole team lets Arthas heal even more. As we reach the halfway point in the mission, the enemies stop being murlocs and bandits and are replaced by the undead. After clearing through a couple waves of skeletons, the heroes find a granary, surrounded by corrupted ground. Arthas questions if the grain that is shipped all across the country may be the source of this plague. As the heroes fight through more undead, they happen upon two healing priests that help them, as well as a mortar team which does long-range siege damage. With their aid, the squad blasts through the remaining skeletons and happens upon a group of cultists and undead guarding a grain warehouse. The cultists managed to escape, but when Jaina reached level 4, I taught her the powerful Blizzard ability. This spell deals damage to both friends and foes in a large area, quickly helping me dispatch these undead and destroying the warehouse. Now that Arthas and Jaina know the grain is the cause of the plague and the necromancer at the warehouse is behind it, they give chase. As the pair arrive at the outskirts of Anderhall, they encounter a group of cultists haunting a gold mine. After driving them away, they establish a base and prepare to move against those cultists in the city. Instead of having buildings finished,
I think this guy really missed out on an opportunity to comment on the fact that when choosing a hero's abilities in Warcraft 3, you have to choose like at least 2 spells. Right? Like you can't just do 2 back-to-back with certain upgrades, and I think that that's a big deal.
this mission starts us out with a base under construction. That's something that's not seen much nowadays, and used to be more common in older RTS. That lets me showcase one of the human special abilities. Peasants can join up together to build structures more quickly, at the cost of more resources. Each faction produces differently in Warcraft 3, and each worker has a special ability. The Peasant's ability is fantastic for popping up bases quickly if you have the cash to spare. So to get some more gold, there's a bandit camp nearby. All third-party enemies on the map are called creeps. We'll talk more in depth about creeps later, but in addition to giving heroes experience and dropping items, creeps also drop a bit of gold when defeated. This helps incentivize creeping, as early on, 40 to 50 gold is pretty decent, but it's not that helpful later. This mission is the first real macro mission, where the focus is on big army production. To the left is an undead base that sends attack waves fairly frequently, and to the north and east are areas to explore, with many creeps, a goblin shop where items can be bought, and another gold mine. I use the Peasant's power building to quickly take my expansion base and start building up. It's worth noting that the faction that we're playing is called the Humans in-game, but it really isn't. It should be called the Alliance. This faction hosts a variety of human, dwarf, gnome, and high elven units. I now have the ability to produce the units that I rescued in the last mission, the Elven Priest and the Dwarven Mortar team. Priests are flimsy. They do little damage, but they have a low-cost heal ability. And the Mortar team is a long-range siege unit. The Mortars deal high damage to anything around the impact zone, including my own units, so unlocking them at the same time as a healer is a really nice touch. Once I've thoroughly explored the Northeast and built up a sizable army, it's time for the first base assault in the game. Warcraft buildings are really bulky. They have a ton of hit points as well as fortified armor that massively reduces damage taken by most weapons. As a result, base assaults often end up as army fights first and then building cleanup later. My footmen make a frontline with the defend ability, which reduces ranged damage taken at the expense of speed, while my riflemen, priests, and mortars blast from behind, and it goes quite well. The base is cleaned up, and my losses aren't too bad. Moving into the city of Anderhall, we meet the Necromancer once again. He introduces himself as Kel'Thuzad, leader of the Cult of the Damned, and responsible for this plague. He serves the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis, who commands the Undead Scourge in their crusade against the living. Kel'Thuzad tells the prince that if he wants to know more, he should head to the city of Stratholme, and then he departs. And then Arthas does the literally most rational thing I've ever seen a protagonist do in this situation. He just walks over and kills Kel'Thuzad. He doesn't let him leave, why would he? boy just brings his army over, annihilates the Necromancer's guards, and executes him on the spot. It's honestly refreshing to see a protagonist who doesn't let a mass murderer just walk away. Well done. Arthas and Jaina decide to follow Kel'Thuzad's advice and head towards Stratholme. As they pass through the town of Hearthglen, they encounter a local militia preparing for battle. The undead have been sighted and are attacking nearby villages. Arthas decides to stay to protect the village, and Jaina leaves to tell Uther about what's happening. As the Archmage departs, Arthas spots a pile of empty grain crates, and everything finally snaps together. The plague wasn't engineered to simply wipe out the humans, but also raise them as undead. As civilians start being turned, the forces of Hearthglen dig in to defend themselves until Uther can arrive. Warcraft 3 doesn't have a lot of defense missions, but when it does, they are absolutely excellent. Before things heat up, I take Arthas to the middle of the map and take out these Murlocs. Breaking the cage over here lets you say hi to Mark, who gives Arthas some boots of speed. There's also a little event in the bottom right where more civilians will grab their gear and help the fight. These little things are part of what make Warcraft 3 so charming. Seeking out all the little events is an absolute treat, and every mission has a ton of them. Which unfortunately means I just can't cover them all. This video would be another 2 hours long if I tried, and it would wreck the pacing. For example, in the last mission, after meeting Kel'Thuzad, there's Timmy in a cage. Except this time, he's not looking too good. There are so many of these little events, I'm just not able to cover all of them. I'm gonna try to make sure to talk about the most important ones, but I'm gonna have to skip some, sorry. While we were talking about Timmy, the undead have been getting aggressive. There's a green and purple enemy base on the map, and they alternate attacking. To help fend them off, we have a new unit, the Sorceress. This spellcaster can use slow to reduce enemy attack and movement speeds. The Sorceress and the Priest both do something that we'll see a lot in this game, and that I really enjoy: autocasting. One of the main complaints about older RTS is that spellcasting was clunky. You had to click on individual units and target spells one by one. It was way too much work when you had an entire army to manage. When designing Warcraft 3, Blizzard heard this complaint and made the large majority of spellcasters' abilities autocastable. The Priest's heal and Sorceress's slow will use an algorithm to pick a valid nearby target and cast.
Is he gonna forget about the fact that actually, I'm pretty sure Brood War was like one of the first RTS to do this actually? They got it from Brood War, the medic. The medic is autocast. People hated it there because she was like melee healing. So like the real innovation that Warcraft 3 did was making it like a range, and they added like a fuck ton more logic to it. Right? It's a lot harder for 2 priests in Warcraft 3 just to spam heal on each other. Whereas in Brood War, you would often find the situation where like 2 medics would take like 1 health damage, and then they would just spam heal on each other. I don't remember if they ever patched it out, but like for sure it used to happen. And it killed medics' viability like a lot in Brood War. Again, at least for like a while. And it made them super fucking obnoxious to use. Because it meant that you always had to kind of like look over and make sure they're doing something rather than just, you know, wasting their mana. Because, you know, like mana regen in Brood War, at least again, like when I played, right? Maybe they fixed it. Was like super fucking bad. Alright, well, we're gonna leave and give all these guys some time to respawn, I guess.
Cast whenever they can, This allows the player to focus on microing their hero instead of fiddling with individual units. It's a fantastic addition, and the human faction would be absolutely unplayable without it. But because we do have it, the faction is very unique in the way that it fights. In general, human units don't deal a lot of damage very quickly, and they struggle in straight-up fights against other factions. To combat this, instead of buffing their units, the sorceress slows down enemy attack speeds while the priests are constantly healing, making the enemies the ones who can't get their damage through. This lets a slow-firing rifleman and mortar teams have more time to do the damage they need. With the autocasting units and slower pacing, the player can focus more on targeting down specific enemies or using their hero's abilities to get clutch heals.
And I'll be
It's a neat faction design that makes good use of every unit, and we need that level of cohesion because this mission shows off the power of the Scourge. And by that I mean it gets really hard. After about 10 minutes on the far side of the map, an undead army arrives at a village, spreading the plague and turning all the citizens into zombies, which then attack us. There are a series of villages around the map, and we need to stop the caravan before it can infect them all. The enemies on this mission attack pretty aggressively, and because Jaina is gone, we only have one hero. This means to intercept the bonus objective, we need to move out across the map with a large force, but also leave proper defenses at home. We do have towers, but the enemy sends a large number of meat wagon siege weapons with their attacks, so you can't rely on them alone. All of this would be fine, but the mission has a bit of what I believe is an unintended oversight. There's a little outpost right here, what is supposed to be a small speed bump on the path towards the caravan. But because it's owned by the purple player, and is very close to the purple player's base, if you attack it, the purple player thinks that you're attacking their main base, grabs all of their units, and comes to try to kill you. There are a lot of high-tech units here, and the fight takes forever because the human units fight slow. So if you're like me, then green decides to attack you at the same time. I'm like 99% sure that this major army is not supposed to be pulled. It was an accident in level design, but wow does it make life hard. The only reason I survive at all is because during the fighting, Arthas reached level 6, allowing me to pick the Paladin's ultimate ability, Resurrection. This spell allows me to bring 6 nearby friendly units back to life. I barely managed to hold on both fronts, and Arthas is looking worse for wear, but I have to continue to the caravan as I rebuild back at home. Fortunately, earlier, I took a level in Arthas's last ability. Paladins have a powerful heal, but they can't use it on themselves. Instead, they can take levels in Divine Shield, which lets them become immune to damage for a pretty long duration. The caravan falls, the villages are saved, and Arthas has to make a decision, because this objective dropped an item. I mentioned earlier that heroes can carry up to 6 items. Before this point, I was really just grabbing everything I could and splitting it between Jaina and Arthas. But now with only a single hero, I have to get picky. Items are very powerful, allowing you to build heroes in a multitude of different ways. For example, Arthas could be built as a heal bot, focusing on mana items and potions, or he could be built as a damage sponge, increasing his health and armor so that ranged armies can sit behind him while he takes the shots. I'm at the point where I have a lot of items, and I need to pick my focus. I opt to build Arthas with a bit of mana increasing items as well as damaging items, leaving him squishier than he could be, but because I have boots of speed, I figure I can always bravely run away. With the bonus objective done, the mission finally cools off for a bit, until I get a warning that my gold mine is running low. And then it collapses, and now I have no income with 3 minutes left. It doesn't actually have to be this way. The game lets you pick your poison. There is a gold mine in the top right that I could have taken, but defending it is hard and out of the way. So you get to decide if you're going to spread yourself thin or if you have no money for the final fight. I really love this. It gives such good dramatic tension to the climax, and the undead don't disappoint. Their final waves are absolutely colossal. They pull everything they have to crush my defenses. The fighting is tense, but after 30 minutes, Uther and his knights arrive to save the day. This mission can be quite difficult, and it is a little bit buggy, but overall, it does a wonderful job at forcing the player to respect the undead. It shows why this isn't a threat that can be taken lightly. As the dust settles, Uther laments the difficulty of fighting the undead. Whenever a human soldier falls, it's a new weapon for the Scourge, and Arthas agrees. The only way that they win this is if they go to Stratholme and strike down Mal'Ganis himself. As Arthas marches towards Stratholme, he meets the Prophet. This land is already lost. If he wishes to truly save his people, he must take them west across the sea. The Crown Prince is offended by this suggestion. As the prophet leaves, Jaina reveals that she has once again been eavesdropping. She senses great power coming from this mysterious man. Maybe he knows what he's talking about. But Arthas is undeterred. He will not abandon his homeland. The next morning, the Alliance's forces have rallied on the outskirts of Stratholme, and Arthas explains the nature of the plague. The citizens of this city have already been infected, and it's only a matter of time before they're turned into the undead.
This entire city must be purged.
This entire city must be purged.
How can you even
consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city. You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were. Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I?
Have I?
Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
If you can't it's done.
Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me.
The rest of you, get out of my sight. You've just crossed a terrible threshold,
Arthas.
Jaina?
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas.
I can't watch you do this.
You do this.
Fuck you, Jaina.
Abandoned by his comrades, the prince begins the culling of Stratholme. As Arthas enters the city, Mal'Ganis appears. He begins turning the inhabitants into zombies and teleporting them away. But the objective here is not to defeat the Dreadlord. That wouldn't save the city. The objective of Stratholme is to kill 100 of the town's citizens before Mal'Ganis can turn 100 into zombies. We must burn down the buildings, kill the non-hostile civilians, and repeat. Stratholme is not a fun mission. There are no bonus quests, no loot to find.
Wrong. First of all, Stratholme is a fun mission. Kind of. He's not entirely wrong on that. But there are bonus missions in Stratholme. There are secrets and items to find in Stratholme. There aren't a fuck ton, but they are definitely still fucking there.
The city design is boring, with rows upon rows of houses and nothing else. And there is only a single triggered event in the entire city.
Father, forgive me.
Also not true, I think.
Mal'Ganis roams around, but is never a real threat, and his undead attacks are minimal. The only thing to do is burn the houses, kill the civilians, and repeat. It's tedious monotony. It's an act that is so unchallenging that it incentivizes turning the slaughter of an entire city into a process of mindless efficiency. Stratholme takes everything that so far has made Warcraft 3 special and interesting, and deliberately cast it aside. This isn't an adventure,
He's
and we don't get to
romanticizing
treat
it
it
too
like
much.
one. And that is why it is beautiful. The previous 5 missions have built a level of expectation and understanding with the player. A set of unsaid truths on each mission, that the world is jam-packed with tiny events and happenings, that even when we're fighting the undead, the game is fun. And here, it abandons those notions, just as Jaina and Uther have abandoned Arthas. Stratholme works not because the mission is fun, but because it was designed with pure utilitarian efficiency. It is a reflection of Arthas himself. The culling of Stratholme will come to be one of the most iconic and important pieces of Warcraft history, and that leads to an unfortunate character that I must now introduce. Warcraft 3 Reforged. Released in 2020, Warcraft 3
No, you don't have to.
Complete reimagining of Warcraft 3. A new engine, new models, the campaign completely rebuilt from scratch with voice acting redone. A completely different product. What we got was a low-effort reskin that was contracted out to another company, and 4 missions that were changed. And unfortunately, the team working on Reforged seems to completely miss the point. The Reforged version of Stratholme is not actually a bad mission. It takes the tired, repetitive gameplay of the original. It adds stronger enemy attacks. It makes the city smaller so encounters with Mal'Ganis are inevitable. It adds a shop to buy stuff, some orcs chilling in a camp over here, random boss fights inside the houses that drop really good loot. It's significantly more active and engaging as an experience, and it feels more like a normal Warcraft mission, which is exactly the problem. Stratholme
now he's
is not any other Warcraft mission. It is the catalyst of a storyline that is going to span the next 50 missions, and that fact has been completely lost in the development of Reforged. Were any other mission improved in this way, I would have said it was a success. It's a more fun mission, but from a thematic perspective,
I've said a very similar thing. That there are tons of missions in Warcraft 3 that I think are fine if you rework. Hey, if they wanted to change the fucking mission where you guide the Kodos as Orc, be my fucking guest, dude! That mission sucks! That mission is so fucking bad. And I think it's like the worst mission in the goddamn game, man.
Can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor.
Colossal disappointment, and perfectly showcases the lack of foresight and planning that we will be seeing time and time again whenever Reforged shows up. Once 100 citizens have been slaughtered and Stratholme has been saved, Arthas confronts Mal'Ganis. The Dreadlord tells the prince that they will meet again on the Arctic continent of Northrend. That is where Arthas's destiny will unfold. Days later, Jaina and Uther stand amongst the ruins of the former city, disgusted with the slaughter. The paladin leaves to tell King Tyrannus that his son has headed towards Northrend, and Jaina is approached by a familiar raven. Returning to the good version of the game, 1 month has passed and Arthas's forces have made landfall on the icy shores of Northrend. Despite the frigid climate, Arthas is unperturbed. His mind is consumed by the desire to defeat Mal'Ganis. The prince, as well as a few of his soldiers, set out to explore and find a new base camp. The beginning of this mission is comprised of exploring through some valleys, facing off against wolf and ice troll creeps. Eventually, the scouting party finds a gold mine and sets up camp, but they're ambushed by dwarves. After the dwarves figure out that these corpses are still living, their leader Myrddin Bronzebeard is ecstatic to see that the rescue party has finally arrived for him and his men. Arthas has no idea that anybody was missing. But the dwarves are allies and fighting against the undead, so might as well work together. So we gain control of this mostly burning outpost and are directed to the top right of the map where a larger dwarven base lies. If we can breach the undead defenses and unify, then we can assault the main undead stronghold together. We also have a new unit, the Gnomish Flying Machine, a very expensive scout with an enormous vision range and a decent anti-air attack. The flying machine kinda sucks. When the Frozen Throne expansion came out, the unit was completely overhauled into the gyrocopter, which is far cheaper and actually pretty decent. But this version is way too expensive to be worth anything. I do try to use mine by perching it on a ledge to scout for incoming enemy attacks, but I put it in somewhere dumb and they just walk right around my vision and I get caught off guard anyway. So the unit might not be great, but there's also definitely some user error. Once I get to creeping, I find that Northrend's beasts are quite strong in comparison to what we were fighting before. This Wendigo has an area stun, hits really hard, and even reincarnates once after being slain. One thing that's very apparent as I play through this is that a nice variety of creeps really does help break the monotony of facing the same enemy faction over and over. A lot of RTS struggle at getting the balance between fielding a variety of enemies and also keeping the plot focused, which often means fighting the same faction over and over again. A nice mix of creeps doesn't solve this problem, but it does help mix things up while we continue our campaign against the undead. More creeps also means more item drops, which is great because I once again have a second hero who needs some loot. As I build up an army and push to link up with my dwarven friends, let's talk a little bit about heroes and statistics. First off, Myrddin. The Mountain King is a phenomenally powerful hero. Stormbolt is a ranged stun that also happens to do a ton of damage. Thunderclap deals big area damage as well as slowing, and Bash gives the Mountain King a chance to stun every time he attacks. In addition, he's very bulky. So how the heck do you balance that? Warcraft heroes have 3 main stats: Strength, Agility, and Intelligence. Strength increases hit points and hit point regeneration. Agility increases armor and attack speed, and Intellect increases mana and mana regeneration. For every hero, one of these 3 is assigned as their primary stat, which means when they get a bonus to it, they also get damage. For example, both Muradin and Arthas have strength as their primary stat, so they get damage from strength. Jaina, on the other hand, is an intellect hero, so she gains damage from intellect. Each time a hero levels up, they get more stats, and it's weighted towards their primary stat, which is how the heroes are balanced. Muradin is a monster with a variety of powerful spells at his disposal, but he doesn't have a lot of intellect, limiting how many spells he can sling. If you want him chucking storm bolts all day, you need to give him a variety of items that increases intellect, mana regeneration, and supply him with consumable mana potions to drink. It's not a small investment. Though if I hadn't made it very clear, I do think the Mountain King is incredible, so I do just that, and in the final fight, Muradin absolutely bullies this lich. The final undead base is quite large, but the rescued units from the top right mean that the dwarf force is more than ready to crush through. Once the undead are pushed back, Muradin and Arthas can finally chat. The Dwarven expedition has been searching for a waygate that supposedly leads to a rune blade named Frostmourne. But as they get closer, more and more undead have appeared to stop them.
What did you say?
I'm not talking to you.
Okay. I wasn't talking to you either.
I said, let's find the kill of the boss creature.
Why don't you stream?
I'm not in mood to leave work.
That doesn't make you a bad person. There we go.
Life at Gate can be demanding.
As the human forces build up their base camp, an emissary from the capital arrives while Arthas is away.
You've got a
Uther
ton
has
of dirty
convinced
water.
the king to end this expedition. Everyone is to return home. The path to their ships is blocked by the undead, so they start cutting through the trees to reach them. When Arthas returns and learns of Uther's sabotage, he flies into a rage.
Uther had my troops recalled. Damn it! If my warriors abandon me, I'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships must be burned before the men reach the shore.
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burned down to their frames. No one goes home until our job here is done.
The prince decides to...
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burned down to their frames. No one goes home until our job here is done.
The prince decides to take a small squad and starts heading west through the undead. If he's to burn the ships, his men cannot be involved, so instead we look for some mercenaries. Mercenary taverns are a core component of Warcraft 3 and one of my absolute favorite mechanics. The tavern is a neutral shop where units can be purchased. These units come from a diverse selection of creeps, such as ogres and trolls, and later on, weird stuff like spiders, revenants, or even dragons. These mercenaries don't get upgrades, so they're generally weaker than faction units, but they can fill vital roles that your army is missing. It's also really fun to just have a bunch of ogres running around Oonga Boongang people. For this mission, we build an army entirely out of mercenaries, and it's just awesome. The game intentionally gives you more options than supply or money, so everybody has their own customized experience. I go for the smashy ogres in the front and the troll healers in the back, and it works out great. After breaching through the undead line, we reach the first ship and send it to the bottom of the sea. Hilariously, it's actually possible to softlock yourself in this mission if you lose all of your ranged units. In Reforged,
No. The game specifically notes that you can't soft lock because Muradin is a required surviving unit, and Muradin Stormbolt can be thrown onto the ships. They have a little pop that says, boop, Stormbolt can target the ships, because it's weird that it can, but they made sure that you could not fail the mission. And I was there the whole time. Not patched in or anything. It's there from 1.0. I would know, because I played it. And that's how I did it. I didn't hire any mercenaries because I used cheat codes, and I just ran through the whole thing with Arthas and Muradin.
Gets changed by allowing Muradin to throw storm bolts at the ships, but here I have to be careful. Once the first ship is down, the mission changes to a fight against a lot of creeps, which once again are pretty nasty. These big old spiders do a lot of damage, and these dragons fly and slow me down. If I had opted for the Troll Trapper mercenaries, I could have used their nets to bring the dragons to the ground and make them easier targets, which I would have done, but I haven't lost a unit yet so far, so I don't have the open supply. After the dragons is a little semi-puzzle, a canyon filled with undead spirit towers. At the Goblin Shop is an amulet of recall that teleports units to the hero using it, so Arthas can run through the Death Valley with Divine Shield activated and then recall everybody safely across. I tried to buy 2 amulets to see if I could bring one to the next mission, but it gets taken away from my inventory after the mission ends, which is super lame. Overall, this mission isn't complex or hard, but it really is enjoyable. Being able to make your own mercenary faction is a unique experience. The timer means you can't sit around and regenerate all of your mana after every fight, but it's also not punishingly strict. I honestly think this is one of my favorite no-build missions in RTS, and it's really cool to just think how much this mission would be completely different if the mercenaries were swapped out for different ones. How different would the fights play out if I was running around with Murlocs, Gnolls, and Bandits? Actually, hold that thought for a few hours, we'll come back to it. As the final ship is destroyed, the Alliance breaks through the forest, finding their only way home sinking below the waves. Arthas blames the mercenaries, and his forces mercilessly slaughter.
So, when he just said, hold that thought for a few hours, I think he's actually talking about the final mission of Reign of Chaos. Because there are mercenaries that you can buy in the final mission, because, like, basically the idea is, like, you're fighting for the fate of the world. Like, of course, you know, these other people would be available, right? Oh, me. I was gonna say, who are you saying hello to? Yeah, there's not a lot of guys here. I don't really know where they went. I mean, maybe we broke something when we went to the new area. Also stink youths and
Sighted. Mortem pero.
slaughter them for trapping them in this icy abyss. There is now no way home. They can only move forward. If Mal'Ganis is not defeated, then Northrend will be their end. The next day, Arthas faces Myrddin's anger for his betrayal, but the prince dismisses him. Myrddin wouldn't understand the horrors that the undead have inflicted on his kingdom. Mal'Ganis then makes his appearance, taunting Arthas, saying that the Dark Lord foresaw their arrival. The Alliance is surrounded by undead, but Arthas has a proposal. Find Frostmourne, the rune blade that the dwarves initially came here to seek, and use its power to slay Mal'Ganis and end the undead menace. The heroes take a squad through the Waygate, and the undead launch their assault. This is the final mission of the human campaign, and it is suitably climactic. We have to fend off fierce undead attacks from 3 sides, while also guiding Arthas and his team through the cavern beyond the Waygate. Managing multiple fronts at once is a challenge that older RTS often posed. It was common to have missions where you have 2 different bases across the map from each other, but this proved too hard for most players. It's pretty common for one base to get attacked, and then you accidentally send the other base's forces to help defend. Once the fighting is over, you realize that everybody charged right into the enemy base and is now dead. This is all hypothetical though, it's never happened to me. The mission Frostmourne wants to capture the idea of controlling multiple fronts at once, but does so in a clever way. The main base starts off very well developed, with at least 1 copy of every structure we need, plus towers and a large starting army. The focus doesn't have to be on building up early, just defending. Meanwhile, the squad of heroes doesn't have a base at all, and instead must make their way through a series of increasingly strong creeps. They follow a path that winds up the left side of the map, and this is where things get clever. If your main base is attacked and you accidentally command Arthas's forces to help defend, due to the way that the map is designed, they run back to their starting point and sit there. You lose time because you ran to the start, but they naturally place themselves somewhere safe, a really subtle and brilliant way to stop the player from accidentally diving this squad to their death, which once again is something I have never done, I promise. Because of this safety net, the devs decided there was no reason to let the undead pull their punches here. They have every unit available, hit from multiple angles, and do so frequently. On top of that, the main army not having any heroes to help out means that these fights have to be taken seriously. After each enemy wave, I move the strike force further in, eventually meeting the Guardian, a revenant warning us to turn back. After it's defeated, in its dying breath, it pleads with Arthas. The Guardian isn't trying to protect the sword, but instead to protect Arthas from it. The prince continues on. Upon reaching Frostmourne's chamber, Myrddin reads the inscription.
It says, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit. Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here."
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men!
Damn the men!
Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price.
Find cover!
If only you will help me save my
Arthas emerges from the Waygate, Frostmourne in hand, and finally is able to save the people of Lordaeron. Destroying Mal'Ganis' base will be no easy feat, but we have a couple new tools to help out. The Griffin Rider follows the trend of hard-hitting and slow-attacking warriors, but this time it flies. The Stormhammer upgrade makes their attacks damage in a line, and they're quite quick, allowing them to stay out of trouble. Priests now have the Inner Fire ability, buffing allies with bonus attack and armor, and the Siege Engine is a building killer that's so durable that it takes enemy siege units to fight it. Arthas is now also turbo buffed, dealing a special type of damage called Chaos that can punch through all targets equally well. I take my army, which is comprised of a little bit of everything, and strike the Dreadlord's base. Then the other undead player counterattacks me and I go into panic mode. Please ignore this and pretend that I'm heroic and cool at the climax of the campaign. Eventually, I do manage to push through the Scourge defenses, raising his buildings and ending the mission. As Arthas confronts Mal'Ganis, the Dreadlord speaks. He notes that Arthas took possession of Frostmourne, just as the Master predicted. The voice he hears from the sword is the Dark Lord of the Scourge, whispering to the Prince, telling him that his time for vengeance has come.
What? He can't possibly...
It is finished.
With Mal'Ganis slain, Arthas wanders into the frozen wastes, consumed by...
I don't feel so well. I don't feel so well.
My ass should not be here without a hazmat suit. You still here, Utsumi?
To cover! Nova armor!
Come to me. Alright. Well, let's go this way, because not very many enemies right now.
Oh dear, I don't feel right at all.
Follow the trail of vomit.
By Frostmourne's power, the Prince is stripped of his sanity, driven mad by rage. A rage stemming from the fact Prince is stripped of his sanity, driven mad by rage. A rage stemming from the fact that he was the only one who saw the threat of the plague for what it was. A rage that made him act with ruthless determination, even if it meant sacrificing everything. His men, his relationships, and even his own soul were all expendable in the quest to stop the Scourge. But this blind fury led him straight into the clutches of what he fought so hard to destroy. There was no correct answer at Stratholme. There was no correct answer when being forced to recall his army and let Mal'Ganis go. And as he was forced to make these decisions in the heat of the moment, when Arthas needed the support of Uther and Jaina the most, they abandoned him. Arthas was fundamentally a flawed character, and those flaws are what make him human. They make us wonder what we would do in his shoes, how we would cope with such hopeless situations. When does saving your people stop justifying your actions? The fact that people debate these questions to this day, over 20 years later, shows how well written Arthas' storyline was. After losing himself to the power of Frostmourne, Arthas makes his way home. Warcraft 3's cinematics are beautiful. They still hold up to this day. I get chills as I watch the petals fall. The people's joyous celebration of their Crown Prince's victory, as he triumphantly marches into the King's chambers and takes what is his.
What is this? What are you doing, my son? Succeeding you, Father.
While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap.
The story of Arthas is many things, timeless, tragic, and nuanced. But one thing it is not is finished. The Scourge ravages the human lands uncontested. The kingdom of Lordaeron is reduced to ruin, and the Lich King's first Death Knight, Arthas Menethil, is summoned to an unknown location. A Dreadlord, who Arthas mistakes as Mal'Ganis, stands before him, but this is not the fallen Nathrezim. This is Tichondrius, and he has come to congratulate Arthas. The Death Knight has passed his first test by delivering this land to the Scourge. Arthas admits that he no longer feels remorse, shame, or pity for what he's done. Frostmourn's grip over his heart is absolute, but there's business to attend to. After the necromancer Kel'Thuzad was killed, the Cult of the Damned was scattered, hiding amongst the populace. They must be rallied once again. For the second campaign in a row, we start with a nice and slow no-build mission with no time constraints or pressures. We have to explore this town and find all 24 hidden acolytes. Arthas is now a Death Knight, the antithesis of the Paladin. Where Holy Light healed the living and damaged undead, Death Coil does the opposite. And where Divine Shield protected the Paladin, Death Pact slays a friendly unit to steal its life for the Death Knight. The basic undead unit is the Ghoul, a light and fast skirmisher who's cheap but not durable. Instead of fighting straight up, we're encouraged to take a stealthier approach when finding the Red Cult members. Citizens will flee when they see the undead, but the quick Ghoul and now mounted Arthas plus his ranged Death Coil make quick work of them. But if they do reach the guards, we are overpowered and we have to run. We're given a Shade, an invisible unit with no abilities, to spot the enemies. This whole mission is a very interesting attempt at a stealth mission. Arthas and his ghouls fundamentally don't have any stealthy powers, but we also can't fight straight up, instead using vision and wide patrol paths to make it work. Once we reach this graveyard, Arthas calls upon the dead to aid him, giving us some skeletons and another ghoul, and now it's no longer a stealth mission. From now on, we're raiding. In theory, the entire mission could be played while stealth, but Arthas is fast, durable, and can grab his acolyte buddies easily. It's a fairly quick and easy mission, and as Arthas finds the final cult member, he returns to Tichondrius. The Cult of the Damned is mostly assembled, but now they need their leader. Kel'Thuzad is too powerful a being to be raised normally. Instead, his remains must be brought somewhere with powerful ley energies. But first, we need to reclaim those remains. The first part of the mission is a no-build segment. Arthas uses his meat wagon siege units to defeat towers from out of range, and then defends against footmen and eventually a paladin named Gavinrad the Dire. We're gonna fight a couple paladins in this mission, and one thing I really like is how they speak their honest feelings about Arthas. Not just as a traitor to his people, but how they just didn't like him as a paladin. Gavinrad calls him spoiled. It just feels a bit more personal than yelling about the kingdom being burned or whatever, which I like. After we get Gavin rid of Gavinrad, we reach Kel'Thuzad's mausoleum and collect his remains. The necromancer then appears to Arthas in the form of a spirit, gloating that his death meant little. Tichondrius inspects the remains. The closest font of energy is in the elven lands of Quel'Thalas, and these will not survive without a proper container. Energy is in the elven lands of Tichondrius inspects the remains. The closest font of energy is in the elven lands of Quel'Thalas, and these will not survive without a proper container. The paladins are keeping a magical urn. All Arthas has to do is kill them and take it. But to defeat the Knights of the Silver Hand, he's gonna need an army, so it's time to learn how to build as the undead. Each faction's production, known as macro, is very different. The humans are the introductory faction, and they stick pretty closely to typical RTS production, while the undead do things a little bit weird. Instead of building a town hall, they can
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Construct structures right on top of their gold mine. 5 acolytes can then be put on that structure to harvest without taking trips back. The necropolis is the town hall equivalent, but it mostly exists to build more alkalite workers and spread blight, which is the corrupt ground that provides undead with both HP regeneration and is required to place all other buildings. Undead supply structures are also different. Building structures to increase your maximum supply available kinda sucks. It's not very fun. So to make it a bit more palatable, every faction has their own unique spin on the mechanic. The ziggurat can be upgraded into a spirit tower. These towers are really strong and are super cheap. I like them a lot and will be using them frequently to keep myself safe. By the way, the human twist is that their farm is really cheap but also doesn't provide very much supply, so you have to build them all the time and it's really obnoxious. Everybody else got a cool bonus. I don't know why humans got the short end of the stick. Undead are also the only faction whose workers don't harvest lumber. Instead, the ghoul does it. Having cheap combat units harvest resources can be really great. It gives your army something to do as you build up. Once my base is looking good, I don't want to fight the paladins just yet. Instead, it's adventuring time. The bottom right side of the map has a bunch of these rock golem guys, including a sneak attack giant death golem who I'm pretty sure is the single strongest enemy we fought so far in this game, including Mal'Ganis. Why is this guy here and so strong? I don't know, but at least he drops the Pendant of Energy, which gives Arthas more maximum mana. This campaign is really stingy with loot early on, so you gotta take what you can get. On the left is a cool little thing where Tichondrius eats people's souls, which is good because I wouldn't want him getting hangry on the trip to Quel'Thalas. There's also the secret society of Yetis. Let's go kill the paladins. There are 3 paladins in this town. None of them are that bad to fight, but they do make good use of their kits to heal allies and spend an annoying amount of time invulnerable. Balador calls in the militia to fight, which I just realized is a mechanic I completely forgot to talk about in the human campaign, so I'm gonna do it now. You can click a button at the town hall as a human, and your peasants become bad footmen for a bit. It's a decent early game tool and is way better than your work.
Helps to promote healing. Lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Workers dying without them being a bad footman. Anyway, the militia are dead and so is Balador. Sage Truthbearer is more of the same. The Scourge crushes through his camp effortlessly. And then we get to the final paladin. Uther himself holds the urn, and the urn holds the king's ashes. Arthas scoffs and sends his forces in. Uther puts up a good fight. He is a max level paladin, he heals his allies, he blasts the undead, but in the end, he is felled. The urn is taken, and Arthas continues on. With their objective complete, Kel'Thuzad, Arthas, and Tichondrius then meet. But Tichondrius can't see the ghost Kel'Thuzad, and Kel'Thuzad tells Arthas not to trust this dreadlord. They are not followers of the Lich King, but his jailers, and he'll explain more once he's been revived. A few minutes later, Tichondrius returns to the Twisting Nether to discuss plans with his fellow dreadlords. Arthas is performing his duties well, to the point of being concerning. They wonder if Ner'zhul is planning something. Which is where I have to stop for a moment and explain some things. Here's a 20-second summary of the plot of Warcraft 2. Don't worry if you missed some of this, we'll come back to it whenever it's relevant. The orcs were made super strong because they made a deal with demons and drank their blood. It gave them spooky warlock magic. The orcs then invaded the southern human lands. The humans then pulled back and made an alliance with the dwarves and elves. And then the orcs beat them up anyway. But a major clan leader named Gul'dan was kicking everybody's butt and got kinda bored, and he didn't want to win anymore, so he decided to raise an island from the bottom of the ocean and proceeded to die. So then the orcs started losing, retreated back through the dark portal they initially came from, the humans followed, kicked some orc butt some more, and finally the orc leader Ner'zhul decided that he should open some more portals and run away. The portals all but destroyed the orc homeworld, and Ner'zhul accidentally Ubered himself right to the demons that gave him the power, and they were kind of pissed that he lost. And apparently turned him into this Lich King, leader of the undead. He was created to help usher in the Burning Legion, an army of demons that want to invade because... we'll talk about it later in the Night Elf campaign, doesn't really matter right now. Anyway, the Dreadlords finish their meeting and the undead invasion of the Elflands begins. Wow, that took me longer than the entire cutscene to explain. No wonder this video is so long. Arthas interrogates an elven captain, asking where the entrance to their territory is. The elf responds that the woods themselves obscure the way to the elven capital of Silvermoon. And then Arthas does another power move of just knocking the trees down with meat wagons, so we start the invasion. I gotta respect the guy. Just like with Kel'Thuzad, he doesn't let these little minor things become plot contrivances that waste time. He's a real go-getter, even when what he's getting is a cursed sword that eats his soul. After the first elven village is raised and an undead camp established,
I feel suboptimal.
Threat in sight. Ignis Pillar. Adversa.
They're attacked by the Elven Ranger General Sylvanas Windrunner. She is defeated, but this is not the last time we'll be hearing from her. After that encounter, the mission opens up a bit. The map is a forest with a series of paths that are blocked off by groves of trees. The meat wagons can attack grounds to knock those trees down, letting us pass. Surprisingly, this mission doesn't really have any cool things hidden behind the trees. I have to wonder if people were missing stuff in testing, so now all the areas have these runes in front of them showing where the trees need to be knocked down. There are some items for Arthas that you can get, but nothing really noteworthy. What is noteworthy is my new unit. When I was a kid, the Necromancer was my favorite unit in this game, and now that I'm giant, it's still
important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need.
Might be. The corpse mechanic is something I wish more games would play with. We saw it a bit in the human campaign where Arthas could use his ultimate to resurrect fallen allies, but the undead take it to a whole nother level. The meat wagon can scoop up corpses and preserve them, and then the necromancer can cast Raise Dead to turn a corpse into 2 timed life skeletons. No, I don't know how they get 2 skeletons out of 1 corpse. The math doesn't add up to me either. But I don't care. The ability to build your own army at the press of a button is awesome, and it's really convenient too. You don't have to do fiddly stuff like dropping the corpses from the wagons. As soon as you hit the spell, a nearby wagon will drop automatically for you. It's one of those times where flavor, power, coolness, and convenience all converge to absolutely massacre your foes. Which of course leaves a bunch of corpses to do it again. The Necromancer also has a second spell, Unholy Frenzy. The selected target gets an absurd 75% increased attack speed for 45 seconds, at the cost of taking 4 damage per second. This ability is amazing on high durability targets, including Arthas. He basically turns Frostmourne into a chainsaw. The elves have a ton of outposts on this map, each with a gold mine. This plays into Undead's macro really well, because Acolytes don't have to travel between haunted gold mines and town halls. It's really convenient to grab mines halfway across the map and get some income. The first few elf bases aren't that strong, but the final fortification is pretty intense. The combination of strong defenses and me using Unholy Frenzy—
This guy has a very different interpretation of this mission than me.
To promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable.
I think that this is like the second worst mission in the entire campaign. Go get your pillow from the dryer. After you make my food. Please. So let's test it out.
Life at Gage can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor,
a few too many times on Arthas means that he dies in the fight, which if you were a player back in 2002 picking up Warcraft 3 for the first time would be absolutely devastating. It's hard to express how much the hero system sucked in earlier RTS games. It was common in basically every title to have a hero that was a normal unit with buff stats, and if it died, you instantly lost the game. So Joan of Arc, yeah, you can totally lead the French while hiding in this corner over here.
Nani? Oh, thank you.
Here, it sucked. Warcraft 3's focus on heroes would be completely undermined if it followed this system. Instead, each faction has an altar building where you can pay money to revive your hero. It is expensive and it takes a few minutes, but they come back with their experience and their items. Of course, this is true for the enemy as well. From now on, the vast majority of antagonistic enemies are going to be built and rebuilt and lead assaults constantly, and I love it. Sylvanas is going to be a thorn in my side for the next couple missions, and it's exactly how the Ranger General of Silver—
You love it. I can tell. Holy!
まだちょっとゴワゴワだけど、でも端の方はかなり濃い。
You should see your fucking smile when you came up here. I should have taken a goddamn picture. Hold the pillow like you were again. Not taking a picture. Just for me. That's not how you were fucking holding it. I don't even know if I was unmuted for any of that. You were holding it higher. You could just barely see the top of your mouth, but you could fucking see the goddamn smile. Alright, I'm not returning it.
Where's the bathroom?
Alright, how much water? I mean, you just have a fuck ton of water now, right? Alright, so I don't need to go fill it. How much water do you lose? Do you convert 100% of the water to pure water, or do you only convert, like... 10%?
10 or 20. Like, it's really low.
Okay, so you lose a lot of the water. Okay. But also, because Utsumi hummed it earlier...
This may get awkward.
Down the King's Road, found undead. Again, Jane is like, this was his playground. And I'm like, honestly, I don't know nothing about zombies. She said,
You should check out the villages along the King's Road.
ooh, it's so real. I'm seeing dead stand, my land's a battlefield. But then I see a great replay revealed. Call to the damned, wish I had a shield. They make it
undead. Swarming from the alleys, endless. Through the streets, no finale. Swarmed up. Zombies from the bellies. Darkness. No more light like Doomsday Prince. The scourge is here, and all right for a demon meal. Got grain from the land, pain in the plan, and a big Mal'Ganis with a chain in his hand. You can kill me, burn me, break me up, smite thee. Time is nigh, Arthas. You can stop the scourge, say don't.
cuff aside, go bury his body. Go to half green, generally for reporting. Then they strike undead liches, grain cards, race force, man. Everybody hears a zombie. It's getting better, I try to keep it together. Losing all the time, she's trying to shift the soldier rapidly. Swarming on everybody, youth is coming with the cavalry. I stagger while my hammer's almost dragging up all of the bodies. Draft home is saved, or out of man is played. But we can stop them from being enslaved. You don't need it, Uther. Silver hand and light, so fucking fight. The rest get out of my sight. Jin is conscious on the mind. If they get scared, I don't care. Come try to stop me if you dare. Disband the paladins as we tear King Square. Burn down townhouse, let it know what we spread.
Set home, set home, set home, set home. She has her arms around your waist with a bleeding that you'll keep her safe. Have you ever felt a warm embrace of your people's blood upon your lips?
Through the streets, boys, come and purge from me and Strat home. I'll never forget you.
Burn down the street, dread lords, so roar is dead, oh so evil, yeah. You can't catch me, Prince Luke.
Yeah.
I'm going to Northland and I'm fleeing. Destiny calling you, no retreating. Cause I killed your crew, but so did you. Village king yelling out, no, who that fool?
It's me, the A, the RT, the H, never from a paladin. I'm free from my cage and take me to Northrend, and it's a good day. I mean, so chill late, try to keep the code at bay. I'm marching through forts, we pass through the trees. I'm heading inland, the dwarf shoots for a creep. Well, hello, but bronze be my job ain't complete. Now, do you or you do you not wanna hunt with me? I got one goal, I got big plans. He's a demon, him ain't no demons. I wanna kill him, sounding the war horn, fighting with the forlorn, looking for that frostmourne. Breaking their bones as we roam. If you're yelling at me like you need to come home, I'm getting my revenge, man. Chill the fuck on. I'll burn my own ships and make this hell gone. If I only had one good sword, I would share it for you, share it for you. Fighting for vengeance, dad and people too. There's levels to this hate devil. If only you knew, only you knew. Then my girlfriend died, but I ain't caring for you, I'm caring for you.
I'm on my way. Oh, that did to me.
Find cover.
Alright, come over here. Got it. In here, if you need to make more inventory space, you can break down their stuff, right?
Moon should be. But on this mission, once Arthas is back, she cannot withstand the skeleton assault. The elven base falls and the undead march on. The undead broke through the first elven line, but the Ranger General is not out of tricks yet. The inner gate is enchanted and needs a special key. Sylvanas also blows up a bridge, halting the undead advance. I'm going to repeat this because it's a fairly important plot point later. The game establishes that the undead under Arthas' command absolutely, positively have zero ability to cross a large body of water as of now if the bridge is gone. Just keep that in mind for the future. The Scourge decide to raid a nearby village and build up a base to continue the attack. The elves have a lot of flyers on this mission, but we're given the Crypt Fiend. These spiders are pretty squishy, but they have a powerful ranged attack and an auto-casted web ability that pulls flyers to the ground, allowing any anti-ground unit to hit them. The key of the 3 moons is split into 3 moon crystals, each inside of altars scattered around the map. How does Arthas know that the key to the Elf Gate is split into 3 pieces and hidden inside of altars? I guess he read the mission objectives or something, because there's no voice line explaining why this is how it would work. The closest we got is Sylvanas saying that the key was special. This mission is actually uniquely bad at explaining things. In general, the game does a strong job with its cues, but it's going to drop the ball here multiple times. Our main base is on what is effectively an island. Rivers run across the map, separating both elf bases and us. Fortunately, there's a nearby goblin shop where you can rent out some flying zeppelin transports. Once I have an army of Crypt Fiends, I load into some of these zeppelins and head east to the first objective. The elven faction we're fighting here is a bit weird. A few enemies in the campaign are not actually from pickable multiplayer factions. While the Night Elves are a playable faction, these High Elves are different, instead using a mishmash of the Humans Priest and Sorceress, a reskinned version of the Footman and the Night Elf Archer, as well as some Dragonhawk Riders whose model eventually gets reused as a playable unit in the Frozen Throne expansion. The buildings are all custom models too, and it's really nice to add some variety. What could use some more variety is the items for heroes. Once again, there are basically no creeps or shops on this map. The entire front half of this campaign has just been really stingy. I think why it ended up this way is because of some frustrating design decisions. Ever since the end of Mission 2, Arthas has been carrying around the urn with Kel'Thuzad's remains. That takes up one of his 6 item slots. On this mission, after you pick up the key, it takes up another, and you need one open space to pick up more pieces of the key, even though they combine together in your inventory. This means that for this mission,
because they're trying
half of
not to have you focus on Arthas. Arthas has already been a character, even because the Death Knight is, you know, antithetical to the Paladin. It's not that interesting for you to explore around with. They want you to start thinking about your units a bit more, because you've been, honestly, fucking Arthas can carry you through a lot of the human campaign. But Arthas can't really carry you through a lot of the undead campaign. Arthas alone isn't, like, insanely strong when he's a Death Knight. So they can't just like feed you items to do that shit again, because that'd be fucking boring. So they gotta fucking make you play the RTS. You don't fucking get it.
If there were a bunch of neat items earlier, it would create feel-bad experiences where you have to get rid of some of them in exchange for quest items. But like, maybe he doesn't have to carry the urn everywhere. Put it in a meat wagon or something. I understand why they did it, but I think it hurts the campaign more than it helps. Finding cool items is cool. What isn't cool is waygates. In theory, they're a nice idea. These buildings are scattered around the map and you can click your units onto them to teleport through, and you end up at a corresponding waygate. The issue is that the elves camp the exits, and in the base game, pathing through the gates is very clunky. It's easy to end up conga lining your army through a meat grinder. I don't even try to use them on this mission and instead just take zeppelins everywhere. To its credit, if you play the reforged version of this mission, they drastically improved the way that the pathing works for waygates and makes them a lot easier and a lot more enjoyable.
Oh my god. This guy does not know where Reign of Chaos, Frozen Throne, and Reforged begin and end. Everything he's about to say is not Reforged. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's just a patch to Reign of Chaos. It's not even a Frozen Throne change. If it was even a patch at all, because I actually do have some memories of it just like working. Because on Ice Crown, which is a multiplayer map that I played on a lot, I don't remember ever having this problem. But also give me a moment, I'm in the middle of a big fight here.
I must reload. Replenishing. Replay.
To use. If Reforged did more things like this instead of just making up their own weird fanfic version of the game, it would have actually been a very successful release.
Where are you at, it's Timmy?
Warning. The safety of this sector is now exit 4. Exit this sector via the main surface tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
release in my opinion. Too bad they just did the waygates and kind of gave up. Besides the Zeppelins and waygates, there's actually a third way to move between the islands. You can repair the bridge that Sylvanas broke. There's absolutely zero information in-game that you can do this, but if you do send an Acolyte over and you click repair, it'll take a bit of time, but it
What?
totally works. I really like all the options that the game presents.
You can repair the bridge?
It'll take a bit of time, but it totally works. I really like all the options that the game presents you for moving.
Holy, I gotta send this to fucking Chancer, man. He's gonna lose his goddamn mind.
You can do this, but if you do send an Acolyte over and you click repair, it'll take a bit of time, but it totally works. I really like all the options that the game presents you for moving around this mission, but some sort of indication here would have been nice. You can easily play this campaign through 10 or more times and never know about it. You might even do it deathless and still have no clue. But maybe that's for the best, because the base across the bridge is absolutely cracked. Sylvanas is really strong and her armies are quite large. These last two missions are the first time I've had any struggle whatsoever against the enemy. I lose the majority of my army here and end up cowering away with Arthas to rebuild. It takes a second strike for me to break through and get the second key piece. Fortunately, the final fragment of the key is basically free. Just drop units out of Zeppelins on top of it, target the altar down, grab the piece, and peace out. Even if Arthas dies, you can just revive him at the altar. Once the 3 key fragments are gathered, it's time for the final fight. It's weird there isn't any, like, elven hero here, but there are a bunch of sorceresses that turn my anti-air into sheep, which almost works out for them. Moments later, the Scourge arrive at the outskirts of the elven capital of Silvermoon. Tichondrius warns us that our goal, the Sunwell, is the source of the elves' immortality. It is not something they will give up easily. As the Dreadlord departs, Arthas worries that Tichondrius may suspect that spectral Kel'Thuzad has been aiding the prince. But it's of no matter. Silvermoon must be raised and Kel'Thuzad reborn. The battle for Silvermoon City is kinda weird. The bottom half of the map is taken up by the city itself. We spawn on the right side, and on the left is the ranger camp of Sylvanas. She constantly acts as a thorn on our side. Before we can siege Silvermoon, we must defeat her. Occasionally, her forces will send a runner to Silvermoon to request aid. If it arrives, the city will send a giant death wave against us. But we have the Gargoyle, a nimble flyer that can eliminate the runners no matter which path they take. Weirdly, the Gargoyle has a pretty bad anti-ground attack and an incredible anti-air slash, but despite the fact that we've seen elven flyers in previous missions, there are none here, which makes it feel like a waste of the new unit. Besides the bases, the rest of the map is actually quite barren. A few elven suburbs with not much to find, so I focus my efforts on building up and attacking Sylvanas. Crit Fiend Necromancer Meatwagon is still the core of my army, so I build that up, absorb a few more assaults by the Ranger General, and move on her base. As the fight begins, Arthas hits level 6 and unlocks his ultimate, Raise Dead. This ability is the foil to Paladin's Resurrection, bringing up to 6 nearby corpses back to life.
They're fighting
for a
the
time
robot
duration.
right now.
And these zombies are immortal during it. Not only is unlocking this ability right now fantastically powerful, but it's also good foreshadowing. The last few missions have postured Sylvanas as a constant thorn in our side. She is the first instance of attacks routinely containing heroes, which was not the norm previously. Her forces have been a significant difficulty spike compared to the previous undead missions, as well as the entire human campaign. So when we blast through her final base, it feels good. Her defeat marks the ending of a real rivalry between two commanders, with us coming out victorious. Once the Ranger camp has been leveled, we get a final confrontation. As Arthas stands above Sylvanas' defeated body, she demands a clean death. And while I hold respect for the Ranger General's tenacity, Arthas doesn't. He raises Sylvanas into a Banshee. Now only Silvermoon City remains, and we have a new unit type unlocked. I go ahead and build some Banshees for the final assault. They have an auto-casted curse that gives the enemies a 33% miss chance, an anti-magic shield that I literally never use, and Possession, a monster ability that steals enemy units for your own, at the cost of the Banshee. Banshees are great at disrupting enemy formations, reducing the damage taken, as well as providing a constant threat of unit stealing. Silvermoon City itself is actually quite lackluster.
Constant threat of unit stealing.
To reach the city,
yeah, if they get 200 mana,
and as a result, the mission's core focus was on fighting her. Once she's been defeated, the city remains relatively passive until you attack, and its defenses are the definition of average. The Sunwell is surrounded by these 4 massive rock golems, who I assume are looking for vengeance after we annihilated their brother in the second mission. They feel sort of out of place here. I'm not sure why the biggest threat that the elves had was a bunch of rocks. I don't think the city fighting is bad by any means. The enemies are very tough, the city is respectable enough, but it does feel like an afterthought. The mission is basically over.
Brother, the city is the city. It's like the place where they lived. When you killed Sylvanas, that was like their forward military outpost. That's the point. If you want what you're talking about, you just go straight to the city and watch as Sylvanas fucking demolishes you. Killing Sylvanas in this mission is an optional objective.
Seek shelter.
Once Sylvanas has been defeated. And Blizzard actually agrees with me, in the worst way possible. Welcome to the second of the Reforged missions. Unlike Stratholme, I actually agree that there are some issues that Blizzard identified and tried to change here for the better. It's how they went about the changes that I don't like. First off, the mission has been reoriented. This is because in World of Warcraft, Silvermoon City stands at the top of a peninsula, and the undead invaded them from the south. I don't think that every map has to be oriented with north at the top, but I do understand why they did it. The mission's core
Yeah,
is
they
the
did
same
it.
as before.
The Stratholme mission, this guy doesn't realize it, but the Stratholme mission's changes were to accommodate WoW. They basically, from what I've been told, had the mission mirror how it goes in WoW. Because there's a mission, there's a quest in WoW where you go through Stratholme, right? Like you relive it, right? And they kind of changed Stratholme and Reforged to better fit the narrative that WoW pushes.
Nova arma. Find cover.
Yeah, I'm fighting. They're running out of people. I'm actually gonna go break down a lot of my stuff because I got a full inventory. Alright, there we go. Free stuff.
I'm a 3-year-old.
Yo, I got a new level of strength. Hello. Should be almost dead. You're gonna help me loot? Alright, you get to pick like all this up. I'm going back just like that. I'm getting really full. Plus my pistol's gone. And I've run out of ammo.
Spoiled and a big city fight at the end, but they did change Sylvanas a little bit. She now attacks from Silvermoon City instead of the outpost. And if she ever is reduced...
He now acknowledges that it's that Sylvanas is the optional objective, but if you don't do it, it doesn't make sense because she shows up in Frozen Throne.
Reduced to 50% HP, she turns invisible and runs away, leaving her allies to die. This is so frustrating. Not only does it make the Ranger General of Silvermoon seem like a complete jerk and a coward, but it ruins the fight. Arthas does serious burst damage. Death Coil chunks hard, but the trade-off is that when it's on cooldown, you can't use it to heal your troops. And there's no way that Death Coil can ever beat an enemy hero on its own. But here, a coil and a couple auto attacks is enough to get Sylvanas to leave. They made her into a complete joke. And why? Warcraft 3 is fundamentally built on the idea that heroes can respawn. Them dying and being rebuilt isn't canonical. It's a gameplay mechanic representing the hero being defeated in battle, retreating, and regrouping. But the Reforged team seems to have taken it literally, thinking that every other hero is dying 20 times every fight. For some reason, this is unacceptable, so Sylvanas has to flee.
I actually don't think that that's what it is. I do think that when heroes die, they literally come back. Resurrection is a thing that happens in RPGs.
Oh, too hot.
Honestly, like, Warcraft 3 kind of does, like, some D&D-esque stuff, and death is a thing in D&D, and so is resurrection. I'm pretty sure that heroes do actually die.
I was not made for this heat.
Jensen, I'd win in that situation.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate
I was just
rest
making
is
the
vital
reference,
to
right?
being a productive and
I
valuable
would
member of the
lose.
team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
No, no, no! A streak ender, man. if I roll a bones,
Life at Gage can be
I will
demanding,
straight
so
up
it's important to remember
hold-
that resting is key to staying
hold the
in good
dice
health.
in some of those situations. Just decide it's not worth the risk.
Even on the floor,
Right? I can deal with one bones, but two?
while resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down now is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to be productive and valuable.
I wish that he would add a keyword
Cascade Research
that's like
Facility.
similar to exert, where like once you roll that side, once that turn, then like that side goes on cooldown. Because I really don't think that Meddler should be able to do that, right? I really don't think that Meddler should be able to summon 2 bones in one turn, right? I just don't think the hero's good enough to come with that kind of risk. Oh, Vesh, it's a tier 1. Tier 1s are supposed to be bad. And it's like, yeah, but like, not all tier 1s are bad. What the fuck is going on over there, Jensen? You okay over there, Utsumi? I also get the feeling you might be a little bored.
Not really. I'm looking the flowing creature, but he won't.
Yeah, you should have killed him when you had the chance. I was afraid this would happen.
At this point, she might as well not even be attacking. I haven't played this mission much in Reforged, so I decided that I'd let the runner get through to see exactly what happens. It turns out that Blizzard didn't put that much effort into the idea because the quote-unquote death waves that they send if the runner gets through are a handful of units transported by a Zeppelin straight into the spirit towers that I start the mission with. This is hard difficulty, by the way. What are you doing, Blizzard? Well, finally, Warcraft Reforged has its own tower defense. Actually, put a pin in that for a few hours, we'll get back to it. Once again, I build up my army, attack the outpost that is no longer sending runners, and my game crashed. Just another cool feature of Reforged. From now on, I'm going to be running these Reforged missions on the lowest difficulty because the faster I can beat them, the lower the chances that they crash on me. So for a third time, I build up my army, clear the outpost, and head to the walls of Silvermoon City, which are looking a lot beefier than the original campaign, which I like. But unfortunately, there's no historical precedent for archers being incredibly powerful behind or on top of walls. So Sylvanas decides to come out and face the undead army head on, and dies. Because even in her final living moments, Reforged couldn't resist turning Sylvanas from a competent foil into a bumbling idiot. So we raise her into a banshee, and this time she's a hero. Which actually does make sense. We're going to be seeing more of Sylvanas in the Frozen Throne, and she is a hero unit there. Well, it
Get
almost
off
makes
the
sense,
stage!
Because now we're going to finish the mission with Sylvanas at level 5, and then when we're reintroduced to her in the Frozen Throne, she's going to be level 2. I think this part could have been fine if she spawned here at level 1, and she was allowed to hit level 2 during the mission. It would actually provide some narrative consistency between the campaigns. But of course they didn't do that. The top half of the Reforged map is Silvermoon City, which is designed as a giant backwards S. It doesn't really feel like a city. I think it would be cool if they had added a bunch of houses and civilians, you know?
I don't know where to
not
put
only
the
to
rest
make
of your
it look
water.
like less of a hallway, but also fodder for necromancers so they could raise skeletons and then send them
I'll
in
put it
against their
on.
countrymen. That'd be really cool. It would fit the undead brutality really well. So, you know, they don't do it. At the end of the hallway, we meet two heroes. Anna Sturcian Sunstrider and Thalorian Dawnseeker, who I just have no idea who they are, but I'm sure they're important in WoW lore. Once they're damaged, they teleport away, and the Scourge reaches the end of the path, a body of water. And then Arthas does this.
Now, Frostmourne.
What? He just made a bridge out of ice. He
This
just
scene
shot
right
out some
here
ice.
Is peak Reforged. It encapsulates everything that I hate about this product. Let's break down the multiple ways that this act is infuriating. First off, last mission, Sylvanas blew the bridge, and that was the entire plot of the mission. Arthas didn't have the ability to do this then. Additionally, at this point in time, there is zero evidence that Arthas has any sort of ice powers whatsoever. Will he in the future? Absolutely. But at this point, his entire kit is that of the anti-paladin. I'm not going to spoil the rest of the game until we get there, but there is a fairly important event in Warcraft history that would be very reasonably the point that Arthas got his frost powers, and it isn't right now. But of course, wars are not instant. It might be reasonable to argue that a sufficient time between the last mission and this one happened, and Arthas learned a few new sparkly powers then. Fortunately for us, the loading screens actually tell us exactly how long is between missions. So how long was it between the last mission when Arthas had no ice powers and this one? A few moments. Not hours, not days, just a few moments. I'm not asking for the Reforged team to go into the depths of WoW lore for a limited print run book from 2004 to get this stuff narratively consistent. I just want them to have played Mission 4 before changing Mission 5. I don't think that's too much to ask. But they thought this would be cool, so they did it. So please ignore any future times in Warcraft 3 where Arthas could really have used some ice powers, because they existed for a quarter of a second and are no longer there. Once again, the final fight is against Big Rock Boys. This time, they're feeling very bossy. Once the Elven heroes are defeated, we can head back to real Warcraft and revive Kel'Thuzad. I do think that the Reforged team was on the right track with this mission.
No!
The destruction of Silvermoon and...
Wrong! Don't make Sylvanas a hero. It takes attention away from Arthas, your hero, the character you've been following their story the whole time. It takes it away from being about Arthas and making it more about Arthas and Sylvanas. Kel'Thuzad has also been here for a lot of the time, so he's allowed. But do not get it twisted. Sylvanas has not earned a seat at the table.
The Sunwell was an event that became very important to Warcraft lore later on, and this mission being touched up to properly reflect that is a cool idea. But turning Sylvanas into a fool and a coward, making the city a giant hallway, and retconning Arthas' abilities isn't the way to do it. It's such a wasted opportunity. With Silvermoon destroyed, Arthas condemns the elves for their failure to surrender and uses the Sunwell's energies to raise Kel'Thuzad as a Lich. With Kel'Thuzad revived, he finally lets Arthas in on the Lich King's plot. The Lich King has been manipulating things from the beginning,
What?
as far back as Arthas' initial execution of Kel'Thuzad. In fact, he chose Arthas as his first Death Knight far before this crisis began. The Dreadlords control the Lich King so that he can pave the way for the Burning Legion's invasion. The Legion being those demons who gave the orcs power that I talked about a while back. Everything thus far has been in service of preparing for this demonic invasion. Now that the undead have weakened the Legion's foes, the summoning must begin. To get instructions, they need to clear out an old orc stronghold and use their demon gate to commune with the Legion's leader. Wow, orcs! Who would have guessed that the central antagonist of the first two Warcraft games would be completely absent for 12 of the game's first 14 missions? But this mission definitely makes up for it. The map is absolutely loaded with orcs on all sides. 5 orc bases, each with a unique twist. Technically, the bases don't all need to be destroyed, only the one in the top right does, but they do all attack you, and they have some nice rewards, so it's absolutely worth it. And to fight them, we now have the Lich Kel'Thuzad. Frost Nova deals high damage to a single target, strong damage in an area around them, and slows. Frost Shield boosts a friendly target's armor and slows attackers, and Dark Ritual can sacrifice friendly undead to give the Lich mana. On its own, this kit doesn't seem like much, but the combination of the Death Knight's Death Coil and the Lich's Frost Nova is enough to destroy any non-bulky hero. And if they're in danger, Death Coil can be used to heal the Lich or Frost Armor to protect the Death Knight. This pair is functionally immortal and deals massive damage as long as they have nearby undead to sacrifice for health and mana. These two are an absolute power couple, unlike any other pair of heroes in the game. The 5 orc bases are all themed after Warcraft 2 orcs. The ogres and goblins that join them in particular were part of the Horde during the second game, but are mostly neutral third parties in this one. I didn't opt to use Banshee Possession here, but if you're a big fan of the ability, they're fun to steal as well. Each base also has a hero that drops a tome of strength, agility, or intelligence when killed. Whichever hero of yours that picks it up gets a bonus to that corresponding stat. In theory, you should distribute stats between Arthas and Kel'Thuzad with these. But if you've ever played the campaign, you know that you're going to get a lot more value by giving them all to Arthas. Sorry, KT. If you're a keen-eyed observer, you might have noticed that I'm supporting my hero forces with giant frozen death dragons. Frost Wyrms are very cool. They're the top dead undead technology and hit exactly as hard as they look like they should. They do splash damage and freeze enemy buildings that they attack. They also cost an immense 7 supply each, more than any other unit in the game. I'm maxed out at 90 supply and can fit my entire army on a single control group. They are incredible, and I need them because the unique unit that the final red player brings to the table is also dragons, and theirs are better at fighting and are more alive. Also, all my Frost Wyrms clipped into each other and made one Giga Dragon, which I'm pretty sure is really bad and just made them take a bunch of area damage. But quantity always beats quality, and once the enemy army and dragons are defeated, the worms spread out, permanently freezing the orcish production, guaranteeing the win and claiming the demon gate for the Scourge. Kel'Thuzad then uses the gate to call upon Archimonde, leader of the Burning Legion. The demon commands the undead to claim a spellbook belonging to Medivh, the mage who opened the Dark Portal, starting the original Orc versus Human crisis in the First War. This book is located in the wizard city of Dalaran, and we must seize it and begin the summoning in 3 days. Dalaran is not an easy target. The Archmage Antonidas and his students have been preparing for the undead invasion. The entire city has been encased in an anti-undead field and will burn through our hit points if we stay in it. The only unit durable enough to survive the field is the Abomination, a big expensive brute who can spend multiple minutes inside of the field before perishing. This mission isn't great. My favorite thing about strategy games is that each unit is a tool inside of a toolbox. When the game presents a challenge, it is up to the player to use that selection of tools to overcome it. But sometimes the challenge is designed in a way that just removes the reasonable selection of tools. The Siege of Dalaran is exactly that. The fields that are created by each Archmage are heavily guarded. In order to reach the Archmages themselves, you have to spend a decent amount of time inside of them, and as a result, almost every unit just isn't viable on this mission. which is a shame. I enjoy trying things out. If a problem looks like it requires a hammer, I like thinking, well, maybe I can try using the backside of a screwdriver instead, and then later on, if a different bad thing happens, I won't be screwed. As a result of these mechanics, there isn't actually a lot to talk about in this mission. I mass abominations, walk up to the mages sustaining the fields, and slap them silly. Then I find some boxes with stone golem buddies inside, rinse and repeat. The second Archmage does allow me to show how crazy powerful the undead spellcasting is with Deathglow and Frost Nova. I even messed up my hotkeys and it still got him. Some of the loot on this mission is also kinda weird. Like, I get these boots of Elvenkind +6 that give 6 agility to the wearer. This is an incredible item, but I don't have any heroes that want agility. It's not bad, but it's kinda weird. The rest of the mission is just more and more abominations, a couple more boxes with creeps in them that I get control of, and then I get to Antonidas. The Death Knight Lich King combo drops him to half health, and then I blow him up. The most powerful human wizard going down without much of a fight. Historically, I've always thought that this mission was a bit of a throwaway. Spamming abominations isn't boring by any means, particularly the first couple times, but my dislike of being shackled means that it never really was a mission I was excited to play.
I don't like this mission that much, but I don't agree with this
assessment. It doesn't mean that I wish ill on it. I would never, ever desire that the Siege of Dalaran gets reforged. Wait, what's happening? The anti-undead fields, they're smaller and localized only to the boss fights, making other units significantly more viable throughout the rest of the mission. Instead of having random creatures stuck in boxes, the wizards are enslaving them and sending them against us as part of attack waves? And there's tons of wizards running around, each with unique abilities. Some are immune to physical damage or teleport around like madmen. This dude has an impassable barrier stopping melee units, and this guy spams a bajillion mirror images. And they build up their attack waves properly, but then they use their wizard powers to teleport them right on top of you? And then there's some really unique and cool pieces of magical loot that's actually quite good? And the Antonidas boss fight, unique and cool pieces of magical loot that's actually quite good? And the Antonidas boss fight is an actual boss fight with him showcasing his incredible summoning abilities? Who made this mission? It's awesome! The reforged version of Dalaran is absolutely wonderful. The people that designed it obviously thought long and hard about how would a bunch of wizards try to fight back against the undead, and they ended up on a ton of wacky, wild, yet totally believable and not lore-breaking mechanics. I vastly prefer this mission over the original Dalaran. It isn't even close. It feels like we're getting a glimpse into the weird world of magical research as we intrude on their home and force the wizards into desperate situations. And the fact that the incredibly powerful Archmage Antonidas is given a proper send-off that showcases his magical prowess is the icing on the cake. When Reforged was initially announced, it was touted as an incredibly bold, complete
even on the floor, will give you the
imagining of Warcraft 3, building it again from the ground up for a modern audience. Then the project scale was cut down again and again. But when I see this mission, what they had the potential to come up with, I can't help but imagine the beta timeline where this project was given the resources it needed. If every mission was as well crafted as this, Reforged would have been an absolute blast to play. A secondary experience that could proudly stand next to the original Warcraft 3. What a shame it is that this never came to pass. With the spellbook in hand, it's time to start the summoning. The humans will stop at nothing to interrupt Kel'Thuzad, and we have to protect the Lich for 30 minutes. This mission is why I mentioned earlier that having Arthas pick up all the stat boosting tomes is the correct choice. We're at the hardest mission, and Kel'Thuzad will not be fighting with us. This is another pure defense mission, half an hour of staving off aggression from 3 human bases. To scout what's going on, we have the Shade, a permanently invisible unit that can see. You build them by sacrificing acolytes, and all they do is provide some vision. They're pretty great. Being able to identify where attacks are coming from and get in position to intercept is far more powerful than having one extra supply of combat units. Each of the 3 human bases has a theme. The left base likes to focus on anti-building tech like siege tanks and mortar teams. The central base sends out flyers to harass, and the right base is all about ground armies. Each of them can put out a lot of damage quite quickly, but I have a new necromancer spell to compensate, Cripple. This spell targets one enemy, reduces their movement speed by 75%, attack speed by 50%, and damage by 50%. Yeah, it reduces both attack speed and damage. It is a monster spell that completely counters anything that it
Getting a
hits.
little too endothermic.
Cascade Research Facility.
Is it raining? On me? No, I'm curious because maybe take a walk.
I was not made for this heat.
I was not made for this heat. It's me. Alright, I'm going to the train.
So it's important to remember that.
But you don't need to worry yet, because I need to go kill all the enemies outside the train. So I'm probably coming back to base. You know? Jaboon Wall.
But it's balanced by costing an absolute ton of mana. I can only get away with doing this because there's a fountain of mana behind Kel'Thuzad that passively regenerates anybody nearby. The Necros cripple everybody and then they go get drinks. Piling on to the theme of not taking damage, the Banshee has an auto-casted curse ability that gives the enemy a 33% miss chance. So all in all, the enemy is dealing half damage, half as often, and missing 1/3 of the time. Enemy unit DPS is at a ridiculous 16% of its original value. This is one of my favorite things about Warcraft 3. Each faction is sporting their own unique take on these absolutely insane tools. As Undead, I can Unholy Frenzy my units to make them turbocharged, completely disable the enemy, while they have the tools to do very similar things to me. Units and armies feel very impactful and important, and that in turn makes me feel powerful. On a side note, I played a lot of Undead as a kid, and for a long time, I thought that I was supposed to use the Unholy Frenzy ability on my enemies to give them a damage over time effect and then cripple them in order to offset the attack speed bonus. This is not a good strategy. I was effectively spending all of a Necromancer's mana for a small damage over time effect. I was not an intelligent child. As Kel'Thuzad continues his summoning, he occasionally brings forth Fellhounds. These demons are fast melee units that deal chaos damage and have a mana burn ability, draining enemy mana and dealing damage. Despite Deathcoil specifically saying it only heals undead units, it actually does work on these demons, which is technically a lore breach, but it also makes the unique summons feel significantly better to use, so I'm cool with it. With 10 minutes remaining, instead of Fellhounds, the Legion sends Infernals, which are enormous, powerful, flaming rockmen that hit hard and have a permanent immolation aura burning nearby enemies. They can also be healed with Deathcoil, and they totally rock. Near the end of the mission, the undead gold mine runs dry, and once again, the enemy takes that pause in resource collection as a cue to send literally everything. The majority of this mission is pretty easy, but the enemy attacks are insane at the end. They send absolutely everything inside of their bases, and my base is gutted. I'm broken on the left side, barely holding in the north, and the right is collapsing as the timer completes. The humans were so close to stopping Archimonde's arrival, which is why I feel like this cutscene at the end really should have had some humans approaching, and then Kel'Thuzad finishes the summoning, the Demon Lord appears and sends out a blast of energy, blowing them all up, or something like that. Given how the mission is designed to end in the middle of a pitched battle, it's a bit jarring that the cutscene is completely devoid of enemies. But either way, Kel'Thuzad has succeeded in the summoning, and the Demon Lord Archimonde now graces Azeroth. With his plan completed, Archimonde strips the Lich King of his command over the Scourge and appoints the Dreadlords the new leaders of the undead. Arthas is shocked and angry, but Kel'Thuzad reassures him. The Lich King knew this too would happen, and he still has a plan. The concluding cinematic for the Undead campaign is simply cool. To extract his revenge on the city that opposed his summoning, the Demon Lord draws a series of runes, using his magic to create a replica of the city from the sand. And then he swats the replica down, each swipe dealing damage to the city, leveling it without ever taking a step into it. I love this cutscene, not only for its ability to showcase Archimonde's power, the ability to raise a city in mere moments, but for the sheer inventiveness of it. It would have been easy for him to summon a demon army and march on the city, or conjure a meteor and wipe it out, but this approach shows the immense power of the Demon Lord. Archimonde doesn't have to lead a bloody invasion. The mage's city is literally a toy to him, a sand castle, and he treats it as such. It's going to be a while before Archimonde is important again, so it's a good thing that he left such a lasting first impression. During the Reforged Siege of Dalaran, I talked up Reforged quite a bit. This video is coming out about 3 years after Reforge's release, and I was hoping that by now, the product would be at a point that I could recommend it. Instead, I feel so weird about saying anything good about Reforged that I have to make an entire section to balance it out. So here is some random Culling of Stratholme footage while I go through a quick list of some of the things that Reforged just absolutely broke and have not fixed. There were hundreds of fan-made custom campaigns that were created in the game's history that all broke the moment Reforged came out, and Blizzard offered no way for people to port theirs into the new product. Reforged didn't have ranked ladder for 2 years, and the version they have now is still bad. They didn't deliver on promises to remake most of the missions or cinematics. They actually completely remade the cinematic that happens before Stratholme, advertised it at a BlizzCon, and then cut that remade version out of the final product. They also didn't deliver on the promise to make content for characters like Jaina, Sylvanas, and Arthas. They planned on expanding the lore for those characters and didn't do it. They introduced a host of bugs that didn't previously exist and have not addressed them, multiple that soft lock the game. We'll come across some of them later. You still can't rebind hotkeys in the game. Even StarCraft 1 Remastered got the ability, and it is a much older game. This has been basic functionality for 15 years. They made some Dreadlords really fat for some reason. The old Battle.net social features were completely removed and replaced with strictly worse versions in every way. Detailed profiles and clans were gone. They took what was a very good social platform and removed all the social features with no replacement. They changed the terms of service so that if you make any of your ideas
not a Reforged thing
in the map editor, Blizzard owns the intellectual property. They are so salty that Dota was made in Warcraft 3 but they didn't own it that they refuse to let you own your own ideas. If you want to play a team game like 2v2 or 3v3 and you randomly queue, you will match up with random allies and you can play against arranged teams of people who queued together.
That was how it used to work
too. They removed all offline functionality for almost every part of the game. You have to have a stable internet connection to play now. They asked the community to make a really hard difficulty for the first 4 campaigns, and then they replaced the hard difficulty with this much more difficult mode, making the jump from normal to hard absolutely absurd. And this is after they proved that they could add additional difficulties when they put in the story mode difficulty. And worst is the crashes. The game crashes all the time now. It is fundamentally less stable than it used to be, and this has not been improved. So after 3 years of being out, I can still not recommend Warcraft 3 Reforged as a product, unfortunately. It took what was one of the best games I have ever played and just made
energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility. Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Are you gonna come to the train with me? This is definitely gonna fucking break my legs. It doesn't! You got to sprint off. Girl, we gotta teach you how to crouch jump. No. Don't yet. You didn't sprint fast enough. She broke her legs. She broke her legs.
I'm gonna stop you.
Why? I'm running back to get you some splints. Oh, you already did.
Made it worse in every way. The fat dreadlords are kind of funny though. And with that, the story of Arthas is done. For now. It's time to look west, to the continent of Kalimdor. But before that, we need to talk about the prologue. So the prologue in Warcraft 3 is weird. It was initially released as a demo for the game, and as a result, it does the basic teaching on how to play, but the human campaign does the same thing, and I think it does it better. However, there are some story elements that are relevant here. After the orcs lost the Second War, the Horde was broken and scattered, with their war chief slain. The young Thrall is a new war chief, and as he sleeps, he has a vision of destruction. This is where the Prophet appears, telling Thrall that he must rally the Horde, and you guessed it, head west to Kalimdor. At this point, I kinda just assume that the Prophet bought a bunch of land in Kalimdor and is trying to get people to develop it so that it will increase his property value. He really wants people over there. This tutorial isn't very good. It properly explains the game mechanics and controls. That part isn't the problem, but it doesn't really put a whole lot of effort into making it immersive. Instead of having something like a grunt go, "War Chief, these monsters drop treasure when defeated. It may be worth going out of our way to find more." But instead we get,
"Some monsters drop treasure when they are defeated. This particular treasure chest contained a useful potion of mana."
Instead of tying stuff into the game at all, maybe taking time to learn a bit about Thrall in the process, we just get Steve talking to us. It works, but it's also a lost opportunity. Anyway, Thrall learns how to walk, Prophet tells him how to go west, and then his friend Grom Hellscream has been captured by humans, so we have to learn how to build 5 grunts. And then, oh hey, the humans are repairing this bridge over here. I guess the game kinda does technically tell you a little bit that you can do that. Not wanting to seem like a fool for Undead Mission 3, I take my 5 grunts and kill every witness. Then I steal the Alliance boats and we sail to Kalimdor. That's it. There are no more prologue missions. You might have some faint fuzzy memory of more, but those weren't actually added until the Frozen Throne expansion, so we can't talk about them yet. A few weeks later, the Horde makes landfall on the new continent, but during transit, they were blasted by rough seas, separated from each other. Now Thrall and his forces must
put away the furniture we just
and
got.
search for his men. The Orcs are the third of 4 main factions in Warcraft 3, and they're the big smashy ones. This first Orc mission is a big exploration map, focused on small combat events where you can take it slow while learning about the new continent, faction, and enemies. Our hero is the Farseer Thrall, who's a ranged intelligence-based hero focused on spell casting. His toolkit can provide vision and deal massive amounts of damage. This is the first time our main hero unit doesn't have a healing spell, which ironically means that the big and bulky orcs are significantly more vulnerable in the early stages of the campaign. The Grunt is the big green guy. They're the mainline orc combat units, and they have almost twice as much HP as a footman, and they hit really hard. Behind them are the Troll Headhunters, who are fairly fast attacking ranged units with an HP regeneration buff. Thrall's first ability is Chain Lightning, which deals big damage to a target and then links to nearby enemies, dealing gradually decreasing damage. As we explore, we encounter some Centaur who are attacking a humanoid bull creature, killing it. After rescuing some allies, we find another bullman, and another. There is obviously pre-existing conflict on this land that the orcs are about to stick their noses into. This massive warband heading north indicates that it is not a small-scale battle either. One interesting thing to note is that this mission drops an absolute boatload of consumables. I'm absolutely one of those people who hoards 99 elixirs because you never know when you're gonna need them. So the fact that Thrall can only carry 6 items, combined with the fact that 10 total items drop on the mission, and most of them are consumables, means that I don't feel bad using them. It also acts as a mini unspoken tutorial for these healing wards. Every item that we've encountered so far acts in one of 2 ways. Either you click on it and it's used up, like a potion or a scroll, or it just passively provides statistics. The healing ward is the first item that actually puts something physically into the game. When you click on the ward and then click on the ground, it summons a totem, which puts something physically into the game. When you click on the ward and then click on the ground, it summons a totem. The totem has hit points. It is a unit. It can't move, but it does provide a very powerful healing aura around it. These are essential in the mission to keep your army topped off and healthy. And then about halfway through the mission, the enemy starts dropping these totems for themselves. But we've already seen and used them. We understand that they're units, so it feels pretty natural to grab some forces and target the healing totem down. The game never has to instruct you to do this, but I remember doing it as a kid, which means that the tutorial worked because we established that I was an idiot. After exploring the left side of the map, the orcs find some more allies and then run upon a warband of the Bullmen. This elder goes by the name of Cairn, and he is the chief of the Bloodhoof Tauren. Thrall greets Cairn, telling him that they sailed west searching for their destiny. Cairn responds that the orcs are interesting, and there's an oracle to the north that might give them more information. Thrall then mentions a centaur that he saw heading in that direction, and Cairn, whose village is also up there, is panicked, asking for aid. The cutscene then breaks off, and something that I'm not a fan of happens. Cairn and his Tauren start rushing towards the village. Thrall yells, "Protect Cairn!" But this cutscene opened up a fairly large area in the south with a bunch of Murlocs, and these guys drop some really good loot, including a health stone which provides HP regeneration to Thrall. This is really useful because we're a faction without really accessible healing. But the game implies that this centaur attack is really urgent. It takes a tonal shift away from the exploring part of the mission, and it feels like it's tricking you into missing the best loot on the map. Once Thrall is properly kitted out with gear, I leisurely make my way to the Tauren camp just in time for the Centaur invasion. The horsemen are fierce, but the Tauren are absolute beefcakes, and we're able to smash through their waves together. When the dust settles, Cairn says that it's not safe here for his tribe any longer. It's time to move north towards the grasslands of Mulgore. Thrall offers his forces to escort them, in exchange for information on the Oracle. Cairn and Thrall are leading a caravan through the Barrens as they get a report that Centaur are heading their way. Thrall tries to get Cairn to sit tight, but the Tauren refuses and they begin their march. And thank goodness Cairn stepped up, because this mission is really hard for the second mission of a campaign and would be impossible without him. The second orc mission is another no-builder, this time escorting the Tauren and their Kodo beasts. The mission's design is pretty interesting. The main pathway snakes up the ramp, with attack groups of Centaur occasionally hitting the caravan from ahead and behind. The caravan is guarded by an AI-controlled Cairn and his Tauren, who are very strong but not immortal. Off of the main route are a bunch of small camps of Centaur, Murlocs, and other creeps. The goal is to keep the caravan safe while splitting off as much as you can to find some loot. On paper, this is a really good mission design. There's a lot of player flexibility on how to approach the mission. You can be pure defensive and sacrifice potential items, or get a bit risky and go out and find reward. The problem is that all the loot on this mission sucks. For example, this very early Centaur group, whose archers bring all of my headhunters to low HP, drop literally nothing. All I got for fighting them was damage on my own troops. And then this little group of Centaurs, also nothing. And this pack of Murlocs? These guys run around spreading a damage over time poison to my team, and as a reward, I get a potion of mana so that Thrall can cast an entire 2 additional spells. This creates a very awkward environment where the best way to play this mission is just not go adventuring. It is straight up not worth it for the majority of the mission. The idea is very good, but a little bit of loot mismanagement means it ends up feeling pretty bad. Even though the orc forces don't have any healing right now, there are some ways to help with the damage that I've taken. There are 2 fountains of healing on the map that the caravan will occasionally stop at and quickly top off all biological units nearby, as well as bring in some reinforcements. These wells would be absolutely overpowered for sending units back when they're damaged, but the Centaur raids roaming around the map make it far too dangerous to move small injured groups around. On top of the well's healing, we also have an ability to soak some damage, Thrall's Feral Spirit spell. This spell is absolutely nuts. It summons 2 spirit wolves that sit in the front of the army, dealing consistent, reliable damage. One interesting thing about this spell is that unlike Jaina's water elemental that would create additional elementals with each use, if you cast Feral Spirit with the wolves already out, the old ones disappear. So you don't get a wolf pack here. But the wolves are well statted and melee, which means they do an excellent job at taking damage, and when they're too hurt, you just summon a new pair. About 2/3 of the way up the map, we get a new unit, the Raider. I'll talk more in depth about them later, but for now, they sport a net that can bring flyers down to the ground similar to the Crypt Fiend. This allows us to ground the Harpies that are conveniently the next set of enemies. At the end of the mission is where things get absolutely bonkers. After the second healing fountain, we're given 3 demolishers, the Orc Siege. The Centaur have a series of towers that need destroying. That part isn't too bad, but up the ramp to the right is an absurd Centaur base. There's a large number of horsemen, including a Centaur Khan who has a buffing aura, an area stun, and even revives when killed. His allies also cast the powerful Bloodlust ability, increasing attack speed. I have to use this Wand of Negation item to dispel it, otherwise he'll tear through me. This guy is a monster for this stage in the campaign, taking down a majority of my army, and anything that survived was heavily bruised. And you know what? That's freaking awesome, and I love it. The Khan drops a Pendant of Energy, giving Thrall an additional 150 mana. It's really the only good item on this map. I think that smaller, less lethal versions of this encounter are exactly what the map needs more of. Interesting fights with worthwhile loot, but they're optional, so if it's too hard, you can always back off. Anyway, I took so long here that most of the Tauren have died to Centaur raids, and I'm actually in really bad shape. Whoops. Thrall and my 3 demolishers push through the remaining towers while Karen protects the Kodos in the rear. Thankfully, the Feral Spirit Wolves are always here to bolster my forces no matter how many I lose. Then we're gonna skip over the fact that I couldn't figure out how to end the mission because Karen wasn't moving for like 2 minutes, and it turns out all I had to do was go slightly to the left. Listen, in my defense, I was very worried about this low HP Kodo because 2 of them have to survive, and this guy was 1 hit from death. In the final cutscene, a giant wave of Centaur appear, threatening the convoy. But Cairn Chadhoof stomps so hard that the rocks collapse on the Centaur, killing them and blocking the path. If I had a nickel for each time that the heroes of an RTS from 2002 escaped a horde of enemies by collapsing a rock pillar that ends up killing a Centaur in the process, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. The scene shifts back to the Eastern Kingdoms, where the Legion is effortlessly slaughtering the inhabitants of a human village. Tichondrius approaches the massive pit lord Manaroth. The 2 discuss how the Scourge has wiped away all potential resistance before the demons arrived, unlike the orcs who failed to do so in the previous war. Tichondrius knows that the orcs have sailed east, so he, Manaroth, and Archimonde decide to observe them. They failed their mission before, but that doesn't mean the Legion can't use them. Back on Kalimdor, with their escort duty complete, the orcs have split off from the Tauren. Before they departed, Cairn told Thrall that the Oracle is within Stone Talon Peak, one of the foothills of Mount Hyjal. As the orcs move towards the mountain, they're getting restless. They're a warrior race and are starved of a real challenge. Eventually, they stumble upon a pitched battle. They finally found Grom Hellscream's Warsong clan, and they're battling humans, the ones that they sailed east to escape from. Thrall laments the ceaseless conflict and then moves to assist Hellscream. After clearing out the encampment, Thrall questions Grom. Apparently, a woman named Proudmoore is leading the humans. 1 second. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that I forgot to ever give Jaina's full name. It's Jaina Proudmoore. Sorry about that. Whoops. Apparently the humans are blocking the northern pass. Thrall orders a base constructed, and the orcs to remain defensive until they can scout the area. Which might be a good time to mention that Grom was a character originally from Warcraft 2, known for his incredible levels of aggression, charging straight into battle against the humans. So, he completely ignores Thrall and does exactly that. It seems orcs truly are in for an existence of non-stop aggression against the humans. After building up a bit, the scouts report that they found a goblin shop with zeppelins. If we can hire some, then we can fly straight to Stone Talon Peak. So that's the plan. Bust through the human base, grab some zeppelins, and head off. This is another mission that I think is pretty well put together, though it has some problems with inconsistency. The mission has 4 human enemies facing off against us and Grom's purple orcs as allies. Grom's attacks are frequent, and because heroes can be rebuilt, he's always leading the charge against the enemy. This means that linking up with him and fighting together is a very strong plan. And honestly, I just really like that. Having missions where you have an actual competent AI ally is not that common in RTS, and I always find it to be a lot of fun. But before we start fighting, this is our first orc macro mission, so let's take a bit to talk about their unique traits. First off, orc building is safe and versatile. Unlike humans whose peasants are outside of a structure and attackable, or undead who can only build on blight, orc peons can build anywhere and are untargetable inside of buildings as they're made. They lack the flair of summoning and walking away or power building with multiple peasants, but it is very comfortable. You might notice that some orc buildings have sharp parts. Well, these pokies have a point. Melee units that attack them take damage, and there are upgrades that make the damage higher. It gives the orcs a nice little bit of passive defense. On the unit side of things, orcs have a lot of power and a lot of toughness, but there is a drawback. Each unit costs quite a bit of food, also known as supply. For example, while ghouls and footmen only cost 2 food each, the grunt costs 3. The mortar team siege unit costs 3, but a demolisher costs 4. Everything is bigger in Orcland, and that means you have to go into upkeep if you want a lot of units. Guys, we're doing it. We're finally doing it. It's taken me 20 missions, but I finally have time to talk about one of the most basic mechanics in the game. I have pushed this section back so many times, and we are finally here. Grom and I are going to sack this human base while we finally get to talk about upkeep. You may have noticed that throughout this run, I've been constantly stopping production at around 40 or 70 supply and then banking a ton of gold and wood. This isn't because I'm bad, most of the time, but instead to work around a system called upkeep. As soon as you pass 40 supply, all mined gold is reduced from 10 per trip to 7. When you go above 70 supply, it is reduced from 7 to 4. So when you have a giant army, you are getting 40% of your normal gold income. Each trip from the peasants still takes 10 from the mine, so money is evaporating into thin air. This system is designed to keep players active, encourage taking your forces out and exploring, fighting instead of sitting at home. And then the creeps that are on the map provide a very natural thing for that army to do. If you want to build a big army, which you're gonna have to do sometimes, the best way to do it is to bank up a bunch of resources and then quickly push from one supply limit to the next. If you do that, you don't really lose that much money, but the system is pretty disliked by newer players because it's kinda clunky, though it does have a lot of strategic value, so a lot of high-level players really like it. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the system. I do enjoy the level of strategic diversity that the entire mechanic provides, however, it disproportionately frustrates new players, and I think that that is very unhealthy for a game in the long run. So I wouldn't put it in a new game, but I think that Warcraft 3 is designed around it, and it works here. In the Frozen Throne expansion, maximum supply is increased from 90 to 100, and upkeep is increased from 40 to 50 and 70 to 80. I feel this initial system is a bit too constricting. The expansion loosening it up.
90 to 100? No, that's wrong.
I feel this initial system 100, and it works here. If you do that, you don't really lose that much money, but the system is pretty disliked by newer players because it's kinda clunky, though it does have a lot of strategic value, so a lot of high-level players really like it. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the system. I do enjoy the level of strategic diversity that the entire mechanic provides, however, it disproportionately frustrates new players, and I think that that is very unhealthy for a game in the long run. So I wouldn't put it in a new game, but I think that Warcraft 3 is designed around it, and it works here. In the Frozen Throne expansion, maximum supply.
I want to hear him talk about
and we are
this.
finally here. Grom and I are going to sack this human base while we finally get to talk about upkeep. You may have noticed that throughout this run, I've been constantly stopping production at around 40 or 70 supply and then banking a ton of gold and wood. This isn't because I'm bad, most of the time, but instead to work around a system called upkeep. As soon as you pass 40 supply, all mined gold is reduced from 10 per trip to 7. When you go above 70 supply, it is reduced from 7 to 4. So when you have a giant army, you are getting 40% of your normal gold income. Each trip from the peasants still takes 10 from the mine, so money is evaporating into thin air. This system is designed to keep players active, encourage taking your forces out and exploring, fighting instead of sitting at home. And then the creeps that are on the map provide a very natural thing for that army to do. If you want to build a big army, which you're gonna have to do sometimes, the best way to do it is to bank up a bunch of resources and then quickly push from one supply limit to the next. If you do that, you don't really lose that much money, but the system is pretty disliked by newer players because it's kinda clunky. Though it does have a lot of strategic value, so a lot of high-level players really like it. I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the system. I do enjoy the level of strategic diversity that the entire mechanic provides. However, it disproportionately frustrates new players, and I think that that is very unhealthy for a game in the long run. So I wouldn't put it in a new game, but I think that Warcraft 3 is designed around it, and it works here. In the Frozen Throne expansion, maximum supply is increased from 90 to 100, and upkeep is increased from 40 to 50 and 70 to 80. I feel this initial system is a bit too constricting. The expansion loosening it up really does make it feel better. While we were going over all of that, I cleared through the first human base with Grom, and then because I was really far away, I got counterattacked and almost died. After rebuilding, I jump up to 70 supply with a couple new units. The Kodo Rider is a big boy bashing bongos in the back. He provides an attack buff to nearby allies, and he can eat some enemies. This slowly damages them until they're killed. The Devourer is really cool, but the Kodo is bad at fighting and costs a lot of supply, so you can't just spam a bunch and eat your entire opponent's army. The Raider, on the other hand, is very spammable. These guys are cheap, fast, and have nets that not only pull...
He thinks they're cheap? Bro, they cost like 200 gold, I think. We got different definitions of cheap, man.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team.
Flyers down to the ground, but also stick enemy ground units in place. This allows you to avoid melee units or stop retreats. They also deal siege damage, making them less effective against most combat units, but fantastic against buildings. Oh man, we haven't talked about damage types yet, have we? There's so much in this game. Well, thankfully there's also a lot of missions, so we'll get there eventually. In order to support these high supply armies, the orcs have a unique pillage upgrade. This allows raiders, grunts, and peons for some reason, the ability to loot enemy buildings.
It allows peons to do it because it allows the orcs to, like, have an insane potential economy game. It gives, like, peons a thing to do when you run out of gold and lumber, or, you know, there's no more point in gathering lumber. So you take, like, an enemy's expansion, but, you know, you want to keep going. You can just send your 5 peons that were harvesting lumber after their gold mine ran out, and have them slowly take a building. And it's not mining, but it's, you know, like, you're still getting income. I'm pretty sure that's the reason behind all of it. But it's really, I think the biggest part of it is that it lets you reboot from zero.
Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
For gold and wood as they attack them. This upgrade isn't the biggest difference in the world, but it's super flavorful and I really like it. Overall, this mission is pretty neat. I enjoy fighting with Grom and slowly dismantling the human forces. The one thing I would change is making Grom act like the multiplayer AI. If you make a 2 versus 2 or other team game with an ally, whenever they go out creeping or attacking an enemy, they always issue an alert ping, telling you exactly where they plan on going. I don't mind Grom being reckless and running around aggressively, but I would like to be able to follow him properly. Eventually, our teamwork does breach the third human base, who hides the path to the goblin shop. There are a few creeps here, nothing major, though the group of harpies at the end do hit pretty hard. Once they're cleared out, we get the Zeppelins and return them to Grom, and the mission ends. And Thrall is pissed. He told Grom to stand down with the humans, and Grom directly disobeyed those
Don't
orders.
lecture me, pup!
I was not
The
made for
Warsong
this.
clan needs to contain its bloodlust, or they are a liability to the Horde. Thrall is going to go meet the Oracle, and Grom needs to go build a base for them and chill out a bit. Grom is frustrated. Base building is unbecoming of the Horde's greatest warriors, but his troops are getting spooked. Whispers are coming from the trees.
You hear that? This place
is haunted.
Grom doesn't care. If they're going to build a base, they're going to do it right, so the orcs need to stop being cowards and start chopping. As the mission starts, we see our objective: harvest a staggering 15,000 lumber. This is a lot, even for Ashenvale Forest, which is littered with trees. As the peons break through the first tree line, they're attacked by a mysterious race of warrior women that the orcs have never seen before.
They're women!
I just need a moment to point this out because it's hilarious.
Yes!
In the cutscene before the mission, a trigger makes this grunt look at Grom, but Blizzard forgot to reset the trigger, and after the cutscene ends, for as long as he's alive, he'll just stare.
Oh, I thought he was gonna comment on that they're women.
He'll longingly gaze across the entire map with his head backwards in order to see his war chief. For some reason, they never wrote on the wiki that orcs are part owl. So we need to harvest 15,000 lumber in order to build a base for Thrall, but these elven women are not happy with it, and they start raiding us. We also don't start the mission with a gold mine, so we have to head out and find one quickly and establish a base. Grom also gets reports of great magical trees that we need to be wary of. Not having intelligence as his primary stat, instead of being wary of the magical trees, Grom decides to smash them for lumber. For every single one that we find and break, we get 2,000, which is an absolute ton. We also find a goblin who tells us that if we kill a nearby Furbolg tribe leader in the area, he'll use his fancy shredders to clear cut for us. But before we do that, I need to build up some defenses, defend the enemy attacks, and most importantly, talk about motorcycles. You may have noticed that I'm always calling this character Grom, but the text always says Gromash. Well, this is a big point of confusion in the Warcraft scene, so let's clear it up a bit. Back in Warcraft 2, Grom was called Grom, and then in the original release of Warcraft 3, different people called him either Grom, Gromash, or his last name Hellscream. But then Reforged came out, and in the Reforged campaigns they call him Hellscream every time, and they poorly edit the audio every time so that the voice line is changed.
Grom, are you alright? Hellscream, are you alright?
And then in this version of the game, which is using the old campaigns but is still technically in the Reforged client, every mention of Grom is replaced with the text Gromash, but the audio still says Grom. Why did they do this? Well, some people speculate that it's because in 2014, Honda copyrighted the name Grom for a line of motorcycles and Blizzard was thus unable to use the name. But this doesn't make any sense. I talked to a lawyer about this, and don't judge the fact that I spend my free time talking to lawyers about video game and motorcycle copyright law. I was told that copyright and most of the law specifically covers when a reasonable customer would be misled between two similarly named products. Like, you can't call another motorized vehicle or bicycle a Grom because it's already a motorcycle. But no reasonable person out there is confusing a motorcycle with the leader of the Warsong clan. That would be a very weird thing to do. But Blizzard has never explicitly explained why they made this change, so they're not being helpful. So here is my hypothesis. When the World of Warcraft expansion Warlords of Draenor came out, the storyline of the game involved the players traveling to an alternate timeline of Warcraft 2. This is of course the game that Grom originated from. In the original storyline, Grom, along with most of the other orcs, drank demon blood in order to get a big boost to their powers before invading Azeroth. But in Warlords of Draenor, Grom was warned by his time-traveling son that he would be bound to the demons if he drank their blood, so he refused. I think Blizzard passed out a memo when making Warlords of Draenor that in this time-twisted version of Grom, he would be referred to as Gromash in order to differentiate from the original timeline. Blood Drinker Grom, and the alternate timeline Sober Gromash. But because the original Grom wasn't part of any active WoW story at the time, it sort of just became always refer to Grom as Gromash, which they did. And as time went on, they sort of just forgot why they were doing that and followed the mantra of Grom is Gromash now. And then some overeager person tried to retrofit Reforged to this new mantra, having the original context being lost to time. I think the reason that people latched onto the motorcycle theory is because Warlords of Draenor came out in 2014, the same year that the Honda Grom was released. So what is my evidence that Blizzard doesn't have some irrational fear of spooky motorcycle copyright? This is the Yamaha Tracer, released in 2015, 1 year after all of this, but 1 year before Overwatch. There's absolutely zero way that Blizzard changed the name of a character they've been using for 20 years at that point because they were fearing copyright infringement, and then proceeded to have one of the main characters.
I'm deleting these oils. I'm tossing them into a goddamn pit. There's no use for them. No, I looked through, through all of our crafting stuff. You know what, like, they're really used in? Crafting the cart. And you need one! We have hundreds of oil!
I am just about boiling up. Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too
So it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health.
Of the game that they put out the next year be the same as another motorcycle. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that consumers were trying to buy motorcycles and accidentally bought World of Warcraft expansions instead, because none of this is how copyright works at all. You know, I always kind of thought that when people were making these kind of long videos that the mental breakdown part was just a bit. It turns out that it's very real. Grom's name may be confusing, but his abilities are not. How's that for a segue? The Blade Master is one of the best hero classes. Windwalk allows them to become invisible and pass through units. Once the Blade Master attacks, the invisibility is broken and the attack does a big chunk of bonus damage. Mirror Image creates up to 3 time-to-life body doubles that don't do damage but can confuse enemies in fights and works well to run around and scout out the map. And Critical Strike is a passive ability that gives the Blade Master a 15% on every attack to deal 2 times damage at first rank, 3 times at second, and 4 times at third. This means the Blade Master just randomly deletes enemies from existence, and it's pretty sweet. All of this together means that the Blade Master is a hyper-maneuverable, high-burst damage assassin. The grunts soak the shots, and Grom dishes out the pain. The Night Elves we encounter on this mission are all low durability, high damage units, and this means that Grom is exceptionally good at closing distance while windwalking and eliminating them all quickly. Once my army is big enough, I'm feeling safe. I get to move out and kill the Furbolg Chieftain and finish the Goblin's quest. When I return, he gives me 2 shredders to help my harvesting. Lumber is a pretty interesting resource. Unlike gold, where you only need 5 workers to harvest consistently and reliably from a gold mine, lumber harvesters are constantly knocking down trees as they work, which means that the rate is constantly decreasing as the travel time from a drop-off point increases. This is mitigated by allowing a special building for each faction. The lumber mill, graveyard, and war mill can serve as secondary drop-off points. These are far cheaper to build than town halls, so they can be built anew once a lumber resource is gone. Workers by default can carry up to 10 lumber at a time and can harvest 1 per chop. And then there's the Goblin Shredder, which completely takes all of this complexity and nuance out of the equation and exchanges it for sheer firepower. Each swing of its bladed arm harvests 10 wood, and they can carry up to 200 per trip. They do cost 4 times as much supply as a peon, but they carry 20 times as much wood, meaning that this mission is going to be over soon. I just have to protect my shredders and maybe knock down another magical tree or 2 to speed things up a bit. During all of this, Grom has also zoomed to level 6, unlocking the Blade Master Ultimate Blade Storm. It does comical levels of damage in a pretty large area around Grom and makes him immune to spells while spinning because why not? Blade Storm is a very simple ultimate and devastatingly powerful. It weakens the enemy enough that I can just walk in and target down the tree in their base to pop up to 13,000 wood. And then not much happens. This is a weird aspect of missions whose objective doesn't have to do with the enemy. I just kind of sit around for a little bit, hit my quota, and we move on. Mannoroth and Tichondrius have made their way to Kalimdor, deep within the same forest that the Warsong clan has been clear-cutting. This is the domain of the Night Elf demigod Cenarius, an ancient enemy of the Burning Legion. This demigod must be destroyed before the invasion of Kalimdor begins. The demons conspire to use the orcs' destruction of this land to lure Cenarius out and execute him. It was Mannoroth's blood that the orcs drank when they made their initial pact with the demons, and it still has the potential to bind them to him. Mannoroth spills his blood into the Fountain of Power, hoping that its energies will lure the orcs into consuming it and reigniting their pact once again. While the demons conspire, the orcs have been building and continuing their devastation of Ashenvale Forest. And right on cue, Cenarius has taken notice, animating the trees and mobilizing the elves to strike back against the invasion. We start off with 4 big bases across the bottom side of the map. Grom may be savage and reckless, but he took the orders to build a base very seriously. Unfortunately, the wrath of the elves and their demigod is more than he can handle. Quickly, all 3 peripheral bases are overwhelmed, and we have to fall back across the river to defend. Once the buildings have been razed, Cenarius channels his powers, regrowing the forest that the orcs had desecrated, which I think is a really cool way to flex a demigod's powers. It makes you respect him. But Cenarius is a brutal deity and won't stop until the orcs are eradicated. The 3 armies that broke our bases now converge on the main base, wiping out everything I have, with me barely surviving the onslaught. With such an overwhelming being leading them, we need help if we're to hold off the elves. But a witch doctor senses a dark power emanating from somewhere in the forest. We should investigate, but before we can do so, we need to secure our defenses. Fortunately, we have 15,000 lumber on hand from the previous mission, so we don't have to invest much in economy, just unit production. I really like how this and the previous mission portray the Night Elves in nature. They're absolutely unrelentingly savage, constantly aggressive and wearing you down. I much prefer this depiction of nature compared to the more peaceful, tranquil serenity that a lot of fantasy of the time was pushing. In Warcraft, nature is raw, primal, and brutal. It's a much more honest depiction, and it leads me to be much more interested in the Night Elves as a faction. The attacks here continue to be strong. In order to help the defense, I use the Troll Witch Doctor. He has a variety of totem spells available, and they're all incredible. Stasis Trap creates a ward that will explode when enemies approach, stunning them for a bit. Healing Ward is one that we've seen before in the form of an item. Dropping it on the ground provides a powerful restorative effect for 30 seconds in an area. And Sentry Ward is my favorite. It places a small invisible ward on the ground. All it does is provide vision, but it lasts for an insane 10 minutes. These spells together means the Witch Doctor is a defensive powerhouse, spotting incoming enemy attacks, setting up stunning traps, and healing the allies throughout the fight. For every remaining orc mission, I'm going to be grabbing 1 or 2 of these guys for their fantastic utility. Once I've built up enough, I feel safe to split my forces into an exploration and defensive squad, and start moving Grom towards a source of power to the north. Oh, and look, another section where the game wants you to split your forces into 2 and control them at the same time. And once again, if you accidentally mess up your unit movement, the aggressive force simply goes home. These subtle design decisions are one of the reasons that Warcraft 3 just feels good to play. The game works hard to make sure that the elves are the enemy, not the game controls. As we clear through the path, we come upon a corrupted well, with some satyr defending it. They claim that the orcs are unworthy of drinking from the pool. Grom takes the bait and Vitamixes them all, securing the demon-tainted well and once again drinking the blood of Mannoroth in exchange for power. Grom firmly believes that this battle rage is what makes the orcs strong, and this power should be embraced. As the orcs drink from the well, they return to their savage Fel Orc state. And at this point, something really cool happens. We're now playing as the Fel Orc sub-faction, and it's really strong. Every orc unit we have is now turbo buffed, dealing chaos damage, which is the only type that can overcome Cenarius' damage reduction. We also have a new unit, the Fel Warlock, who fires a stunning bolt and then takes after the undead necromancer by casting Unholy Frenzy and Cripple. These Fel Orcs are so absolutely overpowered that within 60 seconds of getting them, the Southern Night Elf base is already toast. Cenarius rushes in to defend, praising how well the demons have deceived the orcs. Grom claims that the orcs are free before cutting down the previously unstoppable demigod in the span of a few seconds. The Fel Orc powers are so strong that it's not even a good boss fight. It's just a slaughter. Having completed their task, Manroth greets the Warsong clan. Grom, in search of the power that would finally give the orcs freedom, has once again shackled his clan to a demon lord. Meanwhile, Thrall's playing with Blimp. I feel like I've made this joke before. The orcs have moved towards Stone Talon Peak in their effort to find the Oracle, but a human fortress bars their way at the mountain's summit. Thrall isn't sure what the humans are up to, and then Karen joins us. They don't say it, but I assume this means he dropped off the non-combatants of his tribe in Mulgore and then came over with the big boys, but it's kind of weird because from Thrall's perspective, there's only been one mission in between him leaving us and coming back. Karen doesn't like that the humans are blocking access to the Oracle and suggests using the nearby wyverns to help, but the wyverns are being held by harpies. If we want the flying beasts, we're gonna have to make our way through the flying humanoids, I guess. We have made it 25 missions into this campaign, and I can say for the first time, we have hit a mission that doesn't really have any narrative value. The goal here is to rescue the wyverns and then use them and zeppelins to assault the human base at the summit of the mountain that's not accessible by ground. There aren't any major story elements to go over here. Instead, I think the mission was added in order to drop a ton of new stuff on the player simultaneously in preparation for the final battle. It also serves as a bit of a narrative buffer. It would be very weird if we went directly from Grom finishing his storyline to Thrall finishing his. So let's go over the new stuff. First of all, we have Cairn Bloodhoof, our Tauren chieftain. He is the epitome of a tank character, with a massive HP pool, an area stun, and an aura that gives nearby allies a move and attack speed bonus. He also shoots off shockwaves that deal solid damage in a line. To help their chieftain, we also have the Tauren. They're a high-tech bruiser that has about infinity HP and hits hard. And finally, the Shaman, who we've actually had for a couple of missions now, but I didn't want to introduce them and then instantly turn them into Fel Orcs. They're a spellcaster whose first two spells I'll talk about some other time, but their final spell is Bloodlust, an auto-casted buff that gives a huge move and attack speed bonus to the target for an insane 60 seconds. Shaman Bloodlust is the single greatest force multiplier that the orcs have available to them, maybe even the best one in the game. This spell is incredible and it makes every non-mechanical orc unit a threat. To start the mission off, I want to scout around the map, figure out where everyone is, and see where incoming attacks are. Fortunately, Thrall's hero class is called the Farseer. You would think that this means he's very good at seeing things that are far away. And you'd be right. In fact, the Farseer has a spell called Farsight, and it totally sucks. For 75 mana, Farsight lets you see a pathetically small area anywhere on the map for a short duration. Farsight is so lackluster that it's not even the Farseer's best scouting spell. To explain why, we have to talk about spell ranks. When a hero starts off at level 1, they have an available talent point that can be used to pick one of their 3 basic spells. Or if they're in the campaign, it gets pre-picked for them. Every time that a hero levels up, they get another talent point that can either be used to unlock a new basic spell, or to enhance the rank of a currently known spell. Each spell has 3 ranks, each getting progressively stronger. For example, the rank 1 Farseer's Chain Lightning does 85 damage and jumps to up to 4 targets, dealing progressively less every time. At rank 3, it does 180 damage, over twice as much, and it bounces to up to 8 targets. The kicker is that you can't pick the second rank of abilities until the hero is level 3 and the final rank until level 5. This hurts Farsight. The ability is actually very nice when max rank. It provides a huge amount of vision, but in order to do that, it means not leveling up Chain Lightning or Feral Spirit early. To make things worse, the Feral Spirit Wolves at level 3 become invisible when not attacking. And do you know what's really good at scouting around an absolutely huge amount of area for the same mana cost as Farsight? 2 invisible wolves. Most of the time, heroes are well designed enough that you have multiple different valid paths to take when leveling up. However, for Thrall, I can't help but feel that Farsight is a bit of a trap ability. Interestingly, Blizzard also seems to not be completely happy with this system. In Heroes of the Storm, they decided that all heroes would start with their 3 basic abilities unlocked, and then leveling up unlocks mutually exclusive bonuses to pick for those abilities. I don't dislike how it works in Warcraft 3, it's very simple and approachable, but I do like how Heroes of the Storm stops abilities from feeling bad to have. While we were chatting, we did a bonus quest about killing a centaur to get a rune to purify a healing fountain. We grabbed a second base, we turned the human second base into rubble, and cleared out the harpies. enemies. This is worth noting. As I said, none of this mission has any importance to the greater plot, but even as a filler mission, there's still a bunch of little things to go and do. They never make a mission that's just a big open field with an enemy and just tell you to go beat them up. I know that sounds like hyperbole, but that's just how most RTS missions were for a really long time. With the Harpies defeated, we rescue the Wyvern and immediately put them to use as our only flying unit. The Wyvern Rider is a very simple name, but they do fancy it up a bit in the Frozen Throne expansion when they change it to Wind Rider. Wyvern Riders are pretty flimsy, but they bit in the Frozen Throne expansion when they change it to Wind Rider. Wyvern Riders are pretty flimsy, but they throw very potent spears that poison enemies. They're a strong backline or harassment tool. To assault the human base, I use them to escort my Zeppelins, spearing down patrols of Griffin Riders and securing a landing zone for my ground army. Because I was already at 90 of 90 supply when I rescued the Wyverns, it put me over 100 supply, something that wouldn't be normally possible without these rescued units. Needless to say, the game was not designed around firepower of that magnitude, and the human base is leveled quickly. In the final moments of the battle, Thrall catches sight of the sorceress that Grom said was leading the humans, delving into the cave, seeking the Oracle for herself. Cairn and Thrall follow, and the search for the Oracle begins. As the Horde explores the mountainous caverns, they reach a crossroads. The Orcs and Taurens split up to investigate both halves. That's it. Usually we get like 2 to 3 minutes worth of cutscenes before every mission. This time we got about 12 seconds. After the floor spawns in, we find ourselves in another no-build mission. If you're a keen follower of my content, you may know that I'm not the biggest fan of no-build missions when I have to do them in games like Age of Empires or StarCraft. But this isn't because I don't like the idea behind them, but that's because I've been completely and totally spoiled by this game's dungeon missions, and this is the first one. Warcraft's dungeon missions feel straight out of a good D&D campaign. Cavernous ruins filled to the brim with weird events, and most importantly, a ton of great loot.
No, it's not about StarCraft. No. Put the Mutalisk down. No, we don't play StarCraft. Of course we don't play StarCraft.
Important to remember
We're Warcraft boys.
staying in good health.
You better fucking respect your elder here.
Even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition.
No! Put the Mutalisk down!
Vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
A Jensen, guide your StarCraft friend home. Tell him about Warcraft on the way. It's actually so good. Which Warcraft? Any of them but one. And WoW, of course. This video is about Warcraft 3, which I believe to be the best game ever made. Oh, you don't get it. What do you mean? Yeah, you're talking about Crypt Fiend. You're talking about Crypt Lord, sorry. Sorry, that title belongs to the Fire Lord? Crypt Lord? No, Crypt Lord is like literally the least used undead hero, I think. No, that's Dreadlord. Crypt Lord is used significantly less than the other two. The problem is that undead are like not in a great spot balance-wise as of
a sip of water would
like
suffice.
To these days. The problem is that the best player to ever play Warcraft 3 plays undead. He literally wins every tournament. He's so good. He plays all 4 races better than everybody else who dedicate their fucking lives to their race. And he in tournaments, he has a thing where he lets people pay to choose which race he will play, and they've chosen random for years, and he just wins. When he loses a game, it's like a noteworthy thing. Like people like go like, oh, like he lost a game, I gotta go watch. They like people are like, this. Can we replicate this? Can we replicate this? Can he be beaten? No, Grubby is not even close to the best player of the game. I love the guy, but you know he also will say he is not. He's not even like the best orc, which is his main race.
Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through.
I mean,
the day.
he hasn't,
While resting
you know,
in
like,
any form helps to promote
made
healing,
that his
lying
goal
down
for a
a
long time.
short
It's in me. I
nap
refilled
is
your
the
water.
way to getting back to your ideal physical condition.
But we've actually been getting into playing like actual Warcraft 3 a bit more, like as of late. So make sure you don't explore too much over there. I want to save it one chance to get to you. You'll be back in like an hour, I think. And well, I'm realizing just how insanely well designed Warcraft 3 was. Every race like feels so distinct. It feels like there's a lot of viable strategies. Unlike with like StarCraft, where I feel like there are significantly less viable strategies. I don't think that every unit has its purpose. I think that there are units that they made that are cute. But ultimately, you don't want them. Tell me upkeep is a good mechanic? It is.
To your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research
Full stop.
Facility.
Because it stops you having more units from being the be-all end-all. I stood where you stood not too long ago, where I was like, upkeep is a bad mechanic. And then I started actually playing the game. You know, I aged a couple more years. And by a couple, I mean, you know, like over 10. And now I look at upkeep, and, I mean, Reign of Chaos upkeep sucks. No one will tell you differently. That at low upkeep, starting at 40 population is a crime. That's so little when, you know, like, so much of that is worker units, right? Because you're gonna have at least, like, 8 worker units in Warcraft 3. Right? 5 on your gold mine, and then, like, you know, some number getting lumber. So, 20% of your low upkeep is worker units. It felt like shit. But in Frozen Throne, they bump it up. So it's 50, and 80. Or maybe it's 50 and 70, right? And it functions so much better. It feels a lot more like a conscious decision to go into upkeep. And it keeps fights smaller in like the early to mid game, and it makes, again, it's like a conscious decision to go into it. You're ending the game if you're going into high upkeep. And if you fail, it allows for comebacks. And I know that you're gonna be like, yeah, but it feels bad, and it's like, there have to be some sacrifices made for, like, the game. I agree with you, it does feel bad in a lot of cases. But it's actually sick. The other day, I actually played an hour-long game of Warcraft 3. Actually, it might have been close to 2 hours. It was back and forth, like, the whole time. My opponent microed, like, a lot worse than me. The whole fucking game. They spammed towers. A fuck ton. They ended up taking basically every expo on the map, right? Which, for some stupid reason, the map that I was playing on was in the 1v1 pool. That's less on Warcraft 3. That's more on Blizzard, because they don't understand the game, like, at all, right?
Getting adequate rest is
because there are good maps that you can go play on Warcraft 3 Champions.
Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Because Blizzard, the people have to do Blizzard's job for them, right? But for some reason, this map is in the 1v1 pool. And it has 8! No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. 8 expansion locations. No, 9 expansion locations. No, 11 expansion locations. In a 1v1 map. Right? And so over this 2-hour match where, like, he...
Done for. I don't know why you're sticking around.
Where he, like, sucks, right? And I also suck. I'm also bad at the game. Where he is just spamming units, right? At the end of the day, we both actually had the same amount of resources. Because he was in high upkeep for so much of the time, mismanaging his units, and I was in no upkeep for most of the time, correctly managing my units. And I think that that is perfectly why, like a perfect example of why upkeep is good. Because it means that having more units does not mean that you win. I'm happy for the people who like StarCraft, where, if I'm gonna be quite honest, it feels like that is the case a lot of the time. It feels like, if you can micro better, you win. If you can make double your opponent's units, you are very much just going to win. Very happy for people who like StarCraft, who like a game where you control, like, just an insane number of units. And most of them don't have, like, an active ability. I don't. I also don't need the entirety of my game to be skill. And none of those things are insulting. I'm genuinely happy for you if those are the things that you enjoy. But I don't. I find a lot of things about StarCraft very boring. I like Brood War. I liked a bit of StarCraft 2. I never played either of the 2 expansions / full standalone games. I didn't actually know how they landed on how they handled all of it. But a lot of the time when I was playing StarCraft 2, you know, like, versus, I was like, 1, I think Brood War might be, like, a little bit better than this. And 2, like, heroes are fucking fun and cool. And these maps are basically palette swaps of each other. Whereas in Warcraft 3, they're not. Different maps are actually different. It's cool and neat and fun to interact with.
One of the most interesting aspects of the 173's life cycle is how rapidly it evolves. The high energy conditions of our universe compared to the torpid energetics of Antiverse 2 appear to accelerate their growth immensely.
And while you say that it feels like you're playing in mud, I say, like, my micro is reward. I actually think that, like, Warcraft 3 is like a more micro-intensive thing. Because you're controlling, like, a lot less units generally, right? And that's cool. To me. I like getting, like, closer to them. I feel so disconnected in StarCraft 2, I guess. Less so in Brood War. That mostly has to do with, like, the camera. It's hard to not feel... It's hard to feel disconnected, because in StarCraft, your camera is, like, this fucking close, right? Every Marine is, like 5% of the fucking screen. That, or I'm showing my age and talking about how small monitors used to be, but don't say that. I'm not old, I'm not old, I'm not old. But, you know, recently I hit a 50% win rate in Warcraft 3. And that was pretty pog. To me, like, the way that we handle, like, Warcraft 3 feels, like, closer to chess, where, at least for players at, like, my skill level, it's like you have, like, an opener that you do, but after that opener, like, you've gotta really, like, adapt and figure out what's going on. Whereas, like, in the StarCraft, I always felt like you have a build that you do, and largely hope it works out. But it could also just be ignorance, because Chancellor and I felt the same way about Warcraft a lot. Where we were like, you just, like, do a build, and, like, kind of just hope you outplay. Right? But then we started watching Grubby a lot more, after Reforged came out. And we were like, whoa, Warcraft 3 is, like, pretty cool. Like, it isn't the game that we thought it was, like, the ladder, right? Obviously, the custom games are its own thing. And I'm a master of those. But, you know, like, everything else seems pretty neat. Grubby kind of taught us that, like, there's actually a lot more flexibility in Warcraft 3 than we previously thought. He also kind of explained why upkeep exists, and he kind of, like, demonstrated it over a couple of games. And we were like, maybe we were too harsh on this mechanic. So there's my rant to you. Warcraft 3 is good. This video kind of might be positing the question that it was too good. Where I think that this guy is eventually going to end this video by saying Warcraft 3 was so good that it like killed the RTS scene because the only game that could follow it up was also by Blizzard. You know, back when they like made video games instead of just like horrendous disasters. What's that? Oh. The map in this game is so neat. There's a whole lot of like interconnectedness, right? There's like a million ways to get from one place to another. It's like a real place, you know?
Honestly, throughout these first 3 campaigns, loot has been fairly mid at best. We get some items that do simple stuff, like a bit of intelligence, or plus 15% attack speed, or a little bit of health regeneration. But it's been...
Huh? Yeah, they've been gone forever. I don't know where they went. What do you mean? I'll just fucking mute it on stream. No one's listening to it but me. I don't understand why. He's just playing through the game. I'm not even watching it. Okay, I was about to say I have a constant stream of audio coming from me. And I was like, that's what it is. And then okay, now I understand. Then sure.
Cascade Research Facility.
I am just about boiling up.
Yeah, but I was enjoying giving commentary on it.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on the floor, will give you the energy boost you need to get through your day. While resting in any form helps to promote healing, lying down for a short nap is the optimal way to getting back to your ideal physical condition. Getting adequate rest is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the team at the Gate Cascade Research Facility.
It's pretty crazy. You can get a fucking lion of a lion horn of Stormwind in the orc campaign on fucking DC. Given the orcs just like a little bit more armor is like you've done something that like scientists were debating whether or not should be possible.
Life at Gate can be demanding, so it's important to remember that resting is key to staying in good health. Simply taking a moment to sit down, even on
Simply
the floor,
taking a moment to
gives
sit
you
down,
energy boost
even on the floor.
is vital to being a productive and valuable member of the.
You want out? Of course you want out. Like them, the giants. You are trapped here. But shut down the devices.
She's back in Nacho
Your
Land.
devices. Remove the power cells. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Way out. But what then? When you've opened your door, what then? Hey?
Yo, do not call reincarnation mid. It's a cool fucking... Oh. No, he actually just said ludonarrative. Hmm? Yeah, I've been here for a little bit, looting right behind you. Watching you. Gee. Oh. The Priestess of the Moon hero class is quite strong, actually. No, nope, nope, nope. Nope. Wrong. They're strong in, like, maybe a PvE sense. Sort of. Wanderer is yellow unit. Give me some of their sides. Did you get the power cells? All three?
Good. I didn't get.
She's stretched.
Okay, bye.
Potato.
power down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Mean gun. Why were you smiling while you chopped him up? Whoa! Alright, it's me. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna go trade with the blacksmith real quick. Then, we're gonna stop for a little bit. We're gonna go take a walk. And then, I think by the time we get back, Chancellor will be back. Huh? I'm not gonna end stream, I'm just gonna leave it running.
Don't worry about me. I've seen worse. I think. Alright. Simi and I are gonna go take a walk real quick.
Oh. You know who that is?
後方の咲夜とレミリアと
No, that's Zune behind them.
ああ、本当だ。
He just went and chilled with some cosplayers for a little bit. He danced with them. He's so based. I'm trying to find some audio for while I'm gone. Alright. Just need like just give me Alright. We will be back. Alright. Oh. For the time that we're back, Chancellor will probably be here.
Hello.
Did I just fucking hear Chancer?
No.
We're gonna go for a walk really quick. We're gonna be back in like 10-20 minutes. I mean, you're gonna be able to hear me, because I'm gonna put in my headphones. And I'm gonna, you know.
Robin.
But that is, Jensen is laughing, and he's like, of course you got here. Like, it's just good. Dude, where are my socks at? Or did you put them in the laundry bin? How is it new ones? Alrighty, gamers. Time to go blast off into the great unknown. Also, I will be unmuting you at Jensen because I can't read on my phone. What's the other one? Alright, Chancellor, oh, wait, hold up. Alright, Chancellor, are you ready for some Aviotic Factor?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me get like a snack first. Let me do some grubbing.
Well, he's grubbing.
You do be grubbing.
The most drunk girl spotted in Shibuya, Tokyo at midnight.
Oh. Alright, after that long break, we're back. I know, that was the joke. I'm gonna start doing, I don't know if I said this on stream, I'm gonna start doing crunches again at night. I'm gonna work myself back up to 1,000 crunches.
sip of water would suffice.
Pot of bad soup.
I believe I need to, defecate.
I believe I need to, defecate.
This may get awkward.
Did you hear that, Panther? Defecate.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Yeah, I do. It was really funny. Good, alright. We're just gonna go straight from here to the new place. Well, I mean, you can look in here for the items that I made for you. Don't look at those charging stations. That was the only thing that. Oh no, and this headlamp. Someone reorganized that chest. I had a nice little row for you. It's in the chest.
Do not forget hazmat. Ah!
What?
The creature. And I need a bandage.
Why are you ease maxing?
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
I have bandaged you, Simi.
So I trying to get water and suddenly
I did, it's over here.
the creature appeared and hit me and beat me.
Over here.
Then
Bottom one.
the creature picked my 80% health in this.
I am just about boiling up.
You really need to find a toilet. I said you really need to find a toilet.
I am just about boiling up.
I'm getting a little bit of work done. What's your crafting level? I have surpassed you. I'm level 7, almost 8. Oh no, I'm like a fourth of the way to 8.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic. No, I don't think so. I legitimately don't know why we would ever desire them. Alright, I am going.
Drink good soup.
You have good soup? Oh, you mean these other soups. 'Cause I just shit myself.
Yourself.
I recommend drinking. Nah, it only really happens from radiation, I think. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go take an iodine pill. I think I might still be a little radiationed up. Or that I'm just permanently radiationed. Due to a bug. It's been a while. Does anyone know where the iodine pills are?
It's in wait.
I've been collecting some of them that are like in dangerous areas because they're gonna break if I don't. Alright, I'm going.
I have one spot.
I do not. That's your job.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
You guys where?
Main. Oh.
Main.
Yeah. No, no. We go on the other one, I think. Itsumi is pooping. She's poop maxing. In game. Sorry, he's maxing. Is that better? In some ways, it's worse. Itsumi, get on the train and tram.
Oh, main part?
Turn around. Left. Left! Left!
I asked you the main hall.
Yes.
And you didn't.
I was the first one to say main. Right. Right. There you go. Itsumi actually ended up exploring like a bit more of the place because she thought she was going backwards. No. Nothing I want. I'm leaving it for now. We actually have like 80. I'm gonna go this way, actually. And I'm gonna hope that everything here is dead.
I think everyone's...
As long as the humans aren't alive. The humans are not alive. Yeah, that's fine. It's not that big of a deal. You just pop down a briefcase for a couple of seconds. Yeah, there's a charge station on the way. Right there. Then you put it in for 3, 2, 1, fully charged. I mean, all of the charging things. No, I think that everything should charge slower. So that there's more of like a cost to using some of this shit. Plus, it makes the charging stations a little bit more impactful. Yes. Also, I just move faster than both of you. Alright, so you miss an experiment here where they
Unbelievable.
decided to strap the teleporter to it. I don't know. Oh, but also we will...
This is Dr. Mance. If you had asked me 5 years ago what our chances of using the perforation
I'll
system
replay
as
that
a stable
for you.
travel network were, I would have assumed I was talking to an imbecile. Today, such a network seems within our grasp. The T3 unit, or the Dark Lens, they're calling it, has proven exceptionally successful. There are few places on Earth we cannot access under stable conditions. And finally, we can create those stable conditions. In theory. I would say our ambitions have extended far beyond their origin.
I'm waiting for him to stop talking.
Far beyond.
There was like an egg type object in there. We haven't really... The only use I've found for the egg is turning it into paint.
IS-091 is the most intense AV candidate we've ever encountered. Despite its appearance, it's a transcorporeal entity of some kind, invulnerable to any of the physical deterrents.
Actually, did we check this out?
Walls, doors, shielding. They do nothing to impede it. Intriguingly, it only appears to a single viewer at one time. Dr. Stern has that dubious...
Watch out, I'm setting the elevator down.
He identified it in the field and it followed him back here.
I think so.
Began materializing in the facility, looking for him like a lost puppy.
Portal.
Can I read the email? So with a poster that looks like octopus. Basically, I'm always out of weight.
Okay. I'm going back through. This room is easily accessible. Because the portal wasn't active, we pressed the button here to activate it.
Can you explain it?
So, you see this creature right here? Sometimes it appears. Only for you. I don't know, I've never seen it.
I only see.
Yes.
Some emails say only one person able to see the creature. So, I'm targeting.
Simi says that only one person is targeted by it, and she is the target. According to the email. I don't know.
Look at it's pretty.
I did see that. Not a power cell. It needs a hot wire kit. Or whatever. Their rules on beyond slot maxing.
Are you sure you unmute microphone and on Discord sound?
Wow, you're actually so smarter
like,
to
really
me.
badly all of a
I did
sudden.
not. Yeah, it just kind of does that.
Because you're...
I was actually muted on Discord for stream, but I have unmuted it now, so I'm not talking to my imaginary friends anymore. There's nothing out here.
Is that an elevator? Does it go somewhere?
I don't know. All of this is new.
It's a big elevator.
Huge!
Can't play stuff in here though.
何あれ
What?
でっけえ心臓みたいなのある。
Hearing some big
Like a
footsteps on the other
containment
side of that
block.
door.
Ah,
You look familiar. Oh.
This is the guy from the cafeteria, I think.
Oh yeah, how do you get here?
Through the hole some maniac blasted in manufacturing. Obviously, I was planning on getting through the vacuum chamber to the surface elevator, but it's covered in some muck. Typical. I suppose
Way too much
there's
ice.
Something to deal with that in the containment block, but the place is completely locked down. Ugh, it never ends. I really need a coffee.
Okay.
Whatever's
make another
going
keypad
on
hacker,
will be
apparently.
something to do with their work in containment block. Those cowboys can't tell a boson from a bath mat. Sometimes I wonder if they even care.
Really is some
As
goof
soon
up here.
as they set foot in another dimension, all good sense goes out the window.
A lot of dead bodies over here.
Behind.
There's a lot of dead bodies over here.
You know what this is, don't you?
No, I have no
Dark
idea what it
lens. The core of our perforation research. Or it was.
Give us a
I've
ping,
heard rumors
Chancer.
of a threat. There are always rumors, but this is insane.
They're so fast.
They killed everyone, then removed the lens. Without it, how are we supposed to control the portals?
They could appear anywhere, connect to anything. Do they realize what they've done?
So somebody stole the portal device, I
Almost
guess.
like they knew our system's weakness.
You gotta talk to people.
I think that's Dr. Ferenkov over there. People called it the Dark Lens, but that's so portentous. Technically, it's a tachyonic telemetry targeting unit. I should know. I invented it. I thought about using the portals to get out of here. Of course I did. But without the lens, they're impossible to predict, let alone control. And besides, exits ground near entries. If you don't get stranded in some random antiverse, you'll just end up dumped in another part of the facility. Is this my fault? It's almost
Oh god, there's an invisible alien!
System's weakness.
Timmy. Civic.
He's getting stabbed. guys go? I was killing a dude. Fighting.
What?
Robot.
She played my leg farm.
What
I
happened?
was not made for this heat.
This is a new level of security bot.
Oh, it's a new bot? You have to, like, kill more of them for that upgrade?
I got a jailbroken CPU from him.
Huh.
Which is one of the things that we needed, yes. We will have to go back home to pick up
Probably
some
need
of
to
these
kill more
meds.
robots, right? No way,
No.
it's like just gonna take one of those.
As far as I can tell, that is the only material that we needed from him.
Oh, really? Well, I mean, do we need just one from him, or do we need more?
Yes, just a single one.
Well, that's kind of crazy, since we needed 3 of the other ones. I killed the robot. What was that noise?
You might want to put on your hazmat suit, by the way.
I thought it is on. Are you talking about?
Oh, tell me, it's Sumi. The charging station is available if anybody needs it.
No, I'm jumping into the pit.
Can't say that I recommend that course of action.
Oh, there's a soldier, like, right there.
Your gun.
See that guy up there? He's chilling.
Oh! I've got the invisible boy.
That's another one.
Ah!
I don't see him.
Can't do shit, Captain.
Out boiling up.
It just makes the worst noise ever.
Really? I don't really like that.
Go away! Oh, it's gone.
Oh, will you listen? You just had to ask.
Hmm? It was in purple for me. Alright, where was this military dude you were talking about?
He was like, back there where we plugged in the thing. He was just standing on like the side, not looking at us. Like he was behind a window that is like bulletproof. So hey, fire extinguisher.
Sumi wants us to go here.
The elevator also goes further up too, doesn't it?
Janet, wait for me.
Wildlife pens.
My food. Not to forget to take them up.
Oh. Map.
Yes, I think I already missed some.
Big fun in here. Just.
Oh, you're back.
Are you feeling all right?
Self-painted variants of IS-171 are truly intriguing specimens. These priests or monks show clear indication of tool-making and ritualistic behavior. It seems to have formed a rudimentary civilization in one of the Antiverse 2 locations we've
Where are you two going?
This raises intriguing research questions, as well as some ethical implications, I suppose. Though I'd note that these haven't stopped us previously.
Janet got us back into labs, and we had a plan, although it didn't quite work out. Now, we've got a new plan. But first, we need to get into the containment block and access our equipment.
But, wouldn't you know it, they've revoked our security clearance, because who needs it during an emergency? I suppose we could head back to Office Sector, down that way, and
Is it
hope
shortcut
Warren's
this
got a
way?
plan to save us. But that's about as likely as Thule winning a Nobel Prize.
Craig, I'm calling the
We've
voice.
got to find some other way into the containment block, or this is the end of the road.
What the fuck?
I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, so let's just say there's certain substances.
The shortcut over here to the offices, I think.
Yeah,
Needs a level 2.
they're talking about it right now.
Just need to get in there.
The wildlife pens are full of testing gear, which could be useful, but it's an absolute zoo in there right now.
We could try the adjustment wing, too. Every time I'm there, they've got some new piece of fancy equipment. They get all the new gear.
I hear those gun-toting apes stole the Dark Lens and caused this whole kerfuffle. Didn't you work on that project, Janet?
I advised Abe. What are you trying to say?
Have you seen that strange material growing on the vacuum chamber? They've totally let the sector go.
I haven't been there for a while, but it can't be as bad as what happened in reactors. That took months to clean up.
Why can't I drink this soda?
If anyone... Oh, wait, we can't... I can't charge because there's no power.
You know, this cola's really not too bad.
You mean the soda that just appears in the vending machine and no one knows where it comes from? And even if you unplug it, it keeps working? That's some quality refreshment.
Maybe I shouldn't have been drinking
right
that,
there.
huh? Kinda sounds dangerous.
I'd say this makes the top 5 worst things that have ever happened here.
We are never going to live this down.
Do you ever get lonely down here, Janet?
I am just fine with lonely, Abe.
A lot
I'm
of things
going
to
to
say.
miss this hallway.
It's just walls, tiles, and some weird drinks machine that nobody, except you, ever uses. But I know what you mean.
I don't want to get anyone's
Okay.
hopes up.
That's the end of him, but now I gotta talk to her.
There's certain substances in the containment block that could be very helpful right now.
We just need to get in there.
The wildlife pens
Okay,
are
okay.
full
We're
of
good.
testing gear, which could
Bring
be
resources
useful, but
into
it's an
freshly
absolute
teleported
zoo
tests.
in there right
How would I
now.
You
want
could try the adjustment wing, too. Every time I'm there, they've got some new piece
Alright,
of
let's
fancy
only use
equipment.
one headlamp at a
They
time.
get all the new gear.
Not mine. Whose healing is that?
Not mine either, I don't think, unless it's mine, but I don't know, I don't deploy it intentionally. Did it just pop out of my inventory somehow?
You guys hearing all this, all this
Loud
violence?
noise, yeah.
Oh!
Oh, teleporting pest? That's stronger than normal pest.
Ha! Well, you know. You want to pick up your grinder disc before I slice this guy up?
I'm trying to pick it up, but it's not working. Oh mind, I got a billion of them.
Condenser!
What the hell is going on in there?
I give you like
Helpful.
Got the recipe for the hot wire kit now.
What did you give me, Timmy? Okay, it's a drop. What is it?
You mean, what is it?
What did she drop that you picked up?
The capacitor.
Okay. I already have one.
what's your power?
Well, it's nighttime, so. Alright, which way are we going?
Probably open that shortcut to the office at some point, but
Alright, well, let's go do that.
Doorbell, key, and my
probably just go back and craft the keypad hacker too.
We don't have enough.
I thought you said the only thing we needed was the robot thing.
We only needed one thing from the robot. That's what I said. That is.
We need.
There, I don't know, a bunch of other things that don't make any sense.
Alright then.
We need to find something to get their recipes. I can give you like their names, but it's just nonsense. We need a projection matrix, quantum glass.
I got one of those in my pocket.
All right, so that's a nice spot. But I don't really want to go back yet, because obviously, like, I still got, like, a lot of room to grow, inventory-wise. Turn around. Not there.
Alert! There has been a complete containment failure. Please make your way to defense sector
Jesus.
by any means available.
He's pissed.
Have an efficient and effective day.
Gonna be a lot of dudes in here, I think. Hands are just blast, so be careful, Utsumi.
You got shotguns now. Yeah, it's in like riot gear.
Hey. Oh. Ah!
Got a lot of bullets.
Note on IS-102. We have determined the bacteriophage recovered by Lenora's team from Antiverse 16 is a form of symbiote used by local species to assist mating.
Science
You could almost call it a love potion. Preliminary tests show the effects on mammalian biology are extremely traumatic. I have suggested Dr. Tenku not include images in her first report, if she wishes to continue her research.
Like when they like explode into confetti.
Yippee!
Oh, yippee.
Hooray!
Yeah, that's a lot. So I found a lab mask. Am I gonna need to put this on?
I mean, no, because it provides you the same benefits as a hazmat suit.
Oh, really? Guess that would make sense. Got a military MRE, let me just eat it.
I just had a liquid crystal.
Okay, cool.
Where? Where are you, Utsumi?
I put down. I think.
Took what?
The bottle.
Chancer, Itsumi says that you picked up an item.
Picked up a liquid crystal.
Oh, okay, I already have it.
What's this button do? Doesn't work right now.
Huh?
Just click with on my
Oh, I already pressed the button like 6 times. Someone just dropped 5 fire extinguishers.
I'm kinda clogging up my inventory, so I dropped them.
Yeah, also, don't pick up oil.
Why not?
It's fucking useless.
Oh.
I need a place to lay down. I don't know how you got to where you are, Itsumi.
Propias somos.
Ow. What's Chancer up to?
I went through the vents and I'm like behind you now.
Oh. Alright, well that's the start of
Big
this
robot
area.
over here. This guy is just kind of fighting, I guess. Robot is unhappy with me now. Oh, I don't know what that is, but I don't like what it looks like. Just the robot is a lot faster than the old model of robot. He's chasing me, dude.
Bro, I'm about to pass out.
Oh, I don't know where you are anymore. I'm being chased by a robot, and he's pissed at me for some reason.
There's a
That's
couch.
the right way. But I am lagging up a damn store. Please. Dude, he can fit through that door. I'm out of stamina. That's a bit of a problem for the getting away from robot plan.
Alright, hit me with a ping on where you are. Oh, there you are.
The robot.
Out oiling up.
Beat him. What the hell? He just picked me up? You do that?
Yeah, the other guy did that too. I'm not fucking picking up this kid's cola anymore, man.
I also stopped picking it up. You could just pick it up and like drink it, I guess.
Alright, I really want to... I'm gonna go back to the base.
In a big circle.
Because I would like to drop off some shit. The way back to the base is right here. I'm waiting for Utsumi, because she gets lost. Utsumi. Do you want to go back?
I'm pretty sure we can make the Hotwire kit, like, right now. As long as we have a car battery or two.
Yes, we can. I just have to go back to base and do it. You know, I'm gonna do that. I move the fastest.
We do move very fast, but, like, I mean, I'm also gonna come home to drop things, so...
Yeah, I don't even see Chancer. Oh my god, you're so far away.
And also one of my legs is broken, because apparently that vent fall, it's just fall damage, I guess. Good to put the vent a little lower.
I am just about boiling up.
Alright. I have gotten our Hotwire kit. I also need to make a tram override key.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too endothermic. Perhaps I'm
Getting a little too endothermic.
I'd love to say that.
Damn, I'm already tired again? Bro, I just slept!
So sleepy. He's Utsumi.
For fucking real. Alright, the charging station will be available for use in like 2 seconds.
Is that like now, you mean? Or...
Yes, now.
Okay.
Now. I'm really just saying I'm not using it, so someone else can.
Perhaps I'm getting a little too use a drink.
You're getting a little too endothermic.
I have made a separate chest for everything that we're getting from the wildlife section.
I already shoved my stuff in a random box, so...
You piece.
I didn't know you were gonna do that.
Alright, I have put the soup bowl back in. Consumed another pot of food. Can you? No, you can't burn the soups. Timmy, you should, when you get back, you should start... I don't understand how you came to this entrance. You should start, like, 4 soups, if you can. Right there, you're looking at it. I already made the hot wire kit. I made the tram station override key. You know, I might make another hot wire. The thing I saw too.
Oh, I can feel my proteins denaturing.
Alright. I am ready to go when you guys are.
I think I'm ready. Hold on 1 second.
I'm charging a chance at the briefing.
How long does it take for a broken leg to fix itself? It just, like, fix itself. I didn't ask for a splint. I wanted my leg to be broken.
I really must use the restroom.
I liked it better that way.
Okay.
What's if you want?
Just, I don't know, just start up 4 soups. I don't care what they are. So that when we get back, they're ready, right? Chancellor and I are running over.
Also, your hazmat suit isn't on, if that's relevant to you.
It is. Thank you.
He's just asking to break his leg. Whoa!
I'm ready to go pick up Itsumi.
Picking her up in her sweet new ride.
Do you hear it, right?
The beeping? Yeah, I hear it.
Okay, good. Doesn't handle stairs very well.
Honestly, I'm surprised we got this far. I don't think we're getting up the stairs.
Does this baby have storage anywhere?
I don't see any. It's kind of sad.
Oh, it does.
Oh, it does? How big is it?
On the side. It's like the same as the tram.
Not tiny, but not big. Being attacked? Alright, I'll get out and stab him. there.